children dying? What about the children crying? No.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children starving.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying?
Yeah. Digging, scratching, working, struggling, hoping. Some is hustling, every man hustling. Stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war. We got the weapon, people want bombs, so they gon' get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth, you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
All we need is one love. We need the children dying. What about the children crying? No.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying?
I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tags say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change, bitch.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? One.
inherited from our harshest past, embedded in our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked, while we fight over problems we can fix. Industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. But stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, That you're gonna free your mind tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight. If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation. Cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt. Cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home.
Everybody here, yeah.
Check it out. They don't know, kid. They don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie. That I'm gonna feel mine tonight. They don't know. That I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with some shit. They don't lie. That I'm gonna feel mine tonight.
Check one, two. You know, it's interesting. It looks like we got somebody here that's coming out of the closet. Jesse Landry, 1984, is announcing themselves as gay. Hey, let's clap for Jesse. Don't worry, we don't hate on you over here. We're not gonna come lynch you, or we're not gonna pass policies against you. You know, me myself, I actually don't believe in discriminating against people that announce themselves as gay like you, Jesse. But hey, man, I'm sure nobody else is going to attack you here. But if you want to be attacked, go over to the MAGA platform. They want to limit your rights, man. So, but welcome. You here. You can learn something over here. So no worries. That's so funny. That's so interesting, man. I'm glad you feel safe to come out the closet, Jesse. Good for you, man. That's the whole point, man. We try to let people be who they are naturally. And if you're gay, then hey, man, do your thing. Do you, baby? Do you. Now, we're also anti-slavery. That means I don't believe in somebody controlling your body. And that's what slavery was, right? And that lasted for hundreds of years in colonial America, right? So, you can choose which side you on. You're either for freedom of people's own bodies, that they decide what they do with their own bodies, or you're for slavery. Pick a side. There you have it. So that's where I go with it. It's not only that. If you want to smoke some weed, I'm not really going to hunt you down. I don't think you're committing a crime against me. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to be worried about it too much in legislation because, again, that's really like not not a big deal, if you ask me, among other things. So if you want to go home and dress up in the mirror, feel free, bro. Feel free. Feel free, man. I'm not even worried about you or thinking about you. You know what I'm saying? You have all your rights here are guaranteed to do. See, the beautiful thing about this is that we don't have to look at you while you do all of that stuff. I don't even have to know, man. You know what I'm saying? For real. I don't know what anybody's doing. I don't know what anyone is doing. But Jesse, why don't you hop up and let everybody know your journey in being gay. You know what I'm saying? Let us know how that happened. You know, when you 1990, what year is that? 19 something? Yeah, come on up and speak about it. The link is in the chat. Feel free. Yeah, and if you want to if you want to talk about how you hate other people, hop on up too, man. I'm curious. People won't like that, but let's see. Don't hide anywhere, Also put some pictures up of yourself on your profile so people know who they're dialoguing with, you know what I mean? So we can really believe you. You see what I'm saying? So but in any case, yes. Guess what, folks? Some Americans are scared of competition. They're scared of market competition. They think that because a grocery store opens up that has some items that are cheaper than items sold in another store today, all of a sudden they're scared of it. But at the same time, they were mad at Biden for not bringing down inflation. That's an interesting conundrum when you have that position. I don't understand how anyone can have it both ways. Just like the slavery thing. If you want people to have the right over their own body, true freedom over their own body, then you can't really have a problem with a gay person, right? And it's the same thing about pricing, inflation. If you want someone to do something about inflation, then hey, how do you expect it to come, right? How many people have voluntarily sold their items for cheaper? How many private industry businesses have said, you know what? Inflation is kicking the American people's ass. You know what? Hey, man, let's try not to let the corporate side of our company walk out with billions and billions and billions in profits while American people are starving. That would be a good thing right about now. Take one out of Nixon's book. Nixon had a housing freeze, a rent control freeze nationwide. The biggest. He's a Republican president, he had the biggest across the country, nationwide housing freeze on prices on rent going up, rent freeze. Next, he was prophetic with his shit. Then he also had the price freeze, which means you couldn't gouge people in a hard time. Did you know that? Look it up. It's part of your true American history. It's part of who you are as a citizen. It's part of who you are. It's part of the United States. So don't get it twisted. Although Mom Donnie is not Nixon, and although they don't have the same exact ethnic thing, they don't have the exact same religion, but outside of that, they seem like they're headed down the similar paths, man, trying different things at different times when people are experiencing hard times, And the beautiful thing about Mamdani is that New Yorkers voted for him. So, again, you either want democracy or you don't. Maybe you want to have a September 11th type of attack on the grocery store. Would you like to do that? Hey, some people are anti-democratic and want to do those kind of things. So for me, as long as it's under the law and you're not hurting other people, which so far we haven't heard any stories about cheaper prices hurting people. In fact, people seem to be lining up very happy about it. So let's take a look at it before we judge. Now, I do know people voted for Mamdani. That's democracy. That's 100% fact. So we can't debate that in a democratic society. It is what it is. Even if someone says we're voting to throw Trump's ass in jail, hey, that's your democratic right. You can vote to do that. You can elect Congress people that will throw his ass in jail. Did you know that? You can just get out there and advocate for it, and see and watch it happen. Anything can happen in a democracy. You just got to vote. Now, The laws, you gotta vote for people that pass laws, and that's what they did in New York. So Mom Donnie is following the New York State law, New York City law, and I wish him good luck with that. You know, as I wish all people. By the way, I wish a lot of mayors good luck. You know, in New York, but a lot of them couldn't achieve what Mom Donnie achieved so quickly. So at the end of the day, you have to achieve something. You can't just say, oh, my God. That's not achieving anything. You have to go out and try something else to deliver something to the people so they have an option, a choice. And if you don't have any options that worked before, you're probably running out of time because the midterms are coming, you know, and people don't want to wait all day. Now, having said that, let's get right over into this. Let me see here. Can I pull this up? Let's get right over to it and see what they're talking about here. I'm curious myself, so I want to see. Let's go.
We have an update today on the mayor's promise to bring down grocery prices. Mayor Mamdani announced the 5 planned city-owned grocery stores, 1 in each borough, will offer 30% discounts on core baskets of healthy supplies, including vegetables, meat, seafood, bread, milk, rice, and beans. Today, he explained how those discounts will work.
Once a month, our 5 city-run grocery stores will set prices for this core set of goods at 30% below typical retail prices. No exceptions, no gimmicks. The savings will last for the entire month. That means no weekly fluctuations nor sticker shock at the checkout line. Not for our seniors living on fixed incomes, nor for the parents who rely on a regular supply of apple slices to keep toddler tantrums at bay.
Other products will be sold at regular market prices. The mayor says the city will build the stores, waive rent and property taxes, and provide an operating subsidy to help cover those discounts.
All right. Wow. That's interesting.
Good morning, Brooklyn. It's an honor to be at the Campaign Against Hunger with so many friends and partners.
Okay. So she started off by saying it's an honor to be here regarding this campaign against hunger. So let's follow the trends. Is the hunger that persists in New York City, is it because of the last mayor? Is it because of the one before the last mayor? Is it because of the one before that? Just like homelessness. When did homelessness start in New York City? When has a mayor come out and done something really had an impact on homelessness or hunger? When? So again, if you're not an expert at doing something about it, fixing it, how can you complain? You really can't. You don't have a leg to stand on. And thank God the American people are seeing that. They're seeing that. Exactly. Is Trump doing something about inflation? I'm curious.
I want to thank all of you for coming out. At this time, I want to acknowledge with us our Mayor Mamdani. Put your hands together.
That one's just for me.
Okay. Our Mayor Mamdani. We also want to take this time out to recognize and honor our Deputy Mayor Sue, our interim president and CEO, Jeannie Pack from DYCD Economic Development Corp. At this time, without any further ado, as you're with the Campaign Against Hunger, as many of you know that we serve thousands of families right here from this place, from our East New York hub, understanding what is needed in our community. And not only that, we know that personally, from our experience, all of you, for those of you who are community partners, understand that many families struggle to put food on their table. And when they go into a supermarket, because of the cost of food, it is very difficult for them to...
GMTI, I mean, are you even a real American? Let me go take a look at your YouTube page. Let's see something real quick. And then I'm going to read that beautiful, idiotic comment. I don't see it. No, there's nothing real. There's no real human being there named GMAT. He's not, that individual is not willing to show themselves their ethnicity or their citizenship or anything like that on their page. They don't even have a plant in the garden to show you, not even a picture out the window. But this individual says, oh my God, no. Of course, the Democrats love anything that they think is free. There's nothing in this store that's free. Nobody announced a free food store. That's disinformation if you're talking about what Mom Donnie is doing. No, what they have is something different. They have some discounted prices. There it is. Is a discount free? Do you buy discounts? Have you ever sat around and said, this shit's on sale, let me buy it? I mean, how many discount stores does New York have anyway? Everybody's putting up a discount sign. I mean, come on. What is this? Just be reasonable. Use that little. I mean, is there something happening up here in your brain? Anything happening in your brain? No one announced the free store. So that's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is certain items set at a lower price because it is needed in the community. Okay. During times of inflation, Nixon had the first housing freeze nationwide. Nixon had the first nationwide pricing freeze. What did he say? Free? No, people had to come out of their hardworking pockets, just like they have to do when they pay taxes every day, and buy shit. Okay. So the last time I checked, when you take your hard-earned money out of your pocket, or your taxes are taken and given to the government, last time I checked, that's not free. That came from hard labor. So respect yourself. Don't be stupid about yourself, man. Come on now.
To feed their family. And this is why today we're here. And I am excited to let you know that I am overly excited because our Mayor Mamdani, is about to do an announcement right here in this space. And I want you to put your hands together and welcome Mayor Mamdani because he believes in affordability and access. God bless you.
Good morning, Brooklyn.
Okay, so this store, for those of you, I want to hear in the chat, how many of you live in New York City? Put a 1 in the chat if you live in New York City. Put a 2 in the chat if you live in Brooklyn, New York. Put a 3 in the chat if you don't live in New York at all. That's what I want to see in the chat. Now, let's see how many people with opinions actually follow the rules here. GMA T1776, the individual with nothing about themselves on their page. We can't even tell if it's a real person or not. Do you live in New York? No, apparently GMA doesn't because he didn't actually answer. So that counts as a no. Okay, so I advise you to get your cheap, broke ass on a bus or an airplane because you may not even live in the U.S. Fly your ass into JFK, land, get on the subway, go to Brooklyn, and ask some people, okay? Because that's what's going on here, all right? The people in the background are clapping in Brooklyn. Yay! Do you hear it? Do you need a hearing aid? Maybe. Maybe the government can help you if you're disabled and you can get a hearing aid. Maybe your ears are running out.
It is an honor to be here at the Campaign Against Hunger with so many friends and partners. Can we have a round of applause for Dr. Melanie Samuels for welcoming us here and for your lifetime of service to the people of New York. You know, for nearly 30 years, you have led the fight against hunger here in our city, growing this operation from a small emergency food program to a leading food distributor that serves hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers each year and provides programming on how to live a healthier life. I also want to acknowledge leaders here from our administration, our Deputy Mayor for Economic Justice, Julie Su, and our incredible interim President and CEO Jeannie Pak of the Economic Development Corporation. And I would be remiss if I didn't also acknowledge a future assembly member here in the crowd, Christian Celeste. And we are here today speaking of leaders in government, outside of government, and we also know that alongside us today are so many leaders, whether they have been in civil service or also we have organized labor who is here with us, RWDSU, Unite Near Local 100. And we come together, and I ask that we begin by reflecting on the number 30, its history, its significance, and its future here in New York City. A token to ride the subway cost 30 cents in 1970, which was a 50% increase from the previous year that sparked outcry, protests, and led to 12 arrests. The digits 30 have been donned by some of our most beloved athletes, from the Liberties' Breonna Stewart, to the Yankees' Willie Randolph, to the Rangers' Henrik Lundqvist. And researchers estimate that at least 30% of grocery stores across the 5 boroughs are currently playing the song Drops of Jupiter at this very moment. However, we know that for many New Yorkers, 30% at the grocery store means something very different. Since 2019, food prices have soared at grocery stores around the country by roughly 30%, in fact.
Okay, so is that a fact? Since 2019, have food prices soared? Let's hear that again.
Means something very different. Since 2019, food prices have soared at grocery stores around the country by roughly 30%.
Okay, let's see if that's a fact. Is that a fact, chat? Let me know if that is a fact. Put a 1 in the chat if that's a fact. Put a 2 in the chat if you think that's not a fact. Let me see. Since 2019, have food prices soared across the USA? And he said roughly 30%. At roughly 30%. Let me just make sure that I hear him correctly. All right.
This very moment. However, we know that for many New Yorkers, 30% at the grocery store means something very different. Since 2019, food prices have soared at grocery stores around the country by roughly 30%, in fact.
Okay, by roughly 30%. That's exactly so. Here is the result. And see, here's the thing. The difference between, although I'm a Democrat, but I lean very left, right? Because number one, I live in Copenhagen, Denmark. And so I've seen how things work and how people have success doing things slightly different, even though Denmark is even more capitalistic than the U.S. in a lot of ways, right? But I don't really just because I'm a Democrat, it doesn't mean I don't fact check Democrats, Republicans. See, any elected official deserves to be fact checked. It shouldn't matter what party they're in, because if you don't do that, that just means you're a blind follower. Right. And that's something I don't do. Right. It's not necessary. And it's not advisable, since you pay taxes and you pay for all this shit anyway. I mean, let's keep in mind, you pay for MAGA Mike Johnson's health care. He has private health care, but you're willing to pay him a good enough salary so he can afford private health care. He doesn't even need Medicaid and Medicare. And you do the same for Hakeem Jeffries. So you should be able to fact check all parties, all, period, no matter who it is. Why? Not because you don't like them, because you want better for yourself. You have pride in yourself. You're responsible for yourself and your family. You're a responsible person that gets out there and tries to take care of themselves. That's why you do it. Okay. So, or at least that's why I do it. Now let's see here. Boom. Yes, that estimate is accurate. Official government data shows that overall food prices across the United States have increased by approximately 30 to 33% since early 2019. 33 is even more. That's 3% more than what he said. So he was being a conservative when he said that. Okay. unlike MAGA people. Breakdown of the price. Grocery prices, food, blah, 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 blah. Now, you can rewind this and play it back, and there you have it. Okay? It's all the reasoning, all the stuff, la, 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 la. Now, we got that part out of the way. Now, let's get to the next part.
Talk to shoppers around the city, and you'll often hear the same frustration. Wages have not kept up. Making matters even worse, some corporations have built out technology that allows for something called surveillance pricing, collecting personal data to charge some people more than others for the same carton of eggs, for the same gallon of milk.
Whoa, are you against that? Okay, chat, are you against that practice? Are you against some people being charged more for items than other people when they go to the store? Are you for that, or are you against it? Let's hear that. That's very interesting. Let me hear that. I didn't even know that. I learn new shit every day just by paying attention, listening.
Matters even worse, some corporations have built out technology that allows for something called surveillance pricing, collecting personal data to charge some people more than others for the same carton of eggs.
Surveillance pricing. So let me look that up. Does surveillance, let me see here, pricing exist in the USA? Does it charge some people more than others for the same carton of eggs? If so, why? Who is that legal also? That's what I want to know. Is that fucking legal? That sounds highly discriminatory. Okay, well, it appears he stated another fact. I wonder what party he's with. Is he a Democrat? Is he a Republican? Do Republicans and Democrats lie about shit? He's not a Democrat, really. He's kind of Democratic-ish, you could say, because he's a member of the Democratic Socialist Party. But in this regard, he happens to get a star for being correct again. That's 2 correct statements in a row. No lie detected. All right, now let's pull it up and see what it says. I mean, here it is. Everybody deserves the information, right? Regardless of what political party, even if you voted for Trump, you deserve accurate information. Okay, yes, surveillance prices exist in the USA. While it's not yet the standard way you pay for a carton of eggs at your local grocery store counter, the technology is active, expanding, and undergoing intense legal scrutiny. Shit, they do shit like this in China, man. They use the same technology in different ways, though, possibly. But let me see here. We criticize China for using this type of technology. Does surveillance pricing charge people different amounts for the same item? Yes. Unlike dynamic pricing, which changes prices for everyone based on overall demand, time of day, or weather, like surge pricing on Uber, surveillance pricing sets an individualized price tailored specifically to you. Let me see. Who can I pick out in the chat that seems to like surveillance pricing, so we can pray that they get some more of this shit directed at them instead of the people that don't like it? Put a 1 in the chat if you want that to happen to you. Put a 2 in the chat if you think that's full of shit. All right, now let's go on. Damn, I didn't even know this, man. This is horrible. This is horrible.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yo, there you go, Mike. What's up? There you go, Michael. Come on in. What's up with this? I didn't even know this shit existed, bro.
Oh no, it's existed for a while, and even when you bring up dynamic pricing, there were companies like McDonald's, like fast food places that were trying to use dynamic pricing for certain times of the day, so that way they could benefit from off hours. So if they were experiencing a surge, they were looking into raising those prices on a dynamic level, and then on the hours they weren't doing so much traffic, they would lower those prices and they likened it to like a stock market when it comes to dynamic pricing. But it depends on weather. It depends on a bunch of various factors. When it comes to surveillance is more so almost exclusive to online shopping, with the exception of zip codes. So what they'll use is they'll use zip codes if you're shopping in person and not online. They'll use zip codes to determine where their higher prices will be. So if you're in a more affluential neighborhood, they'll price everything a lot higher because they want to cater to the people within that zip code. And what that does is essentially it forces you to shop certain areas, which is also another plus for state-run groceries, right? Because you can be in a certain location and not have to worry about both dynamic and selective, right?
So you mean this also protects the affluential New Yorker?
Yes,
Wow.
exactly.
Wow.
Exactly.
So you mean
It's
they just
all-encompassing, right?
so you mean he's not just trying to steal money from the rich to pay for the
There you go.
lazy people that don't want to work at all and want everything for free?
There you go.
Oh,
And even
wow.
then, they don't get anything for free, right? Because even with SNAP benefits, you know what you need? You need 20 hours a week of working in order to receive SNAP benefits now.
Oh, really?
Whereas opposed to it was a bit different before. But now, in order to receive SNAP or any SNAP benefits, you need a minimum of 20 hours a week, which most likely now you won't qualify for SNAP benefits in New York City due to the minimum wage. But with a combination with like kids and things of that nature, let's say you're a mother who's now forced to work part-time, whatever the case is, now depending on your dependencies, you'll probably qualify. But a lot less people here in New York now qualify because of the mandatory work minimums that Trump has set
Now,
with the big beautiful bill. But yeah, go ahead.
okay, yeah, I'm shocked by this. Now, I want to know, are there any affluential people in the chat? Anybody that's a millionaire? You know, a lot of times we have some millionaires in here that's like, my house is worth $1 million because of Trump. Where are y'all at? Can I find, are some of you still available to talk? Can we talk? Like Joan, what's her name? Joan Rivers. Can we talk? Where the billionaires at in the chat? You know what I'm saying? What do you think about this law? Are you for it or are you against it? Do you want dynamic pricing so you can pay more your $1 million ass? Or do you want fair pricing for everybody? They nowhere. All of a sudden nobody's got $1 million house anymore. Damn, they just ran out. See you later. Nobody here but us chickens. You know what I'm saying? All right, listen. It's like, what the hell, man? They only come around when it's time to be biased. Okay, so that fair. They never hear when it's fair time. Mom Donnie is looking out for you, man. Anybody living in affluential New York? This one is for you. This is a star. This is a gold star you can give Mom Donnie for that. Because he's rejecting that. He's like, man, this is bullshit. Now, why would a company charge you more? That's a good question to ask. Surveilling prices uses personal data collected through your digital footprint to calculate your maximum willingness to pay. What economics call extracting consumer surplus. Yeah. Are you for that? Put a 1 in the chat if you're for that. Put a 2 in the chat if you're not. Also, let us know, are you in the millionaire bracket or are you in just an average middle class and regular American when you give the answer? So you could put million or regular, okay, when you give that answer. 1, if you're for something like this, surveillance pricing, and 2, if you're not, and then add whether you're a millionaire or you're average. All right, so let's see here. Here's how it works, y'all. Shopping and browsing history. Do you usually buy high-end brands or wait for sales? Device and location data. Are you ordering from an expensive phone or shopping from a wealthy zip code? Wow, this is interesting. Consumer loyalty information. Are you a routine buyer who rarely checks competitors' prices? Is that you? Micro behaviors. Real-time data like mouse movements, battery levels, or how quickly you click add to your cart. Man, who thought of this shit, bro? This is capitalistic in the wrong way, I think. it's too much, man. It's like, why? I don't understand that, man. I don't understand that. To me, it seems like it's too much surveillance instead of just competing in the market fairly, competing against another distributor. It seems like they found a way to, still instead of compete on the administrative side, right? They're competing, they found new loopholes into, how to get people to pay more for shit. I don't understand this. But in any case, let me look at the chat. Who answered? Nobody even answered that question. So here we go. Again, if you're a millionaire, do you agree with this? Put a 1 in the chat. If you're not a millionaire and you're just an average person and you agree with this, put a 1 in the chat. If you don't, put a 2 in the chat and let us know what your status is. And of course, I'm talking about generally speaking, $1 million or up. You know what I'm saying? All right, so let's continue. You want to say one more thing about that? This dynamic pricing?
Yeah, no,
Never heard of it.
it's essentially due to our ever increasing necessity of online shopping, right? It's almost exclusive to that, right? So what they'll tell you is they'll normally tell you to use clear your cache, clear your browser history to be able to
Use a VPN,
effectively get better pricing.
Do VPNs
And VPN
work?
as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This is some bullshit, bro. I ain't up for this. I mean, but I do check for prices for discounts. I do that all the time. I don't just buy something. If it's online, I look for the pricing and I check the pricing whenever I buy something. Maybe I'm not good enough at my grocery store, right? Because often I'm doing that on my way home and I'm trying to get it done quick.
Yeah.
And so I choose the one that's closest to me.
That's where this pricing mostly affects that type of mindset shopper, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where you're using it out of mostly convenience and saving time, but also not necessarily in a mindset to shop, right? So yeah, it may benefit someone who is more methodical with how they're choosing to shop, what they're choosing to buy, when they're choosing to buy, buying in advance. But it also hinders the individuals like yourself, right, who are coming home from work, right? They need the necessities because they're on their way home already, so they're just going to go ahead and purchase what their necessities are in order to just suffice, right? Whatever they need at the moment.
I don't want to walk past the grocery store close to my home on my way home and go out away from my home just to get the discount. I want the prices. I want it to be like that these stores compete against each other. You see what I mean? And if I get tired, then I go look around on my own. But I don't want someone saying, oh, well, he doesn't care. He bought some shit here that was overpriced, out of convenience, because you can't measure how hard someone works. You can't actually. I think it's totally unfair. If you want to do this, why not just why not just charge people based on their tax return, how much money they make? How about do it that way? Dynamic pricing. You make less money, so you should pay less.
I mean, look, they're trying to monetize convenience, essentially, right?
But when you don't make a lot of money, nothing's convenient. When you're middle class and poor, nothing's convenient. Like, what the hell, man?
What that kills is that kills individual stores, like the smaller store branches, right? Because even with selective and dynamic pricing, both, right? What that does is that prices out your smaller stores, right? Your smaller companies who may not have access to this technology, or when they do try to elevate their prices, now they're competing with behemoths that can just drop their prices and now essentially force people to stop shopping with you.
Right.
So like for me, I have a subscription to Walmart. So I know my prices, in comparison when I do look around, they're always the lowest, but it's forced me to do things like that to not fall into that selective and dynamic pricing.
Okay.
Right? So now I'm locked in with Walmart because I don't want to experience selective and dynamic pricing, right? Price changes, right? Unfortunately. So now I'm supporting a big conglomerate because they can afford the competition and the pay cuts when it comes to certain items because they can price out your smaller everyday mom and pop businesses, unfortunately. So that's what it does essentially, right? It creates inadvertently the the monopolies, right, or the duopolies, or just a selected few companies who can have access to both the technology and the consumer.
In Denmark, man, they just passed or they're promising to pass a law. I don't know how far they are with it, but this was part of one of the political parties campaigning that they're moving to have tax free on vegetables and fruits. No tax,
Which is amazing.
no tax on vegetables and fruits in order to bring the prices down. And I'm curious when it's going to take effect, because I want to know how much it brings the pricing down. But it should if companies act in good faith. But I'm going to be I'm really curious to see how companies grocery stores are going to respond to that. But in any case, let's play some more now from Donnie. Let's see here. And congratulations to New York for trying something different when you complained about the status quo, right? No point in complaining about the status quo if you're not willing to try something different. The status quo didn't have an answer for you. You complained. You complained about politicians not listening and hearing you. So, hey, let's see how it works out. Let's give it a fair chance.
I'm sure it will.
Like they gave everything else. Like they gave everything else a fair chance.
Everything else in the grocery store is going to be at market price with a select few necessity items, right? Which should change depending on how they see those items playing out, what they could consider a necessity going forward, right? Like rice, beans, whatever the case is, whatever the list they mentioned.
Yeah. What's a necessity in this regard?
Well, they named a few, right? Okay. Rice, beans, a few selected items that are kind of staples when you're booking a meal, when you're getting a meal. And that's where I think that would obviously change over time once they start seeing, buying patterns and things of that nature. So,
right. It's not finite.
Again, everything.
It's not.
No,
finite.
It's definitely not.
Right. Okay.
And so I think that, as they go forward, they'll change it, but also, we'll see how that affects, the neighboring market, right? Are people going to continue to shop conveniently, right? Or are they going to utilize this state-run grocery store, right? So I think you'll definitely get to see if people want to change or save on groceries depending on how many people shop there as well.
Okay.
But go ahead, babe.
Now they had listed here. These are the necessities in this grocery store you're talking about. Basic protein, dairy, eggs, milk, cheese, basic poultry meat, bakery and grains, bread, rice, pasta, and flour, fresh produce, affordable fruits and vegetables, household essentials, basic hygiene, and pantry basics. I guess that's cleaning supplies, right? Now, the core mission: eggs will be cheaper, bread will be cheaper. The public store model aims to ensure basic nutrition does not become a financial luxury for working class households. Structural necessities: how the store functions. For Mamdani public grocery store model, Mamdani's model to lower prices below standard retail stores, the city relies on several mandatory structural conditions: zero rent and property taxes. The stores are built on city-owned land, such as La Marqueta in East Harlem or Hunts Point in the Bronx, eliminating the heavy commercial real estate costs passed on to shoppers at private supermarkets. Okay, so they're actually making something happen in these spaces, right? Nonprofit mandate: private grocers must mark up products to make a profit. The city-owned option covers overhead costs through capital funds, 70 million allocated for pilot stores so food can be sold closer to wholesale cost. Union labor and fair wages. A key requirement of the administration's initiative is that the stores must pay standard union wages while maintaining price cap. So these will be union workers, bro. Right? Standard or no, they get a standard union salary.
Yeah.
That's
they get
different.
the standard union salary,
Right,
which
okay.
essentially means that
That's
that pay will be in correlation to inflation, right? Because that's the kind of the union standard here in America, right?
You know
so
what?
year over year, you get your raise based off of inflation. So you kind of stay the.
Yeah, so that means the workers are going to be happy to provide service to the customers, right?
There you go.
Yeah, they're going to be happy to show up to work. Yeah, okay. It gives them an incentive to do a good job.
And also, I'm assuming, right, union pay, certain benefits that allow for just an easier lifestyle, right?
Because does a slave do a good job? I mean, dude, I'm curious. There's never really been any real study I read about that. Like, did slaves since it's free, it's hard to say they underperformed. But
well, it wasn't really free, right? They forgot they were forced to do it under duress because if not, where were they going to go? Right? They couldn't sleep.
Yeah,
they couldn't get fed. Right?
Yeah. There was no
have
escape.
Housing, didn't
Yeah.
have food. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that they were incentivized through those means in order to continue to be at their peak. Otherwise, they're at jeopardy of being replaced. Right?
Okay, so that's
they
more
were
like
expendable.
Public housing, welfare, public housing, even worse, even worse.
Well, way worse because they don't even get any income, right?
I'm trying to
There
make
was
a
no monetary
comparison. Yeah.
incentive.
Okay. Maybe there's no comparison, but sometimes you got to wind it back to let people hear what the alternative could be to labor, to union wages. Do you want somebody ending up on welfare that works full time, needing food stamps that works on full time? Is that the goal? Is that the standard? All right, so here, let's see here. Targeting food deserts. Okay, so that's the thing about the location, right? Because otherwise, maybe a corporation wouldn't want to move into that space, right? So targeting food deserts. Locations selected prioritize neighborhoods with high food insecurity, low grocery store density, and disproportionately high cost of living burdens. That's interesting. All right, so let's hear some more now. Let's hear from Mom Donnie.
For the same gallon of milk. All of this leaves too many New Yorkers feeling like groceries are out of reach. And that is frankly unacceptable, which is why city government is stepping in to make people's lives more affordable. Today, I am proud to announce a collection of essential staples that will be predictably 30% cheaper at all 5 of our city-run grocery stores. This core set of goods will include all fresh produce, meat, and seafood, along with 20 other essential items like cheese, milk, and bread. Here's how it will work. Once a month, our 5 city-run grocery stores will set prices for this core set of goods at 30% below typical retail prices. No exceptions, no gimmicks. The savings will last for the entire month. That means no weekly fluctuations nor sticker shock at the checkout line. Not for our seniors living on fixed incomes, nor for the parents who rely on a regular supply of apple slices to keep toddler tantrums at bay. Now, can we all see this incredible example of produce in my hand?
Yo, Kingsley, man, I'm going to have to see you tomorrow, man. Kingsley says, Mom Donnie only talks, no action. Dude, for some reason, you're not here to be fair. So this dude is literally showing you action in your face at the store that's open. And this guy is like, he's all talk, no action. Okay. All right.
Now you will see these plantains here. So for anyone wondering how much these beautiful plantains might cost, you can use this QR code or head to grocery.nyc to access our policy report. I'm going to demonstrate exactly what that means. Ladies and gentlemen, the QR code does work. You can see this here. There you can learn more about our city-owned grocery store program, including the 30% discount. 30% off adds up to real money for New Yorkers. with an estimated $90 saved on grocery bills each month. That is more than $1,000 saved every year. And just as important as money, those savings add up to time. For many, that 30% discount is the difference between an evening spent around the dinner table with family or working another double shift to make ends meet. Our vision of affordable, well-run, city-owned grocery stores can only be accomplished with experienced operators who know how to source products, stock the shelves, and help answer shopper questions. So today, we are also issuing an RFP for private operators to help us with the day-to-day management of our 5 city-run grocery stores. If you know how to run a grocery store and you want to do more to help your fellow New Yorkers, I encourage you to head to grocery.nyc or scan the QR code to learn more about how to apply. As we make these stores a reality, we are committed to ensuring those who work here will have good contracts for good jobs, with store workers receiving family-sustaining wages and benefits. In the wealthiest city, in the wealthiest country, in the history of the world, no New Yorker should have to worry about being able to afford to feed their family. This sentiment, frankly, is not new. More than a century ago, Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia witnessed the food riots of 1917, led by immigrant mothers incensed with soaring food prices. Those mothers took to the streets to overturn push carts and eventually called for a boycott of marked up goods. Years later, when he became mayor, he spearheaded the creation of municipally owned markets to reduce the cost of groceries for those same immigrant mothers. He did so because he believed in a simple definition of the task of government: to make people's lives better. Today, we are one step closer to fulfilling that fundamental responsibility. Thank you very much.
All right, so let me see here. This is what's been done, because actually none of the stores aren't open yet. So obviously he just announced it, but that they're working on that. But here's what's actually been done. All right, so let's see here. Budget and capital allocation, right? 70 million budgeted. The administration officially locked in $70 million in city capital funding via the New York City Economic Development Corporation to cover site acquisition, construction, initial build-outs, and infrastructure. City Council reviewed. The budget allocations and funding structures were submitted to and reviewed by the City Council. Okay. Site selection and location securing. Site 1, East Harlem, Manhattan, formally selected a parcel at La Marqueta under the Metro North Viaduct. The city designated $30 million for ground-up construction of a 9,000 square foot facility. Site 2, Hunts Point, the Bronx, formerly selected a 20,000 square foot space within the Peninsula Multi-Use Development Project. The redeveloped former Spofford Juvenile Center site. Okay. And then site portal launched. The city launched the NYC's grocery sites portal, allowing commercial property owners in Brooklyn, Queens, and Staten Island to submit eligible sites. Okay. So this is still in the development stage, obviously. Policy and international. Okay, I thought because he was standing in front of a grocery store, maybe that was it. Maybe that's one of them. Policy and operational mandates established. 30% discount rule. The city formally defined the policy terms. Okay, so the policy terms are agreed upon. Labor standards. Requirements were established mandating that a third-party store operators pay union equivalent family-sustaining wages to offer. Okay, so that's been agreed upon, right? See, this is the policy and operational mandates that have been established. RFP issued. NYC EDC initiated requests for proposals to select private supermarket operators who will manage daily operations under the city's strict pricing rules. Okay, that's interesting. So that's really where it's at so far. But I mean, hey, how long have you given Trump to bring down prices in the United States? How long? It's been 500 days and inflation hasn't been solved. Huh?
What policies has Trump done? Like, he hasn't had a policy. This is a comprehensive policy, right?
Yeah.
This is something that is physically enacted versus Trump's rhetoric. There's rhetoric versus policy. That's the difference, right? He hasn't physically done anything to offset unaffordability, right? Except give tax cuts to the most wealthiest, right? And
Right.
it clearly hasn't worked. It hasn't trickled down because trickle down economics doesn't work, right?
Mm.
And so when we look at something like this, again, this is over time. So he's putting it in within the 5 boroughs, and as he stated, Brooklyn, Queens, Staten Island, they have yet to propose a site for them. Ideally, I would obviously be on city land, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the 2 points that they placed up there, which was in Hunts Point and Harlem,
Mm-hmm.
those two actually have a good mixed demographic. So there's nearby high net worth or higher net worth people, and then they have, the majority lower to lower middle income individuals surrounding those areas where they strategically placed those supermarkets. So I'm assuming, obviously, depending on where that location is, a private owner decides, or grocery store owner decides to submit their submission in terms of what that qualification would look like.
Mm-hmm.
And then they choose out of those submissions which areas the most economically helpful to that borough, because there's only one in every borough, and that's a whole nother conversation that I think people don't understand, right? One location within a borough. Do you understand how large these boroughs are? Large. It can take an hour or even an hour plus to get through some of these boroughs from end to end. So it's not like there's
That's
several
true.
hundred grocery stores, right? And it
Mm-hmm.
also makes for a conscious consumer. This person now, depending on where they're located within that borough, they would have to commute, right? Because they're preparing to commute to that store for those savings. So essentially, it will kind of weed out the individuals who don't want that affordability, right? Who don't necessarily care for that affordability, because you're not going to go out of your way to save on those necessities. And also, you'll probably get someone who is what you would consider a mixed shopper, right? They may
Mm-hmm.
buy their necessities from these grocery stores to save the money, but then the non-necessities they'll probably buy at the average price in a nearby, bodega or nearby grocery store closer to them,
Right.
right? They'll probably only make that trip specifically for the necessities. They may not buy everything
Mm.
that grocery store provides, right? So that's
Right.
how you have to think about it, right? 'Cause it's not black or white, right?
Right.
You're gonna have those consumers who are shades of gray, right? Who, are looking to save the money. Maybe they don't
I
necessarily
think
need to save as much money.
I think the
Go
people
ahead, Vic.
that see things in black and white, they basically are the ones that give Trump a pass on 500 days, and it's really not bringing the inflation down. It's biased basically, because nothing is ever
Yeah,
black and white. There's always nuances.
never.
And here's the thing. I mean, again, you already complained about Biden. You already complained about inflation. You already complained. Now, you said you wanted Trump to do something. What has Trump done to address this? Right? And Mom Donnie, let me see. They say that he announced this 100 and how many days ago? He announced this. Right. What? Okay. He announced this. What does it say? I think they said 170 days ago. Something like that. Right. I think it's something like that. 170 roughly. I forget where I saw that at. I was just looking that up. Trump has been in office 500 and something days. So Trump has had 5 times the time to do something for Americans in terms of inflation. He got in office saying he was going to bring inflation down. He specifically blamed Biden and Harris for it, yet he hasn't done anything. So, of course, this is about New Yorkers. New Yorkers understand the complexities of New York, but that's kind of like expecting Elon Musk to know about the UK, right? He doesn't even live there. He hasn't even visited there in a year, man. But in any case, so there are going to be nuances that New Yorkers are more aware of, right? But in my mind, how do you get a different result if you don't try something different? That's the part I'm for. I'm for trying different things with your money. It's your money.
There you go.
It's
Your taxpayer dollars.
It's the New Yorkers' taxpayer dollars. They have the right to try whatever the hell they want to try. They voted for that. That's what democracy
is. What I don't understand.
Yeah.
Thank you, B. I don't understand individuals who don't live in New York City complaining about my tax-paying dollars going towards something that is going to benefit me. That's something that always blows my mind. They speak from a point of talking heads that they approach from Fox News, who gave them a talking point about Mamdani and communism and socialism never works.
Yeah.
As if
or he's a Muslim. He's not your people because he's a Muslim. He's not your people. You know,
they're taking over, and again, they make up 6% of New York. 1% of Americans are Muslim. This fear mongering is insane.
Yeah,
right?
It's really telling. Yeah, it's really showing you. It really shows you where the problems come from. You know, it shows you really where it is. To me, it's like you know, the United States is the last country to brag, right, about Western standards. They're the last, right? I saw somebody from Britain that was talking about, you know, he's going to tear your country down. Excuse me, do you do the data? Our country is already fucking torn down. What are you talking about? Like, that's why Americans been complaining. Americans have at best half the parliamentary representation of a European. Okay, at worst 35 times less per person. Okay, Americans at best, only 45% of the taxes they pay go to anything they see in it for their family, for their community, for their cousin, their sister, their brother, anything like that. At best 45. As soon as you leave the United States of America and go to any other Western country, that immediately goes up to 60% of the taxes are used directly to affect people's homes, child services, communities directly. So what do you think Mamdani can do? You think 45% was good? You think that's a success story? You think that's something to brag about? Like he can do worse? He's doing the opposite. He's doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing, using more of the tax money on Americans in America. And you don't like it just because he's a Muslim? That's why you don't like it? Well, if you didn't like it because he's a Muslim, why don't you fucking get Trump to do it? Why don't you get somebody who's not Muslim, a fucking Christian to do it? Why don't you get a fucking Jew to do it? Why don't you get a fucking cracker to do it? Stop complaining about him doing it. You should have done it. Like, seriously, what the fuck is going on here? See, it's bigotry that is held back. Next, they're going to be complaining about a gay person doing it. I want to spend more money on childcare. He's gay. He's gay. Don't do it. What the fuck? Gay motherfucker. No, we don't want that. We don't want our tax dollars working for us. No. Why? Because he's gay. It's like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? I ain't got time for that shit. Yo, I want what's coming to me. Period. I ain't got time to be worrying about what somebody else is doing. I don't have time to worry about Mamdani's goddamn religion. I don't give a fuck. Okay? I don't give a fuck about his hair texture. I don't give a fuck about his nose. I don't give a fuck. I give a fuck about my tax dollars and where it's going. Do something about it if you think you're better. Do more than complain. All right. I just had to get that because this shit is bullshit, bro. This is bullshit. I don't need him to worry about my hair texture. Nobody's electing him to worry about my motherfucking hair texture or my religion. Stay out of my religious beliefs. Stay out of my personal business. Handle your taxes first. What you ain't doing. You ain't doing too well. Like, damn, it's crazy. You want to talk about grocery prices and a motherfucker want to talk about his religion. I didn't know religion was in math school. Math class got something to do with religion? What the fuck?
Apparently they pay less taxes because they're Muslim, as if that's a thing.
You're
Fucking
gonna
stupid.
you're gonna be in fucking in science class and shit, and, and the teacher's gonna be like, "Sorry, we don't take science questions today. We're gonna talk about religion in science class." It's like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? What the fuck? You're gonna be in your economics class, and the motherfucker, the professor's gonna be like, "Stop, stupid question. You asked about the economy. I'm here to talk about your sexual orientation. Sit down and shut up." It's like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? It's like, god damn, man. We're only talking about food economics here, okay? What the fuck? Food security, okay? What the fuck?
Remember, Islamophobia is really big in the UK right now, right? Even though they have a low percentage of Muslims as well. It just happens to be that those Muslims are visible, right? They're educated and they have ran for parliament and higher offices. And so now that they're visible and they don't look like your standard elected official from the past, now it's an issue, right? And I think that's where we get, the individuals who see change and progression as a negative thing and not understanding that progression comes in different forms, right? It's not that uniformic ideology, and that uniformic look has come with complacency through governing, right? You're getting the same politicians, the same policies that don't help your constituents, right? And so when we look at that, that is what America doesn't want, right? They no longer want that because now they've understood that has gotten them the unaffordability, right? That has gotten them the disenfranchisement, right?
Yes.
The inequality.
Yes.
And Trump exasperated that, right? He was the last hope for that, that white hegemonic savior, and look what he's done to our country, right? And so to look at the diversity, and I think
Trump said, "I'm white. I can kill as many white people as I want," and they're so fucking dumb they won't even realize it. That's what Trump said.
I can disenfranchise as many white constituents as possible because they believe in me, because they bought into this rhetoric that somehow racial dynamics makes me a better pick, when that's clearly not the case, right? And when we look at Mom Donnie, do we think these specific grocery stores only benefit Muslims?
It literally.
How many Muslims are low income? When we look at that, it's hilarious.
It's actually he talked about something that, what is it, price, what did they call it, that term,
selective pricing and dynamic pricing. He's talking about it's a problem. He's talking about that it's a problem, and he's saying, if you know anything about dynamic pricing, it affects the affluential people. It's making affluential people pay more for shit than just people who are looking for a bargain. Do you think that's right? I mean, do you think that's right? I think a lot of times the bottom line here is that there's still way too many people that, when it comes to things like government, surveillance pricing,
exactly. Surveillance pricing doesn't work for the affluential. It doesn't work for the person who's got $1 million home. It doesn't work for them. You see what I mean? It actually calls for them to spend more money. I thought you were supposed to be against that, and instead they're working on the opposite, and Mom Donnie is saying that's bullshit. We need to limit those things. We need to get back to the basics, affordability for everyone. Look, if it's affordable for the middle class and the poor, then it's affordable for the upper class. It's really simple. And why would you want to live in a city where there's loads of middle class and poor people that can't afford food? Why would you want to live with them? That makes no sense. You're not supposed to want that. Move your ass out to somewhere else. Really, if you don't like it. But it makes no sense. I want to drive around poor people and middle class people complaining and struggling every day because it makes me feel better personally. Is that what it is? Wow, man, anyway, let's listen to some more, and then we're going to get into what the right wing said about him. I mean, we're already here because the trolls are the right wingers, so they sound like Fox News, but let's peep it. Let's see some more.
Now with that, I'm going to pass it over to our Deputy Mayor, Julie Su.
Good.
She's Asian background. Close your ears. Asian alert, y'all. Close your ears. Close your ears. She's going to, I guess she wants to make what? What's she going to do to you? What's the bad news going to be coming out of her mouth? She's Asian. Must be some bad news.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much, Mayor. I also want to acknowledge our groceries interagency task force who helped us get to this day, and many of whom are in the room with us. So as the mayor said, I'm Julie Su, the Deputy Mayor for Economic Justice, a position that the mayor created to be sure that we are utilizing all the tools of city government to make New York City a place where the people who choose to live here also know that they belong here. And that belonging isn't abstract. When you can't afford something as basic as groceries, it feels like the city is pushing you out. It means making impossible choices, eggs or bananas, milk or meat, even essential groceries or necessary medication, food to fill a lunchbox or shoes to fit growing children's feet. A trip to the grocery store feels heavy, and that's not just because of the weight of the basket. A lot of what's pushing those prices up isn't ours to control. Wars an ocean away raise the cost of fuel, and that cost gets passed on to you. Erratic tariff.
Curtis, Asante, I see you. Curtis says, Mom Donnie would be the best thing ever for red states. Yes, if they only just listen and stop being spooked. You know, like, good grief, somebody trying to help them who actually cares. And they're like, your religion, you can't help me. Okay.
That have raised the prices of everything from coffee beans to tin cans shows up in grocery prices too. Farms across this country are struggling, destabilizing our food supply, affecting what's available on the shelf and what it costs. And some of it is just plain old price gouging. Companies charging more, including doing things, as the mayor said, using algorithms to figure out who's desperate enough to pay what, and then charging accordingly. None of that is unique to New York City. But this city doesn't have to take it either. Since his first day in office, our mayor has made one thing clear. The essentials of life are too important to leave to chance. To those who say, why should government be in the business of cheaper groceries? Our answer is, we've been showing since January that what government can and should be doing is about making life tangibly better for people and ensuring that New Yorkers can put healthy, fresh food on the table. What government can and should be doing is about making life tangibly better for people. What can and should be doing is about making life tangibly better for people and ensuring that New Yorkers can put healthy, fresh food on the table is among the most important ways we can think of. So, while we don't control all the reasons that groceries are unaffordable, we are going to be ambitious and imaginative about what we can do. The mayor talked about the discount, bringing down the price by 30%. As we've also said many times, affordability is about both sides of the equation, bringing prices down and bringing up what workers get and the number of good jobs in this city. Today, we're making absolutely clear that these grocery stores will provide quality jobs with families sustaining benefits and wages for the people stocking the shelves, ringing you up, and keeping the lights on. This is what it looks like to build a city where your government is doing everything in our power to make sure that New Yorkers can stay, can live, and can truly belong. So with that, let me introduce our interim president.
I like that. What they're doing is creating real competition. That's what it is. And without this, you won't see how private industry adjusts itself. She talked about workers' wages. How's private industry going to adjust itself? Pricing for the average consumer. How is private industry going to adjust itself? That's the whole point, you know. And if you don't have competition, what's your incentive to adjust? Is it just you just want to rely on private industry's charity? You want to rely on billionaires' charity? Is that what you want to get? Because they haven't been, they don't seem to want it when they got the biggest tax cut of all time. And it shouldn't even be charity. They should be paying their fair share like everybody else. You know, it's sad, man. It's sad, you know.
And see,
I like what they said here. I support it 100%. I want real competition, and I want to see what it's like. And since the private industry didn't create it, the government should.
CEO of the EDC, Jeannie Pack.
Good morning, everyone. This is a very exciting day. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Sue, and thank you, Mayor Mamdani, for your vision to make New York more affordable for every New Yorker. That is the heart of our groceries vision plan. NYC Groceries, a recipe for affordability. And there's no better place to release this plan than here at Campaign Against Hunger in Brooklyn, a place that demonstrates every day what it means to invest in communities and ensure families can access and afford healthy foods. And I want to thank Dr. Melanie Samuels for hosting us and for all the incredible work she does. Today, too many New Yorkers are feeling the strain of rising grocery costs. Across all 5 boroughs, families are stretching every paycheck and making impossible choices at the checkout line. Buying healthy groceries shouldn't mean falling behind on rent, childcare, or other essentials. As the mayor outlined, NYC Groceries is a first-of-its-kind municipal program that provides a comprehensive selection of foods that will bring a 30% fixed-price discount to a core basket of goods focused on healthy foods and everyday items. This innovative initiative sets a new role for the public sector in addressing food affordability and strengthening neighborhood food access. This morning, we released an RFP to identify an operator for the NYC Groceries Initiative. We are looking for a best-in-class grocery partner, an operator with the experience, expertise, and track record to run successful stores, manage complex supply chains, and deliver for working people. The city's role is clear. We set the mission, the standards, and the expectations. Our operator partners' role is to bring in the specialized grocery expertise, systems, and day-to-day management needed to make that vision a reality.
Wow.
We want a partner that has the expertise across every part of the business, from recruiting and training staff, managing inventory, procurement and supply chains, to merchandising and delivering consistent, high-quality customer service, creating and maintaining a dignified, pleasant shopping experience. And we want an operator dedicated to job quality and accountability, an operator that ensures workers' rights are respected, provides good-paying jobs and benefits, and safe, reliable working conditions. Public investment should deliver a public benefit. We are looking for a partner that can meet the city's standards and ensure that savings from this investment go directly to working New Yorkers through lower food prices. I think it is important to note that the operator will not be starting from scratch. The city is providing them foundation and grocery-ready sites, as well as covering the rent and property taxes and establishing a single public brand. All 5 NYC grocery stores will have a similar look and feel. We are setting requirements for affordability, job quality, transparency, and performance. We look forward to partnering with an operator who meets and embraces these standards. Addressing New York City's food affordability crisis must be intentional, direct, and meaningful. It requires thoughtful planning, operational expertise, and a commitment to delivering value every day. In the RFP, we set clear expectations for performance and articulate the affordability, job quality, and shopping experience all NYC grocery stores will share. We want an operating partner that has strong market knowledge and experience and shares our commitment to delivering the results and the long-term success of NYC Groceries. We know that there are many excellent grocery operators delivering high-quality services across the 5 boroughs. This RFP is an opportunity for experienced operators to help shape a new model for grocery access in our city, one that combines the strength of public investment with the expertise and innovation of private operators. We are proud to reach this.
And this is a key part right here, because this they're looking for operators, right, that have experience. But guess where they're getting it from? They're seeking them from the private industry. So they're partnering with the private industry. They got a space for that right here. That's crazy how the operator model works. Third party private. Here, let me pull this up on the screen so people can see how the operator model works. Third party private management. That's dope. Third party private management. The New York City Economic Development. You know what? And this was going to be like this anyway, because it has to pass through the city's bylaws, right? So they would actually seek something like this partnership.
In running grocery stores, the city does not have experience in running grocery stores, right? So why would the city take on the job of running and managing a grocery store instead of just setting the bylines and having someone who's experienced in it do it?
Exactly.
Right? That's just the whole fundamental thing, right? Like the city doesn't run grocery stores, right? Yeah. We can manage what those grocery stores look like under a third party purview, right? But we don't have experience in buying groceries from select grocers, right? And stocking them on shelves and managing that staff. That's not what the city does. But what it can do is provide the safest, most profitable environment for a private investor, right? They're not paying rent. Right, they're not paying property taxes.
Right.
The only thing essentially they're doing is paying the workers and hiring the staff. That is what this third party is doing. Right, they're managing the grocery store. Right, they're purchasing the goods, they're stocking those goods, they are hiring the staff to manage that store, and then they're making a profit based off what they receive aside from the discounts they get.
And you know,
right?
And you know what I like about this? What it sounds like they're doing is, because these private management companies, right, the experts in there, right, they're not the board, they're not the billionaires, right? They're actually just experienced people on the ground and operations, right? So that actually is pulling expertise away from the private corporation, right? And saying, hey, can you help us do this? You see, and I like that because it's proving, it proves that actually things can be done better, but you don't have to do it better. If you're a private corporation and you don't want to do it better, you don't have to, but we're going to pull from your expertise anyway on the ground through third-party private management. Look at this. Why private operators, right? The city chose not to hire municipal workers for civil servants to stock shelves and manage registers. Instead, it relies on private firms that already possess existing logistics, wholesale supply chains, inventory management systems, and supermarket experience. So if these private operators if they work for companies, because they don't control the corporation, they're just employees too under the billion-dollar corporations, right? A lot of those people disagree with how the billion-dollar corporations are operating, but they don't have any say. Now they have some say, bro. I think this is brilliant, man. I think this is brilliant. All right, let's hear some more.
Important operator RFP milestone. I want to thank everyone whose hard work brought us here. I want to especially thank everyone at EDC who has worked tirelessly and thoughtfully to delivering this moment. The RFP and the vision plan is now live. Interested operators can visit, wait for this, it's kind of long and it's a little bit longer than what the mayor said, edc.nyc/groceries-operators-RFP to submit your proposals. We look forward to partnering with an operator that can help turn the city's vision into a reality, delivering affordable, high-quality groceries, creating good family-sustaining jobs, and ensuring more New Yorkers can participate in and benefit from our city's continued growth. Thank you.
Interesting.
Questions to start, just some on topic to start.
Yep.
All right, so these are some questions. I wonder if they're going to be grocery store questions or just questions about Netanyahu. Let's hear.
Mr. Mayor, what would you
Sorry.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, how are you?
What would you say to local grocery store owners who say a municipal grocery store will siphon business from them, potentially lead them to raise prices for customers or shut down? And is your administration considering other alternatives, such as maybe helping grocery store owners subsidize rents or increase their purchasing power in some way that they can then pass on to the customer?
So we've talked about 5 city-run grocery stores, 1 in each borough. And thus far, we've announced La Marqueta in Manhattan and La Peninsula in the Bronx. And these 2 sites showcase the example of when you are speaking about a dense neighborhood, there is more than enough market for both existing grocers as well as one city-run grocery store. When we're talking about La Marqueta, we're talking about more than 65,000 New Yorkers who live within 10 minutes of that grocery store site. When we're talking about La Peninsula, we're talking about more than 150,000 New Yorkers who live in the Hunts Point area alone. And what we've seen is that the city already operates subsidized markets, for example, at Essex Street Market. And those are operating near multiple grocers, multiple bodegas, and we have not seen harm to local stores or operators. What we've also seen is that this is not the only approach that we have to dealing with the question of food insecurity, and also food operators. Just last week, we were proud to announce Open, which is not only a more than 50 legislative reforms and regulatory reforms that will lower the cost of keeping a business open and the time that it takes to liaise with city government, but is also a permanent approach for us at city government to cut red tape to ensure that bodegas, grocery store owners, a wide variety of small businesses across New York City can continue to flourish, because we see this as a city that is big enough for more than the 1,000 existing grocery stores that we currently have and 5 city-run grocery stores, 1 in each borough. Sorry? Yes, they will.
Any other on-topic questions? Henry?
Hi, Mayor. How you doing, sir?
How's it going?
Good. I have an off-topic, but I'll hold that until the appropriate
I'll swing
time.
back to you. Don't
Absolutely.
worry.
Thank
We
you very
promise.
much. Okay, thank you. It sounds like what you're essentially offering these purveyors of grocery services is you cover the property tax, you build out the building, you cover any sort of recurring rent, but they have to bring in the food, discount it a certain amount, high quality of wages. I mean, these are millions of dollars effectively shuffling back and forth. So I'm wondering why not just spend these millions of dollars and give to agencies like the Campaign Against Hunger or City Harvest, or, just direct established food programs.
We see in this city an opportunity to take an all of the above approach. We are going to continue to work with incredible partners like the ones that we're here with today, as well as ensure that food pantries across the 5 boroughs can flourish. And what we have seen is that far too often, when it comes to city government's approach to delivering on affordability for groceries, there's always been the question of intermediaries, whatever it may be. And we are excited to deliver directly to New Yorkers that lower cost of essential goods. We're talking about a 30% discount across essential goods that will be the same at every single one of those 5 city-run grocery stores. And what we are also talking about is city-run grocery stores which will not be selling cigarettes or alcohol or lottery tickets or hot foods. Those are a lot of the places that drive revenue for a lot of existing grocers, existing bodegas. This is an approach that looks to address the question of affordability and food access without also harming the ability for other entities to continue to exist.
Yeah, actually, food pantries they're charities. They're just charities. They won't fill the gap. There's a structural gap in New York City. That's why they have these deserts, right, where there's just not enough grocery stores. And the corporations, for some reason, they haven't been willing to fill the gap. They haven't been able to. And it's not just the gap only of the food. It's wages that they pay. It's how they're organized as well, right? So this is an experiment, right, in seeing how that issue can be addressed differently. Not the same, because the same is below par. The food pantries, it's still below par. It's still below par. It's just charity. It's essentially like, yeah, go ahead.
Even a lot of these programs, they don't address accessibility. And I think that's the biggest issue when it comes to New York, right? When it comes to the programs that they have, like City Harvest and a few of the other programs they mentioned, they don't address the accessibility issue, right? It becomes time consuming. It becomes harder to access a lot of these programs. And then, if there isn't a wait list, there's a limit on what you can get,
Right.
right? So for the city to be able to properly make it accessible in quantity is the biggest impact, right? That's the biggest difference, right? Because even if they were to directly fund some of these programs in New York City that already have some sort of affordability when it comes to food insecurity, they are either located in areas that aren't as heavily populated and accessible, right? Within that borough
Yeah.
or within that location, right? It makes it a lot harder logistically for them to be able to get to that space. But also there's limited resources, and also that those intermediates, the people in between, make it a lot more harder, right? Because now you're placed on a list. Now you're dependent on someone else's time to reach to you on that list.
And
That
you know what?
availability is selected amount of days.
And whatever happened to and nothing's for free. Whatever happened to that approach? Because what he's proposing is not for free.
No, it's definitely not, right?
It's two
and so,
totally different things. It's not charity what he's proposing. It's that's different. Yeah.
and again, the main difference is availability and accessibility, right? There's the accessibility when for any New Yorker to reach these locations, right, where some of these resources are limited to just lower income areas, right? Or there's income limits to who can take advantage of these prices or these available things, right? These available programs, right? Like City Harvest and all these other things, right? So it allows for just a wider accessibility and availability, and that creates for more New Yorkers to benefit from it. That's the main idea behind it, right? And so when we look at, even when we look at, the staff that he has surrounding him, that is a group of diverse staff. They are all from different cultures and ethnicities, which properly represent New York, right? And another talking point that he had mentioned was, cigarettes, lottery, and hot food. Those are some of the main drivers in terms of profitability for a lot of these bodega stores, a lot of these corner stores, right? When you're going there, you're not necessarily grabbing groceries, you're grabbing a hot sandwich or even a cold sandwich, or you're buying your lottery tickets
not
or
groceries.
your cigarettes from them.
They're not.
It's not groceries, exactly.
Yeah.
And then to say it's competing, like he mentioned, again, I keep trying. Again, anyone who disagrees does not live in New York. I'm sorry, you don't understand how many grocery stores they have within a 10, 20 block radius, right? Sometimes even a 30 block radius. You have hundreds. I don't want to say tens, 20, 30, 40 grocery stores in a 10 block radius, in a 20 block radius, right? And imagine in a borough you have hundreds of grocery stores. One grocery store in a borough is going to have the most minuscule effect, and the only people who would really benefit from traveling the most are the ones who need and want that affordability when it comes to pricing, right? And that doesn't mean that some of these other competitors won't be able to compete, right? It does not mean that, right? You have some affordable grocery stores, but those are very small, few and far in between. And I'm assuming that where these locations are, from the locations that I know these two are being placed in, there are no other affordable grocery store options. So here, one of the most affordable grocery store options is Aldi's, but Aldi's is so scarce when it comes to where it's located that you're going to be traveling, from any part of the borough, almost an hour to reach these Aldi locations, right? And that's obviously a private run grocery store. But, obviously when it comes to the city run grocery stores, those are going to be in a more accessible location, right? They're going to take into account how many people live in proximity to that, right? Versus profitability, right? A lot of these private locations pick mixed income individuals, mixed income neighborhoods, and they're not as easily accessible.
They're not addressing the insecurity issue of food.
Well, yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean,
they're not looking for that.
Programs like SNAP,
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Without programs like SNAP or City Harvest, right. So some of these programs, again, they're not addressing that. And again, it comes to accessibility and the availability. That's probably the biggest point that I could say from personally being in New York City: accessibility and availability.
Right.
And when you're of a lower income, those are the two most things that drives your buying habits and your behaviors, right? Because you don't necessarily have the time, or no, you don't want to make the sacrifice or can't afford to travel. Now, if you know you're traveling to save on an overall grocery budget, that's more feasible, right? The availability of it is really limited here in New York City. The accessibility is really limited in New York City. And then when you do get, access to some of these programs, it's very limited in what you can get and what you receive. They kind of give you what they think you need.
Right.
Here's the balanced diet that we're going to give you. There's no option of you going to go buy what you want at an affordable price.
Right.
And that's where bodegas come into play. So bodegas, they'll have things at a higher price, but it's the things that you actually want to consume. It's the things that you actually want to buy, aside from your basic necessities, right? And so to have a grocery run store, that city-run grocery store that has all of those options where you can buy what you want, but also save on your necessities, it's kind of foolproof, and it benefits the tax-paying dollars. That's kind of the biggest talking point, right? It saves the tax-paying dollars of New York City, the tax-paying citizen of New York City, the money that they're reinvesting by being taxed at one of the highest rates in America.
Right. Yeah, I wanted to say thanks to Melissa. I see you. I appreciate that. Glad I found your live chat. Gets the incitement. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah. I'm also, a lot of the viewers come in and they're able to take in a lot of information in a comprehensive way and walk away with something. So a lot of my followers, they're used to having some good dialogue about topics, and not just very nuanced dialogue about topics, and not just black and white. You know what I mean? And that's what we want to build on. So I appreciate you. Welcome also. Now listen, let's play a little more because he's answering some interesting questions. Let's go ahead. Let's continue.
Any other on-topic questions, Marcia? I'll swing back to you for the off after.
On-topic question as well.
Yep, great. On topic now. We'll swing back to you for the off. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I know that you talked about the fact that the grocery stores are not going to sell lottery tickets and cigarettes. Do you think that the income from those things in bodegas will offset the possibility of a loss of business? Because the bodega owners are really worried that they're going to be hurt. And so is your argument that the other things that they're able to sell will offset that loss?
My argument is multifaceted. The first thing I would say is that this is a model that builds off of what we already see in existence with Essex Street Market. And with that approach, there is a discounted approach that has not yielded any kind of a negative impact on bodegas or grocery stores around it. And we know that because if it had been, it would be something that we'd be talking about. And yet what it has been is instead accepted as a fabric of life in that neighborhood. The second is that we are not looking to compete with bodegas or grocery stores when it comes to their ability to survive. What we're looking to do is to provide affordability that is guaranteed to New Yorkers. And we know that a lot of what drives revenue for these bodegas, grocery stores, those are things that make it possible for them to continue to operate. Those are not things we have any interest in competing for. The last point that I would say is the absence of affordability in the city has pushed so many working class New Yorkers out of the city. And those are working class New Yorkers that could be customers for these bodegas, that could be customers for for grocery stores across the 5 boroughs. And instead, we've seen an exodus. And we also know that where we are in New York City, it's important to acknowledge that the affordability crisis has affected every New Yorker. However, that effect has not been evenly borne. Black New Yorkers, 200,000 black New Yorkers have been pushed out of the city in the last few decades. And that's effectively a reverse Great Migration.
And that's with the standard practices.
That's something that we have to bring to an end with every single tool at our disposal. Thank you.
Any more on-topic questions? Gentlemen there.
Hi, how's it going, Mr. Mayor?
How's it going?
Question about the essential basket of goods. You said they're going to be 30% cheaper than they would be at the grocery store down the street, or even if there's one not down the street, if it's a food desert. How are you going to keep people from taking advantage of that, that deal, basically? And is there going to be a limit on the number of items that someone can take that are discounted at that level from that essential basket?
So our RFP makes very clear that this is a program for New Yorkers to be able to put food on the table, not a program for people to be able to make a quick buck through reselling. I'm going to pass it over to our EDC head, Jeannie Pack, to add some additional details.
Yes, if you look at our RFP for the operator, we are looking to make sure that we target New Yorkers, whether it be at sort of a library card-esque thing, and also we manage who's buying, and that is focused on everyday New Yorkers. So we are mindful of that, and so we're going to make sure that we have all the things in place to ensure that that does not happen.
And one more question for you. I know that you mentioned at a board meeting that La Marqueta was supposed to be potentially a draw for people from other neighborhoods to come and visit that market, that the city-run grocery stores would be a novelty, or at least something that people were excited to go to from other neighborhoods. Do you see that being the model for all 5 markets across the city? I mean, we came here today to East New York, and there wasn't an announcement of a new location here. Could you see that type of thing happening?
Yeah, I think to enhance what the mayor had just said, we are looking for these NYC grocery stores to enhance neighborhoods so that businesses there, like the local bodegas and independent grocery stores and other small businesses in that neighborhood, are strengthened through this NYC grocery initiative. So yes, we're envisioning that as part of the NYC grocery initiative to strengthen neighborhoods.
Now, just want to remind people that Mamdani, he mentioned at the beginning of his speech that that the United States of America, including New York, experienced a 30% inflation on food costs since 2019. So they're looking to address that. All right. And so I mean, obviously, Mamdani has just been, elected. He's been in office since January, right? I think something like that. So, so there you have it. Just some important points to take into consideration.
Great. Let's give it up for our speakers. We're going to take some off-topic questions. Off-topic questions. I'm going to start with NJ in the back.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. If you could just wait 1 second for the mic. Thank you. I want to make sure I can hear you.
Yes, good morning.
One thing that stands out to me is that people have a lot of complaints about Mamdani and this particular project, but the same people that have complaints, this is not for free. This is just organizing slightly different. That's what that is. They're organizing something based on what is missing according to the status quo that has already been present across New York, right? So that means private industry could not fill in those gaps. Bodegas that exist could not fill in these gaps, right? And that norm has existed for quite some time. New York City has a serious food insecurity issue, but it's very nuanced. Also, it's very nuanced. And so everyone should be trying to look at new models to find ways that you can produce better results than you've had since 2019. Because obviously you would want to find a way to reduce the inflation cost on food, since it's 30%. 30%. That's not a little number. That's 1/3 of the cost. You only got 2 more thirds left. That's huge. That is a huge difference in the cost. So they're working specifically on a project to bring it back down. Now, do you have a better example on what could be done differently? What could Trump do differently? I want to hear people suggest, what should Trump do differently? What can Trump do to bring down the food costs back down 30%? What would you like Trump, the Republicans and the Democrats and any other type of politician, what would you like them to do to address the issue? I mean, that's what I'm curious about, So far, I don't see any suggestions. I just see that they don't want Mom Donnie trying anything.
Well, I don't. I see. Like, I even find it to be a false equivalency to say Trump. Right? Trump is the president. We're talking about Mom Donnie, the mayor of a city with the state.
Look,
you understand what I mean?
Nixon had the biggest housing freeze in the nation's history. He had the biggest cost freeze in the nation's history. Trump could do something if he wanted to.
No, he definitely could, right? But I don't even want to take it to the federal level,
Right.
even at the state level.
Yeah,
Someone disagreements. Give me an example of a mayor.
Federal level ain't doing shit about it. Basically, federal level ain't doing shit anyway. So go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
The federal level is more countrywide. They can, but we're not even talking statewide. We're talking citywide.
Citywide.
City,
yeah, exactly.
Which is even smaller than the state of New York.
Yeah.
Right? So when we look at that, if anyone in the chat could bring up another city and another mayor who is doing a comprehensive grocery store like the one he's presented, please show me. Right? And the reason why I don't want to use federal is because federal is depending on federal funding. We're not talking about federal funding. We're talking about state funding. State funding based on the taxes that are paid by the state constituents, by the people who live in the state and the people who live in the city, because we get taxed extra by living in New York City, right? So we get a city tax. So on top of our city taxes, on top of our state taxes, please tell me another example of another mayor who's doing something equivalent, and then tell me how you think my because I pay taxes here in this city, how my tax-paying dollars should benefit someone else rather than the vast majority of lower and middle income to stimulate the economy, right? Where do we think these individuals of lower and lower middle income are going to be able to spend the money that they're saving? I'll wait. They're going to spend it right back in the same economy that stimulates New York City. And you know what that does? That allows for it to be taxed again. So guess what the city now gets? More tax revenue by saving the dollars that they're spending by making affordable groceries, right? That's something that on an economic level, a lot of these individuals just won't understand. But then they still have a voice to say, Mom Donnie's burning down New York City. You don't live in New York City and you don't pay the taxes in New York City, but somehow you have an opinion. How about you state your state so I could pull up your constituents, pull up your poverty level, and pull up your unaffordability level so we could criticize that?
Yeah.
How about you do that?
Yeah, everybody in the chat, tell me what state you live in. What state do you live in the chat? Tell me what country or state you live. If you live in the U.S., tell me your state. If you live in another country, tell me what country. I'm curious about that.
And if you're experiencing inequality or unaffordability, you should be looking towards Mom Donnie's policy to allow for you to see what your state can do, what your constituents can do, what your mayor can do. Don't tell me what he shouldn't be doing. Tell me what your mayor is doing better than Mom Donnie, right?
Facts. Yeah. It's interesting. Yeah, because we often ask that question. What state do you live in and who's your healthcare provider? That way we can know what the hell we could have something to qualify your other complaints with and shit. You know what I'm saying? But look, come on now, everybody. Who else is in the chat? Come on. Let's see. What state do you live in? What country do you live in? What state do you live in? Okay, we got Kansas City. D3 Mon is Slayer is in the UK. Okay, Jan is in Alaska. Okay, Rafika's in Nevada. Yeah, Melissa's in Florida. Okay, Tennessee. Anybody from Tennessee out there? Yeah, hey, that's a good question, Eric. Yeah, yeah. How's food prices down there? How's food insecurity? I think overall, because I've listened to this, right? He's giving very comprehensive answers. The administrators here, city administrators, they're answering these questions in a very comprehensive way. My advice to people is actually get good with the English language and listen again to this. Matter of fact, I'm going to put this video in the chat. And because from what I hear him saying, it sounds like it is all those doubts that you already have. They already addressed them in their plan. You know, so what is required is that you actually listen to their plan, because you might find that they already had your concern in mind, you know? So that's what I'm finding out by listening to them. So, all right, let's hear. Now, this is off topic, so it's not about groceries. So we're going to segue into one other thing with Mom Donnie after this, and then get into the international and national news. So let's go. Let's see here.
I'd like to get your reaction to the shooting that killed the 12-year-old in the Bronx. And for example, you know, earlier this year, the commissioner separated the Bronx into 2 police precincts precisely to curtail this kind of violence. So please, your reaction to that. Does more need to be done?
There's always more to be done. We can never accept that a 12-year-old boy sitting on his bicycle outside of a bodega could be killed in our city. And my family breaks, my heart breaks for the family of Jacob Freitas. We are speaking of a young man who should have been able to do what every New Yorker should be able to do, which is just live their life in the summer in this city. And I was only a few blocks away from where he was killed just yesterday at the Bronx Dominican Day Parade. And even at a day that so many look forward to for so much of the year, it hung over that parade because it is an ache in our souls. And I am so appreciative of the work of our NYPD, of having gotten more than 2,000 guns off of the streets in these first 7 months, and in the fact that they have already apprehended William Ferrer,
Donovan?
who for the murder of Jacob and for the shooting of 2 others. And yet we also know that we can never say that enough has been done when we are seeing our children being killed on our streets.
And then I'm going to go to Miles at Bloomberg.
Pro woman, I see you.
I wonder if you can, today is
Pro
the
woman, I see
deadline
you.
for the expiration of TPS for Haitians and Syrians. I wonder what the city is doing to help those populations here, and are you on alert for any ICE-related enforcement actions?
We know that Haitian New Yorkers, Syrian New Yorkers, they are a part of the fabric of this city. And we also know that while a judge stayed that decision until today, that it still has left so many living in a state of permanent insecurity and anxiety. And we are speaking about New Yorkers who have been a part of the lifeblood of the city, who have helped to make this city what it is. And our administration is not going to allow these communities to be terrorized on their own. We are going to be standing up for these communities, and we have instructed our Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs to continue to connect families to free and confidential legal help. That is something that is going to continue, as is the fact that our city services are going to be accessible no matter what the person calling status is. And at the federal level, we also know that Congress does have the power to give these families permanent protection, whether they be Syrian New Yorkers or Haitian New Yorkers. And it should use it now, before more parents are separated from their children. And it is something that I am very much adding my voice to the call for Congress to take this action to do.
Then we're going to go back to Marcia and Henry. Keep my promise for an off-topic.
Mr. Mayor, there was a number of people from...
Sorry, would you mind bringing the microphone up?
A number of people who are survivors of 9/11 are calling on you not to go to 9/11 memorial services. I wonder how you feel about the fact that they're trying to keep you away.
I will...
This is like, I'm sorry, but that one is so bigoted. Whoever, Mom Donnie lives in New York City, right? Eric, Michael, you still here? I'm curious. What do you think about this? He grew up in New York, right?
Yeah, he grew up in New York.
How could you?
He grew up in New York.
How could you ask anyone who lives in New York City who was affected by 9/11 to not attend it? That's bigoted.
Well, again, it feeds into Islamophobia. We have to understand that there is a certain group, and I mean a large majority, I would like to say, of Americans who have no clue what a Muslim is, what they practice, and their only exposure to it is in the lens of terrorism, right? And so they associate any Muslim with terrorism. They have no idea about the Quran or its teachings or about how Muslim people are overall. They've never experienced it. They live off of ignorance and talking points like Fox News that will fearmonger. And what you don't know and experience, you tend to hate or fear. And that's what it's meant to evoke, right? And then we had someone in the chat who said, oh, he's not going to be allowed. Well, Mamdani Wamsy is not going to be allowed to a 9/11 memorial, as if he's not the elected mayor of New York.
This is crazy, bro.
But you know what's funny is, I don't want to stay too much on New York because I know we have a bunch of other segments.
Yeah.
We could have brought up Adams, and we could bring up all the charges of corruptions and everybody in his administration who was charged and arrested for levels of corruption throughout the city. They won't bring that up, but what they will bring is Mamdani's religious beliefs and call him a terrorist and call him a socialist, but won't talk about the corruption of the last mayor, won't talk about the inequality that New York City faced under Michael Bloomberg, right? These are individuals who have selected outrage because their outrage is based off of identity politics and racial politics, right? It has nothing to do with policy. And so they'll find a way to criticize any of his policies. They'll find a way to criticize him on any level, because they disagree with his color of skin, with his religion, and what he believes in personally, as if what he believes in personally is going to govern the whole city. But go ahead, babe.
And this is the thing. Like, first of all, Muslims don't agree, just like Christians don't agree on anything. Jews, see, they don't agree. Jewish people don't agree on Netanyahu. I mean, so what about the Muslims that didn't agree with 9/11? You're going to just shut them all off when they actually disagree with it, and that's the thing, if you it is like, man,
I
it's
grew up
horrible,
in New
bro.
York City during 9/11. I was in middle school. Middle school during 9/11. And when I tell you the levels of Islamophobia that existed here in New York City, you wouldn't believe it. I had Muslim friends.
No, I could believe it. I could believe it, bro, because
when I tell you beat up.
Yeah,
they were getting
that's
beat
terrible.
Up.
That's terrible.
Eggs thrown at them. They had to leave. Our school had to let certain the Muslim individuals, Muslim kids, leave a bit earlier, be dismissed earlier from school because of the violence that was happening here in New York City against Muslims. The levels of Islamophobia was insane, right? Which we don't, and when Islamophobia happens here in New York City, we don't necessarily call it out the way we do anti-Semitism, right? So the hypocrisy is on a whole nother level, because at 9/11, when I tell you I had one of my best friends, his name was Mir. He would get into so many fights, and I would stand by him because, why would I, what kind of friend would I be to leave someone who is wrongfully being signaled and targeted out based off his religion, right?
Yeah.
To a point where, Muslim people didn't want to wear their traditional garbs to not be identified as Muslims, right? When I tell you, he would just get people would just walk by him and smack him in the face, right? These are the levels of Islamophobia that New York in particular faced after 9/11. So you do have a certain group of individuals who just have outward hatred towards Muslims because they don't have Muslim friends, right? But
what's crazy? What's crazy is that this is known. I'm not going into any conspiracies about it, but look. The president of the United States, George W. Bush, he had a phone call, I think, or he had a visit a couple of days before with Bantar, a dude named Bantar Bush, who's a Saudi Arabian, a couple of days before it. So why is it that Bush could show up, a Republican president? Why is it that these people can be friends of Saudis and obviously they say that some high wealthy Saudi, Osama bin Laden is supposed to be from a wealthy Saudi family. He's not a poor little Bedouin. He's a rich ass. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, his family
he's a spoiled
in the U.S.
Yeah, his family
when the September 11th attacks happened.
You know what I'm saying? And so it's like, they seem to forget that we work with Saudi Arabia today. Trump went over there. Trump just received an airplane. He just accepted $1 billion airplane from a Muslim nation. I mean, what is going on with people? Like that, it's not. He didn't get this gift. Mom Donnie didn't get the gift.
Exactly.
It's like, what the hell, man?
Right? And they don't. They'll say, "Oh, he's getting kickbacks." Kickbacks in the form of what? Do you not think on a federal level that they would already know the kickbacks that Mom Donnie's taking on a state level? How stupid do you sound?
Hey, and you know what's
Right?
crazy?
And
You know what else is
Go ahead.
crazy? The Bin Laden family, they had loads of money invested in weapons dealing with the Bushes. And I'm not trying to feed in. I'm not trying to feed into any conspiracy theory. I'm not forget all the conspiracy. I'm just saying that's a fact. It's a fact. So it's almost like they're blaming the rich folk, blaming everybody else for rich people. Osama bin Laden's fucking rich, man.
It is, yeah. His
Like,
family, they're multimillionaires.
His
yeah.
family's they
But I will,
Yeah, go ahead.
But to circle back to New York City, I think the biggest change from 9/11 till now is that a good chunk of the Muslim population are African now. So you have a lot of African Muslims who live in New York City. So that diaspora of what a Muslim looks like has
It's broad.
changed. So
Yeah, it's very
much
different. It's a broad group.
Exactly.
There's
Over the
Asian
past-
Muslims that are they got
over the
different
past 20
history.
years.
Yeah.
Yeah, over the past 20 plus years, the diversity in New York in terms of, ethnicity and what a Muslim, because remember, Islam is a religion. It's not a race. It's a religion, right?
Yeah,
So,
it's just a book. I mean, I'm not trying to disparage any Muslims, but it's
a religion like any other Abrahamic religion, right? You have Judaism, you have Christianity, you have Islam, right? All Abrahamic books, right? And so, the major monotheistic religions.
They don't all agree. They fight each other. They fight each other.
Within,
right?
Even within, when we look at, the Christian values, right? So it's the same as, Jewish, right? The Jewish religion. And when we look at the Muslim religion or Islam as a whole, there's obviously different sects within these monotheistic religions. The same way we have Protestants, Catholics, Orthodox, Christians, right? The same way we have Calvinists, we have a bunch of different types of Christians here in America. It's the same.
And then you got
Islam
Muslims.
and Judaism.
Yeah, and then you got Muslims that are Muslims and they don't even care. They might call themselves a certain set, and their set don't even resemble another set that has the same name. They just don't.
Well, they have those inner conflicts
because
right?
you have freedom. You have freedom. You have freedom to practice your shit however you want. That's so it's crazy, man. But in any case, go ahead. You want to say one more thing on that?
Yeah, and the largest takeaway from this is in the past 20 plus years since 9/11, the biggest difference is the fact that the face of Islam looks different. Like I said, we have a lot of the majority of our Muslims here in New York City now are from the African diaspora, right? Mm-hmm. So they're not, you can't readily identify a Muslim based off their looks as you could 20 plus years ago here in New York City because of the diversity that now exists within the Muslim race, right? Muslim religion. Within the Muslim religion.
Yeah. And there's different overlappings. There's a lot of Africans that that are Christians, that their culture overlaps with Muslims that are Africans too. So they have layers of culture. It's not just religion. They're whatever religion they are. They have a lot of different layers of things, that connect them. So it's like, it's not religion. Is nothing to be, to look at and generalize. You can't generalize people using religion. It just doesn't work. It's like generalizing anybody else. Somebody came in the chat earlier and said something about somebody's acting like a woman. That's the same kind of generalization. You know what I mean? Like, it's anyway, let's play. I want to hear this question. It's sad that he got this question though. And it is sad that people do this. It's ignorant. I'm not a Muslim myself. So, and in fact, I have my own belief about these kind of things and how I approach these religious books and these religions, and I don't have an issue with people practicing them, but my understanding of them is based on my own research, so I don't tell people to not practice them. I believe there's things in them that you can take out that are good from all these different religions, but I don't just go off of the, three, the history of three. I look at the broader, just history of religion globally, you know what I mean? And going back through time, even before the Abrahamic religions, I look at how many of them intersect. So I don't see them as being different in the first place, but yeah, let's play some more. That's a sad question, bro. Yeah, it's a sad question. Let's see it.
We'll proudly honor the families, the survivors, the first responders forever impacted by that horrific terror attack by standing alongside them at this year's 9/11 commemoration, reaffirming that we will never forget the solemn day felt by all of us who call this city home, and frankly, by all of us who call this country home.
All right. So there's one more thing. Oh, there's another question there.
I was just wondering if you could also respond to Prime Minister Netanyahu's comments on Fox. I don't know if you saw them 24 hours ago or so, saying that you, in fact, were fomenting hate. It was brought up in the context of the Upper West Side attack that is suspected to be a hate crime. I'm wondering what you make of his comments, and if you have spoken to any federal officials, including President Trump, about your call to accept the ICC and arrest him.
So I'm not interested in getting into a back and forth with Prime Minister Netanyahu. What I will say is that here in New York City, one of my top priorities is keeping Jewish New Yorkers safe, keeping every single New Yorker safe. And we know that while Jewish New Yorkers comprise a minority of all New Yorkers, they comprise a majority of the victims of all hate crimes. And it is unacceptable. And I am thankful, as we have seen over the past few days, that the Asian New Yorker and the Jewish New Yorker who were stabbed are in stable condition. I continue to wish them a full and a speedy recovery. And I'm also thankful to the NYPD for having acted quickly and swiftly to apprehend Raul Morales, who has now been charged, as you said, with not only attempted murder, but also a hate crime. And I look forward to him being prosecuted to the full extent of the law, because as we know, here in this city, we have no tolerance for hatred. We have no tolerance for bigotry. And I also want to make one thing clear, which is that we have to not only do the work in response to these kinds of crimes, but also to prevent these kinds of crimes. And that's why our administration made a decision to increase funding for the Office of Hate Crime Prevention by more than 800% earlier this year, so we can start to do the work of rooting out anti-Semitism and bigotry.
And what is Trump doing? Defunding. All right, so there was one other thing with Mamdani. This was from Roland Martin. I want to see what they said. It's about the exodus. Mamdani made some comments about black exodus out of New York, so I'm curious about that. So let me let it
interview with New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani. Talked about a variety of issues, including Democratic Socialists for America.
Big up to Roland Martin also, man. He's like a heavyweight that's been around for a long time and giving some really precise and in-depth data on the Black American experience. So, yeah.
As well as what he is doing to keep black folks from fleeing New York City. Mayor Mamdani, glad to have you back on Roland Martin Unfiltered. It has been half a year, if you will, since mayor. How has it been thus far?
First of all, I have to say, just thank you for having me back. It's a real pleasure to be back on the show. And it's been going well. It's been about 6 months, as you said, and it's been 6 months of putting our city on a path to universal child care, saving parents more than $20,000 a year for each 2-year-old that enrolls into this program, and paving 175,000 potholes across the city at the same time. And all of this comes back from the belief that there has to be no problem too big, no task too small for city government. And whether it's child care, potholes, restitution for workers who've been denied that by businesses that took advantage of them, or even small businesses that were taken advantage of by larger corporations, we will be there, we will be fighting back, and most importantly for New Yorkers, we will be delivering.
Talked about child care. Obviously, that appeals to a lot of parents. And the reality is that you have seen significant erosion of your black population. New York City used to have the largest black population in the country. Chicago was second, Atlanta was third. And you've been losing. What are you going to do to stem that tide? What I keep hearing from my listeners and viewers is that they simply cannot afford to stay in New York City.
Yeah, and that's what we've heard, the same thing. And we've heard it for years. And as you know, anytime we talk about increasing taxes on the wealthiest or the most profitable corporations, there will be talk of a fear of a capital flight. But there's a real flight that's already been happening for years. And that is the flight of black New Yorkers out of the city because they can't afford the ever increasing cost of the city. And just to put a number on it, we're talking about more than 200,000 Black New Yorkers having left this city in the last few decades alone. And from 2010 to 2019, our city saw a decline in the population of Black children and teenagers by 19%. So our focus here is how do we make it easier to stay in New York? Because we don't want to be an administration that presides over what has effectively become a reverse Great Migration. We want to be the administration that brings that to an end and instead says that this is a city that doesn't just celebrate Black history, but it's a city that allows Black history to keep being written. And so what we have seen is the number one cost is housing. So we have committed to building 200,000 new affordable homes, as well as preserving 200,000 existing affordable homes over the next 10 years. We're doing this while also focusing on homeowners, because we know that for many Black New Yorkers, homeownership has been that path to stability. And what that has meant is creating the city's first ever office of deed theft prevention, so we can bring an end to the scourge of especially older Black New Yorkers being taken advantage of under the guise of refinancing or planning out the shift of possession of the property to the next generation, and instead protect their rights as homeowners. And we do this as well as delivering on childcare, because when it comes to the cost of living, childcare is the second most expensive thing, and it's considered a good deal in our city today if you can get childcare for $20,000 a year, and that's just something that we can't accept.
What?
On the point, you talked about
$20,000 a year
by increasing taxes. What is going to be the burden on homeowners? Because again, you talk about those older homeowners, many of them fixed income. If you all of a sudden have an increase in property taxes, that's going to make it very difficult for those single family homeowners on fixed income.
We're not talking about any burden on a fixed income homeowner. What we're talking about is a burden on a non-resident New Yorker who owns a secondary home that's worth more than $5 million. And that is very few and far between in this city. And yet what we've seen is that a city where, as you said, a homeowner on fixed income is struggling to make ends meet, it's also the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. And our job is to ensure that that wealth, it reaches the struggles also that New Yorkers are facing in affording life in this city. That's why we've been focused on increasing taxes only for the wealthiest New Yorkers, the most profitable corporations. And when it comes to those who are struggling in this city, it's how do we deliver for them each and every day. I'll give you one example. When it comes to homeowners, we saw that a Rudy Giuliani policy called the tax lien sale. The city was selling tax liens in Black neighborhoods at 6 times the rate it was selling them in white neighborhoods. And I used to be a foreclosure prevention housing counselor before I was an elected official. I would see up close what it meant when that lien was sold. It meant you were on a fast track to foreclosure. So what we did, one of the first things we did was coming in, we said, look, it's not worth the amount of money this is bringing into the city if it means it's at the expense of home ownership. And so we put a pause on that lien sale for the first 6 months with a study instead to look at, yes, how can we make sure that everyone is paying what they owe the city, but also how can we make sure it's not happening at the expense of their ability to stay in this city?
One of the things that you had to deal with early on was the lack of a senior African-American leadership. How have you fixed that problem?
So I'm proud to say that we have a deputy mayor for community safety, the first ever deputy mayor in that position with Anita Francois, who is leading the work of ensuring that we have a all of government approach to public safety and understand that we don't just respond to crime, we also do the work to prevent crime. And what she's been able to do has already had tangible results, especially for young people across the city. And it's a lot of work that needs to be built on. And I think this gets back to the point that I've been sharing over the course of the campaign, which is that not only do we want a city government that is delivering for New Yorkers, we also want one that...
Hey, listen, excuse me, but just out of respect for the topic, let's leave the conversation about this, whatever you guys are talking about, weed or whatever, just leave it out, because there's other people watching, maybe some younger people that are under 21, things like this. You know what I'm saying? So let's keep the topic off of that. You see what I mean? Yeah, come on. But let's try to engage this topic, right? Because that's what we're here for. So, yeah.
Looks like New Yorkers. And so
I don't want to delete people's comments, but yeah, just to let you know.
We can see that whether it's in a deputy mayor or a chancellor or commissioners all across this administration, it's a reflection of what the first Democratic Socialist mayor, David Dinkins, once described the city as, which is a gorgeous mosaic.
Speaking of that, so you called David Dinkins a Democratic Socialist mayor?
Yes. He identified himself as a Democratic Socialist. He was also our first Black mayor. And, in many ways, he was an inspiration, not just for me, but for so many New Yorkers with his vision of what the city could be. And even just recently, I was celebrating Mandela Day, and I was looking back at images of how David Dinkins welcomed Mandela to this city and what it looked like to actually be a mayor with humanity at the core of the agenda.
So right now you have this raging debate. First of all, I don't necessarily believe that it is. I believe it is a raging debate in New York media circles, as opposed to what's happening all across the country in terms of DSA candidates winning in New York, become mayor of DC and a couple of other places. And one of the things that I've said is that the reality is Democratic Socialist of America policies play well in very blue districts. Reality is that for Democrats nationally, especially in Congress, in order for them to, let's say, win the House, you're going to have to win in places that are purple, places that might lean red. And so how do you respond to folks who say that, oh my...
Yo, this is a good question Roland's asking.
My God, these DSA folks are taking over the party, that they're going to destroy the party, and we're not going to be able to win because we're going to get branded as socialists and communists? Well,
Democrats have been branded as socialists for longer than I can remember. I remember President Obama being called a socialist almost every single day.
Exactly. They called Kamala Harris a communist. That's what Trump ran on. The last election, Kamala Harris was a communist to Trump, to MAGA people. And, so they ran out of words. Now, what is, I mean, come on. It is really sad that our unintelligence is being viewed across the globe on these topics. But you can't hide what you are. So
Republicans across this country, and it didn't stop him from delivering not just on a first term, but a second term, and things that we still talk about to this day. And I do have to push a little bit on you, Roland, on the premise around blue and red and purple, because I believe what's at the heart of this agenda is the struggle of the working person.
Ooh, and I think I agree with him 100%. Like, I don't like that argument. I think it's a straw man argument. Like, how are you going to compete in red states? Dude, you're going to compete in red states the same way you compete in every other state. Talk about the cost of living. Talk about the cost of goods. Talk about access to education. Talk about access to elder care. Talk about health care. Talk about the things that people want. Like, and I don't understand it. I think that's what you have to do to compete. I don't think you can behave like them. I don't think you can go out and just become a bigot and think you're going to get votes. But if you just talk to the things that underline everyone should be concerned about, I think they'll be doing just fine, especially coming off of Trump's administration. Trump went the bigoted route, and he promised that going the bigoted route is going to bring costs down, provide more jobs. If you chase out all the illegals, that's going to solve every problem in the country. He has had no success with it, with bringing the cost down. So I think somebody like a Democratic Socialist is going to do just fine. And in fact, I even heard Hakeem Jeffries, I think he gave a speech yesterday about working on the cost of living, things like this. But I'm curious if it's just regular center Democrat talk, but I'm going to play that. But let's hear the rest of this real quick, and then we get into some international news and national news.
As much as we believe
I just wanted to hear this one about Mom Donnie and his approaches real quick, because I don't always get a chance to hear it. So I'm glad he's on Roland Martin.
Tells in New York to be exceptional. We also know that working people aren't just struggling in New York City. They're struggling everywhere across the country. And this message is about how can we ensure that when you work every single day, that you come home at the end of the day and you can actually afford to pay those bills for your housing, for your childcare, for your groceries. How do we reduce the distance between those two things? And here in New York City, we've talked about building more affordable housing, universal childcare, city-run grocery stores, real tangible things. I think that these have the potential to connect with any working person that's struggling anywhere. And I think for those who are concerned about what is this party, my answer would be that, what is the Democratic Party if not its voters? And what we've seen from its voters is that people are hungry for a vision of the Democratic Party that has more to do with the New Deal than with the raw deal that so many Americans have been forced to accept over these last few years.
So
all right.
on that,
All right. So I'm going to put this in the chat if people want to hear it. It looks like it's a pretty good interview. Let me see here. Boom. So people can check it out, right? Because it goes on for some time. It's about 30 minutes. So I don't want to play the whole thing. But listen, let's get now. I'm going to skip past Fox News opinion about this shit because you know what it's going to be already. We saw some of it in the chat too, you know. Just the same old talking points. They don't listen to what anyone else is saying. They just come with the same talking points. So can't do that. Now, let me see here. Yo, Todd Blanch got a vote down, yo. He's not even going to get it. Look at this shit. Check this out. This is crazy. Let me see here. I was so surprised about that. Now where is it at? Here it is. Peep this. Oh my God. Todd Blanch got rejected. Amen to that. Amen to that. Thank you, Todd. Thank you, people.
We have some big breaking news. Todd Blanch's confirmation vote scheduled before the Judiciary Committee tomorrow has been canceled. Let me repeat that. The acting Attorney General Todd Blanch's confirmation vote before the Senate Judiciary Committee scheduled tomorrow has been canceled. To be very blunt about it, Todd Blanch does not have the votes as of right now. There are two Republican holdouts.
That's a little bit of good news. We don't know how long it's going to last. Obviously, they're going to go and try to, grease some palms, basically, with some more money, some Elon Musk money, some super PAC money. We're going to see how long that lasts. Everything's for sale in the U.S. right now. But this was a nice, interesting event. Yo, what you think about that, Michael? You there? Yo, this is crazy. Hold on, let me give Mike a second because he's probably on a delay time. Yo, you there, Mike? All right.
I'm here.
Yeah, what you think about this shit, bro?
Who, Todd Blanch?
They postponed it. Yeah,
because they know he's not going to be able to get past now, right? And so they're going to postpone it because what they don't want is they don't want the flat out denial. That's why they're avoiding it. Right? Because if they go through right now, he will not get approved with the current sentiment. So now Mike Johnson goes back and now he has to go talk to all his constituents, all his reps and say, hey, look, we got to pass this for whatever reason, right? Ideally, it's to keep Trump out of jail and to keep a lot of this current administration out of jail, right? Which is going to happen regardless, right?
Yeah.
It's going to happen regardless. So ideally, he wants Todd Blanch to be the AG because even if let's say we have a Congress that is majority Dem regardless, right? So they're obviously trying to wait out at least till they have some sort of a better line of sight to what these midterms are going to look like, right? Even if, let's say, Congress starts investigations, those investigations are likely going to be funneled through the AG, right? So how effective do we think these investigations are going to be into Trump and his administration if the AG is Todd Blanch?
Right.
It's not going to be that effective, right? It's not going to be that in-depth, right? They're going to bring up the lowest hanging fruit when it comes to charges instead of what they're blatantly guilty of.
Right.
So this is not even it's a major win in the postponement of it. I think the larger win would be obviously if he just gets flat out denied. And so it's a win, but this goes to show that the Democrats are making motion, right? The rhetoric of Trump is no longer being effective because normally anyone that Trump has put in has gotten overwhelming approval. Look at the Pete Hegseths. Look at every other person who has gone through approval, right? Without any pushback at all. But Todd Blanch is just so blatant when it comes to his connection with Trump and his loyalty to Trump and this administration that we can't, not even Republicans can count on them being able to cast their vote because they know it's going to hurt them in the midterms, right? It's going to hurt them in the midterms. That's why period. That is why they postponed it. They do not want these reps to now vote in favor of Todd Blanch, who overwhelmingly has disapproval, and now they face backlash in the midterms and now can't get reelected into Congress or the House, right? So that's the main reason why they postponed it. But go ahead, Abby.
Yeah, I think you're right. And it seems like overall what's happening is we get close to the midterms. Trump has Iran on his back. He's got Israel on his back. He's carrying that baggage. Then he's got the Epstein files. He's carrying that baggage. Then what other baggage? What else? What's the other baggage that he has? Right. And then on the other hand, what are the Democrats talking about? They're talking about democratic socialists who want. It's funny, even though the moderates are giving them some fight back and pushback, and even though the right wingers are giving them some pushback, calling them communists, it's actually good press. Every time they talk about the democratic socialists, whether it's the middle ground Democrats, or whether it's the right wing, right? The Republicans, every time they talk about the democratic socialists, it's actually promoting their agenda, and their agenda is what? What's their agenda? That's what you know what? I think it is looking like some Republicans are waking up, bro. People, because they wouldn't be so hesitant if they didn't have data that showed their own constituency what they care about. In their own constituency, they do not like this Iran war. They do, no matter how much you try to push it down their throat, right? Calling Iran terrorists and things like that. They don't like it anyway. They don't like the idea that we're funneling money to Israel, right? They don't like that idea either. And this is baggage they won't be able to run away from. So just having that, the Iran, the Israel thing, and then you want to have Epstein, bringing Todd Blanch along is just having three dynamics that show total corruption. Nothing for the people there. There's nothing for the people in the Epstein files that the Republicans want to give up. They're hiding it. There's nothing for the American people with the Iran war. There's nothing for the American people giving, billions and billions of dollars to Israel. There's nothing for them. And the Democratic Socialists are talking about the price of groceries. They're talking about the price of housing. They're talking about what else? The inflation in general, right? Yeah. And then the Democrats.
Freezers, right? State-run grocery stores, or city-run grocery stores, right?
Right.
Actual policies that are taking effect to benefit their constituents. That's what they're talking about. But go ahead, V.
Yeah, that's what they're talking about. And then on top of that, right? Then on top of it, you have Trump showing the weakness. I'm gonna let this play. But Trump, I think yesterday he went out and actually asked the Supreme Court. What did he ask the Supreme Court? Some shit about to let him he's asking the Supreme Court again to curtail the mail-in voting. And who gets hurt by mail-in voting? How many red state voters get hurt by mail-in voting being cut? Like, it is crazy. And he's doing it 2 months before the election. It is reeking of desperation. It's reeking of desperation. It's reeking of anti-democracy. And keep in mind, if you don't have a right to vote, you can't vote against a new congressional member. You can't find a congressional member or a senator that is going to say, fuck this Iran war, stop it. It's hurting us. If you're against giving billions and billions and billions of your dollars to Israel, no matter what, you can't elect someone to stop it if you can't mail in vote. So it's like, it's starting to look real interesting. And I'm happier more than ever that the Democratic Socialists exist. Just because they seem to be able to break up the status quo, bro. They seem to be able to do it. And I think deep down inside, most Americans have been complaining about the status quo issue, getting nothing done with the status quo. Center, whatever, Republicans and typical Democrats, they have failed the people, bro. I mean, I'm not saying that none of them are trying, but those two together fail the American people. They fail him. They've produced nothing. This is what you've got out of it. This is what we got out of it, man. And we've got no ground movement. We've got no movement on the ground. Biden passed student debt relief. Republican Supreme Court shoot it down. Right. It's just this pattern. You do one thing, Democrats do one thing, Republicans say no. Right? No changes. You got a healthcare system that doesn't work. Right? I mean, and they know where the problems are, but you just can't find congressional members to vote to fix the known problems. You just can't find it. And for how long? Like, nah, man. I think the Democratic Socialist Party is going to get bigger, bro. I think they're going to get a lot bigger, and I think the Republican Party is going to get a lot smaller. A lot smaller. But in any case, let's play some more of this. This is Todd Blanch. He's getting rejected. And
in particular, one Republican holdout who has made it very, very clear why he is not going to be voting for Todd Blanch as of now. The other one, a little bit more wishy-washy, but Senator John Cornyn of Texas is actually a former Texas Supreme Court justice. He's a Republican senator from Texas. Donald Trump screwed over Cornyn and said that he was endorsing Ken Paxton for the primary in Texas. And then Cornyn lost the primary and lost his job. And Cornyn, since losing his job, I mean, he's there for the remainder of this congressional session, though, has been more outspoken against Donald Trump and this despicable Trump regime. And Cornyn made it very clear that he wanted to see something in writing from Todd Blanch confirming that Donald Trump's slush fund for the January 6th insurrectionists was formally eliminated, and he wanted it to be done in writing, that it was voided, and also Trump's super pardon for himself, where Trump had entered into basically a settlement agreement with the Department of Justice, with the IRS, and with the Treasury Department, never to conduct any audits on Donald Trump. Cornyn wanted to see something in writing that would be voided as well, because in the settlement agreement between Donald Trump and the government in Trump's ridiculously frivolous lawsuit against the government, it said the only way the settlement agreement could be voided was by way of a written instrument. So that's why Todd Blanch and all these DOJ officials have been willing to make oral representations that they were no longer going to be enforcing the settlement, but it needs to be in writing for it to be formally voided. And Cornyn, a former Supreme Court justice in the state of Texas, said that he needs to see a written instrument, and there hasn't been any written instruments. And until there is one, he said he will not confirm Todd Blanch. So the nomination right now appears to be derailed, and the confirmation hearing that was going to take place before the Senate Judiciary Committee tomorrow, that has now been canceled. It's been postponed. And just so you know, it's a two-step process. So first it has to get out of committee, the Judiciary Committee, and then it would have to pass the second hurdle, which would be a vote on the floor of the United States Senate. Right now, Todd Blanch's nomination can't even get out of the Senate Judiciary Committee. You see right here, the Senate Judiciary Committee posting notice moments ago, notice of committee's executive business meeting postponed. And it says that the Todd Blanch to be Attorney General of the United States executive business meeting, that's where there would have been a markup and an initial vote, whether or not to send this out of committee for a floor vote, postponed. Big, bold, red letters, postponed right there. And a little bit before that announcement was made, Manu Raju of CNN caught up with Senator.
And to make it clear, if Todd Blanch becomes the head of the DOJ, you won't see those Epstein files anytime soon. Maybe not any time from the U.S. government until there's a new president. Maybe we don't even know, because it all depends on the midterms, how well the midterms go, right? So and then on top of that, it doesn't even depend on that necessarily. They would have to impeach Trump before you even get an executive office that would just say release it, you know. And it's actually scary, let alone all the other corrupt shit that Trump is getting away with. Todd Blanch would just carte blanche all of it. And that is exactly what you've seen so far from the FBI and the DOJ. Pam Bondi stepped down because she was like, damn, they're going to find me personally. I'm going to get the hell out of here. She just disappeared. So many of the Trump administrative people are disappearing. Now they're going to put Todd Blanch up to do the same old joke on the American people again. People are tired of this shit, People are tired of it,
Cornyn of Texas, who's on the Judiciary Committee, which is chaired by like 93-year-old Chuck Grassley. And he asked Cornyn about, what are you going to do here? And Cornyn made it very clear. It's like, look, all they have to do, all Blanch and all Trump have to do is just put it in writing in a declaration that the settlement agreement between Donald Trump and the federal government, based on the lawsuit that Trump filed for $10 billion, again, the frivolous lawsuit, like 7-8 months ago, just say the settlement agreement is voided in writing. That was Cornyn's red line. Tillis said that he wanted Blanch to meet with the Epstein survivors. But when Blanch met with the Epstein survivors, he was rude, abrasive. He was yelling at them, get to the point. And all the Epstein survivors said that he further traumatized them by his abrasive and despicable behavior.
And let there be no mistake, there are crimes that can be prosecuted in those Epstein files. We talking about maybe even high crimes, like serious crimes. These aren't just little average crimes, like somebody went out and smoked a joint yesterday, or someone was drunk driving and got pulled over and, oh, whoop-de-doo. No, you're talking about basically treason. You're talking about treason, espionage, blackmail of senators, congressional members, maybe even Supreme Court justices, like serious crimes going on. Yeah, this is crazy.
I'll show you in a moment what Cornyn had to say, but this is what Chuck Grassley said. Again, he's the chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee. And here's what the spokesperson for the Senate Judiciary Committee said. Chairman Grassley works to set President Trump's nominees up for success in committee, not failure. Senator Cornyn and Tillis want written assurances from the Department of Justice regarding the Trump IRS settlement. Tomorrow's markup is postponed as work continues to secure sufficient support in committee to favorably report Attorney General nominee Todd Blanch, who is highly qualified for the job. He's definitely not qualified for the job, and there's so many other disqualifying factors other than him signing this agreement, or signing a written instrument saying that the settlement agreement is voided. But that's the red line that Tillis and Cornyn have set. Let me show you what Cornyn said a little bit before we learned that tomorrow's Judiciary Committee was postponed, and thus the nomination was postponed. Here's what he said when Manu Raju was asking him questions, and Cornyn's like, I don't know. Do they think they can roll me? Trump won't be able to roll me anymore. Here, let's play this clip.
I know. But, so we looked at the statement from DOJ. They said that they had sent you this proposal.
It was not responsive.
And what do you mean by that? It's not responsive.
I mean, it did not cover the audit issue or the scope of the release issue. That's what I mean.
Why do you think they're not getting a message from you?
Maybe they think they can roll me.
Can they roll you?
No.
At this moment right now, it's about an hour and a half until 4 p.m. You're currently announced.
So he said they can't roll him. We're going to find out. We're going to find out if that's the case. But
I think Senator Grassley's telling me that we got to know by 5 o'clock. What is it?
4 o'clock.
5 or 4.
Now, here's more of what Manu Raju and others in the press were.
Yeah, just a quick news break. Mitch McConnell has been found actually doing some work. This is the latest update. He was caught sewing an American flag, looking like Betsy Ross. Just for people who want to know what Mitch McConnell was up to. He's sewing a damn flag. He said, Way to go, Mitch, man. Good job, man. Sew that flag. Mitch, sew that flag. Go ahead, boy.
We're asking
in any case,
Senator Cornyn right here. Senator Cornyn made clear that the DOJ has not resolved his concerns about the $1.8 billion weaponization fund and the waiver of any audits or criminal investigations for Trump's taxes and tax evasion or potential tax evasion. Cornyn said, I feel a lot more independent right now since Trump endorsed Paxton and screwed over Cornyn. On Trump thinking it's about revenge, Cornyn said, it really isn't about revenge. That's not really true. I definitely am able to feel more independent, and it's really basic. Just sign a written instrument that says that Trump doesn't get to waive all future audits and that there is no January 6th insurrection fund / fund for the insurrections. And I'm good. And you got my vote. So keep it simple. Here, let's play this clip.
For Senator Grassley to make a decision, we haven't heard from the DOJ, so I think what he told me is he wanted to wait to see if they made a response, but I'm not aware they have.
You haven't heard from the DOJ at all? They haven't responded to you after you sent that back to them?
As I told you earlier, it was not responsive to my concerns. I mean, we've heard from them. It's just that they refused to commit to writing what he testified to under oath. And it's not a big ask. We're trying to help them get this solved, but they refused to accept our help.
But so you can see, basically Todd Blanch does not want to submit in writing that he's not going to do all those horrible things that Trump has been trying to do. Number one, yo, Michael, you hear that? You there? Look, number one, it's the tax thing. They want the U.S. government. They say they made a deal with the IRS that they would not do any tax audits on anybody associated with Trump and his family. That's supposedly they made a deal. Trump made that deal. Now, how are you going to go ahead, Mike? How is he going to make a deal? How is the president of the United States going to make a deal with the IRS to not do tax audits on him and his family? How's that legal?
It's not. They've already spoken on this, right? They've spoken on the fact that he cannot do. It's an abuse of his executive power. How can you bargain with yourself, right? A branch. The IRS is a branch under the executive power. There is no. You would need an independent arbiter to be able to come to a valid agreement between Trump and the IRS. The IRS is under his purview. The IRS is under his power. That's like bargaining with yourself in order to get a pay raise. This is not how it works, right? And at the expense of tax-paying dollars, right? So us taxpayers, we would be paying him that lump sum.
Yeah.
Second to that, it's not up to him to decide who gets to prosecute who, right? That would be up to the active attorney general, right? That wouldn't have to be up to even the IRS. You cannot bargain a deal under which the you don't disclose any of your incomes or potential charges for any type of fraud, because and if so, why would you even ask for that?
Right.
If you don't know that you're guilty of it, right?
If you
in
didn't
some
commit,
way, shape, or form.
Yeah, if you didn't commit any crimes, what's the problem? That's the crazy part about it. So you're scared of them looking into your tax records and prosecuting crimes if they found some?
I mean, look at how he got charged the first time in the Southern District of New York, right? And it's because of his tax filing, right? He understands what he's doing, and I can guarantee you it's more egregious now than it was before, right? Before he got charged. So you can imagine that those 34 counts are only going to be a whole lot more if he does not get this deal passed through. And it's also one of the main reasons why he wants Todd Blanch as AG, as an official AG, right? Because it allows for him to bargain for bargains just like this, right? Where he's able to
cover up crimes. Cover up crimes.
Yeah. Cover up crimes, right? Not only has he consolidated the executive power and what that looks like, now he's able to utilize it. And this is how you utilize a consolidated executive power.
And here's the thing. Why would you sit there in a committee say you're not going to do any of those things, that's just ridiculous. We're not going to do any of those things. And then they say, okay, you're not going to do those things. Can you submit it in writing? And he's like, nope. What the? That's crazy.
Because he doesn't plan to, right? He does not plan. He plans to just placate people with words, and then on the back end create a reason as to why he should do it, right? Because that's what he's gonna do, right? He's gonna tell the public facing. Because guess what? Do you think that he'll be nominated to AG if he says that? No, he will not. No, he will not.
And who should be? Who should be? Who should be?
There you go.
Imagine,
No one.
imagine if they asked the guy who's nominated by Biden or the next president. If they asked them the same damn questions, if they asked Kamala Harris, whoever Kamala Harris nominated, asked them the same questions, would you accept those answers from them? No.
Obviously, right? Like
Nobody,
crazy
no Democrat should accept that answer from a Democrat. No American citizen should accept that answer from anybody. It's crazy, man. What about Mom Donnie? What if Mom Donnie said, "I made a deal"?
There you go.
Would you accept it?
They would call it the ISIS state, right? They would call it, a Muslim state, right? They would say every derogatory term possible, and they should, not that they should, but they should call out the hypocrisy if anyone were to come out with that type of mindset and bargaining for their own self-being while being in power and utilizing that power to negatively to really just sustain the position of a president. Because once this is set, once this precedence is set, do we think that we won't have future presidents doing the same exact thing? Of course we will. Right? But it's only meant for the MAGA base and for Trump to be okay to be able to do it. Right? In no way, shape, or form should we ever have a president who is allowed to not be prosecuted for financial crimes. Never.
Or any crime.
Never in the world.
Or any crime.
Or any crime. You know why? It's because that incentivizes what? Corruption. That's how you form an authoritarian regime.
Yes.
This is how you get dictators, when we cannot prosecute them and hold them accountable as a country.
This is how it looked.
To these things.
This is how it looked in Iraq. This is
the
how it
beginning of
looked
it, yes.
in Venezuela. This is all the things we accuse other people of doing. Trump wants to do.
Yes. This is how it looks in Russia. In
Russia, exactly. Right? Man, this is crazy.
You have people who are trying to justify it, right? Like, this is how it is a cult-like mindset. It is a cult mentality when you can't even call out hypocrisy on your president because you are that brainwashed to believe that your president is immune to anything, right? Where's the immunity for Biden? Where's the immunity for Obama?
And do you want it? No,
they should be charged for war crimes.
There's no Democrat that wants immunity for Biden. There's no Democrat that wants immunity for Kamala Harris. There's no Democrat that wants immunity for Obama. It's like, where do they exist? They don't exist.
Right? And I think that's, obviously as a president, because the whole reason why he's doing it is because as a president, you're essentially immune from prosecution while you're in office. This means that he knows
for presidential acts. Acts too, not for fucking tax, not for your tax return.
No,
what the hell?
Exactly.
What the hell, man?
And he knows this, and so he knows that once he gets out of office, the hammer is gonna come down, right? The same way it did when he was initially in office. Right? He's gonna be under a microscope. And what's funny is, this is what I don't get. This is what I absolutely do not understand, how the MAGA base can't have critical thinking skills. Did they arrest Obama?
Yeah, why didn't you arrest Obama yet? How come
did they arrest Biden?
How come
financial crime?
Yeah, how come they haven't arrested Biden yet for financial crimes? How come they didn't do it? How come they're not prosecuting him? Where's the attorney general? Where's the AG doing it? How come Todd Blanch isn't doing it? How come Pam Bondi didn't do it? What about Kash Patel? How come? Where's Tulsi Gabbard? They came with nothing. Nothing. Tulsi Gabbard ran from. She went down there to Georgia to find votes. Like it's her job to do the FBI. Like the intelligence community is supposed to do security on inside of the country. It's not the FBI's job. So you got Kash Patel down there. Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard just said, "Fuck it, I'm out. I don't want to." Pam Bondi said, "Fuck it, I'm out. See you later." They didn't prosecute anybody. It's crazy,
No,
man.
they didn't.
They tried to,
and if they could, that's
but
the
they
whole
just
thing.
couldn't.
If they could, they would, right? If they could prosecute Biden for financial crimes, do we think that Trump loves him so much, him and Obama so much, that he wouldn't bat an eye to charge them with financial crimes? Right? This is the level of hypocrisy that I hate, right? Because they'll call out Obama, they'll call out Biden, but they won't acknowledge the fact that Trump is the only president in modern times to have a charge of 34 counts of felony, right? And this is while he was actively president, right? And so when we look at this, do we think that us just calling Obama a criminal, just calling Biden a criminal, means that they are criminals? And if they are, where are the charges? Trump has control over the House, the Senate, and every prosecutory body there is on a federal level, but somehow hasn't charged them. That's what I'm confused about, right? They'll never call out that hypocrisy. But go ahead, Vin.
No. All right. Let's play some more, man. This is utter ridiculousness. And this is a Republican saying he's not going to give a pass on Todd Blanch. He's going to hold him to his word. This is what he's saying, though. You don't know if he changes his mind next week. You don't know if MAGA Mike Johnson, greases his palms. But I who knows? Because look at Mike Pence, man. He's a sorry sap. He had people out there talking about hang Mike Pence, and he's just acting like that didn't happen. It is ridiculous. But you don't know. There's no guarantee. But it's a good sign that the law officials are scared of the midterms. 2 months away. 2 months away. This is what the American people are about to vote on. And if you are not registered to vote, take the opportunity right now. I'm going to put this in the chat. You know where it is. It's vote.gov. You can find out whatever state office you need to need to correspond with here, just down here. You see, Alabama, wherever you are a resident of, you just click on that. Let's say you in Colorado, for example, you click on that, goes over there. Then see, register to vote in Colorado. You could check your registration. Even if you're already registered, you can check it, change whatever. Maybe you moved, then you change your address. You update it. That's how you do it. And then you go here and say, hey, man, I want to update my shit. I want to register to vote, or if not, update, right? And then there you have it. This is Colorado. This is their own state page right here. I don't know if you can see that, but this is literally their state page. Let me pull it down so you can see. At the top, you see right there at the top, it says Colorado State, right? Jana Griswold, right? I guess that's the governor, right? And there you have it. You can actually vote, and people need to vote. This is what they're scared of. They're scared of this shit right now. So that's, even though Tillis, he's out of a seat. Tillis, they already forced him out of his seat. They supported another Republican to remove him. So he's pissed off. But don't just leave it up to that. Don't leave it up to chance. You have to, in any state across the country, anyone, register to vote. If you're an American citizen, register to vote. Vote on someone that wants you to have a fair shot in the United States of America and wants these billionaires to stop robbing people. Vote for someone that is definitely for impeaching Trump, to get rid of this corruption, and anybody that was down with him. Vote for your life. Vote for a fair America for your family, for yourself. It can be fair. It's just not fair right now, and it just hasn't been fair for a long time. And I'm not talking about Biden and Harrison. I'm talking about all the way back to goddamn Nixon. It hasn't been fair. Come on. You know, shit has not been fair with Reagan. Shit has not been fair with just anybody. You know, not fair like it is not when you compare it to other Western nations. So come on, folks. Let's do our job and let's get out there to vote and change this shit. Make our country better. Even though I'm a expat, I'm an American citizen who lives abroad. I'm also concerned about this. I'm looking forward to the midterms. I'm about to vote in the midterms now for a Democratic Socialist in Washington, D.C. Why? Because people are being priced out of D.C. The indigenous population of D.C. can't even afford to live in D.C. anymore. That's not American. That's un-American. Everyone should be able to afford to live where their damn parents lived, where their grandparents lived. You know, come on. It doesn't matter what state you are, where you are in America. You shouldn't be pushed out of your home. You know, like, come on. So, in any case, let's get back to this. There's more.
So ready to vote no right now. If this happens tomorrow, you're going to vote no still.
Well, I don't know whether there'll be a markup tomorrow.
If it happens.
Senator Van Hollen, he's got something he wants to say.
If it happens, you're no. If the vote happens,
I'm not going to speculate. I'm going to wait and see what.
Oh, you see that? He's not going to speculate. So he's not going to tell you what his final decision is. This punk ass. That's what I'm saying. He's pulling a Mike Pence. They done kicked his ass out of a job. And he's not even guaranteeing you that he's going to hold his ground on this decision. That's so pathetic. That is pathetic. You kick me out of a job, I'm going to kick you in the nuts. I'm going to make you feel it. I'm definitely going to go down hard. Okay. And especially in this kind of situation, it's like, what the hell? This is pathetic, man. Oh my God. This is just too much, man.
No.
Yeah. Here he is. No. He's not going to guarantee shit. Let's go.
Right now, if this happens tomorrow, you're going to vote no still.
Well, I don't know whether there'll be a markup tomorrow.
If it happens.
Senator Van Hollen, he's got something he wants to say.
If it happens, you're no. If the vote happens,
I'm not going to speculate.
Yeah.
I'm going to wait.
Ask Mitch McConnell. What he thinks.
See what happens.
Senator, are you advising Chairman Grassley to delay tomorrow's markup, given you haven't heard from DOJ yet?
Senator Grassley's been around here a lot longer than I have. I'm not advising him anything.
But how was that meeting with him? You met with him for some time. What was the purpose?
How do we get up?
What is? What was the purpose of the meeting?
We lose all
You've been here so long.
If nothing changes right now, though, you're not a yes.
You going up? I am. I'm not going to speculate. But this could be solved in just a matter of seconds.
Sounding like a handoff. Paper bag, anybody?
Are you in contact with the White House about this, Senator?
I think Senator Grassley has been talking to the White House.
Is there an issue more about the IRS settlement language more than the fund at this point?
It's both.
But where you are right now, you are not yet ready to vote in favor of Todd Blanch's nomination.
Right. And the vote hasn't. That time has not yet occurred.
President Trump noted today in the White House that he didn't endorse you. Wondering, openly speculating whether or not that might have something to do with this.
I think that's a convenient excuse for not cooperating with the Judiciary Committee's appropriate role in confirmation.
You would acknowledge, though, not having to run for re-election anymore has freed you up to be more independent from the president. Would you acknowledge that?
Have you noticed?
Is that why?
Clear. Sir, you've been extremely clear in what you want. Why don't you think Todd? Why don't you think Todd?
Will you tell the DOJ that?
Why don't you think Todd Blanch has met your demands as we're in the 11th hour before this vote?
Well, I assume he's getting some pushback from the president's lawyers.
Have you heard that directly from the DOJ?
No, I'm assuming that.
I mean, given the Attorney General is supposed to be an independent person in the administration,
but
in
this case, he's not representing the president.
But when the president says that you're doing this as a political vendetta, what do you say?
That's a convenient excuse, and it happens to be untrue.
Now, Manu Raju and other in the press tried to ask Chuck Grassley questions. He refused to answer any questions. But Todd Blanch arrived on Capitol Hill, and he was pissed. Blanch looked livid and angry. He thought that tomorrow was going to be his big day. Watch as Blanch runs away from the press. He's going to Grassley. He's all angry that he's not going to get confirmed tomorrow. And as you heard, what Cornyn said is what Cornyn was speculating is, look, what's probably happening behind the scenes is that Trump's personal lawyers, because this is about Trump's personal interest, do not want Blanch to sign the declaration because they want to give Trump the super pardon. Trump made billions and billions of dollars in the past 18 months grifting in office. He doesn't want to pay taxes on that. And most plain readings of this super pardon would not just waive tax liability going back decades for hundreds of millions of dollars, but just think about what the capital gains tax is or the regular income tax on all of these deals with the Middle East countries and everybody, these billions of dollars Trump made. If he's like, well, I'm not going to pay it. Look, I've got this waiver where you can't investigate me. That's how lots of people read it. So I thought that was notable. I'll share with you again, Blanch just being angry and kind of running around. You could see Blanch running around. Let's play it.
Did you get time with Senator Cornyn? Mr. Blanch, are you meeting with Senator Tillis today?
Have you provided a proposal to John Cornyn? He said that you have not responded to his concern.
Sir,
General Blanch.
Attorney General, what was in the proposal that you sent to Cornyn that he's not happy with?
Are you going to amend your proposal?
Sir, do you expect your vote to be delayed tomorrow?
Getting personal.
Extreme survivors described your meeting as unproductive. Mr. Blanch, what's your message? What's your message to Senator
Are you going to continue to hide the pedophiles in the Epstein files, Mr. Blanch?
Cornyn tomorrow?
Resolve those concerns. Do you have any comment?
Any comment on the victim's comments about you, Mr. Blanch?
Now, Donald Trump was asked at his in the Oval Office earlier, Senator John Cornyn has been hesitant about confirming Blanch. What do you make of that? And Trump's like, well, I guess Cornyn's just upset with me because I didn't endorse him. Here, let's play this clip.
On Todd Blanch, Senator John Cornyn of Texas has been hesitant about the confirmation. Seems to be some sort of deal that he's talking about. What is your reaction to it?
Mr. Stinky Man, Trump.
His hesitancy.
Well, all I can say is Todd Blanch is outstanding. And I thought it was pretty routine because he's so good. You just wouldn't find a better person. So I don't know, maybe John Cornyn's upset with me because I didn't endorse him. I don't know what it is, but I haven't heard that there's a problem. I heard he's going through quite nicely.
And then Donald Trump attacks the Senate Majority Leader Thune. You can watch this here. Let's play it.
And do you think Senate Majority Leader John Thune, after the comments you heard regarding Save America and some other stuff, do you think he's still the man for the job?
Well, we're going to find out, and I'll let you know.
I want to share this moment with you because this was the big moment where Senator Cornyn cross-examined Todd Blanch. This was on July 15th during the confirmation hearing, or not the during the original hearing on Blanch. This was obviously before the vote when Blanch came in and he was asked questions. Here was Cornyn's question. Cornyn went in with the strategy. Let me show you what went down here. Let's play this clip.
But let's talk a little bit about the settlement agreement and the release. First of all, I believe you have said that the weaponization fund is a moot issue. Is that your position?
Yes, it is a moot issue, meaning there is no weaponization fund. The weaponization fund is dead. It's not moving forward.
Well, I would refer you to the settlement agreement. Do you happen to have a copy of that in front of you?
I do not.
Okay,
Senator.
well, you probably know what's in it.
I'm familiar with it, yes.
I'm sure you are. On page 4, this settlement agreement may be modified only upon the written agreement of the parties. Has there been a written agreement of the parties to modify the settlement fund?
No, the settlement fund's just not moving forward. There's no modification. It never started. No money went from the Treasury to any other account. There's no commissioners. It's not moving forward.
Well, so the settlement agreement remains as it was originally, but I hear what you're saying. Is the settlement agreement enforceable as a contract by the parties?
Well, yes, it's an enforceable document. So I suppose if President Trump's counsel sought to enforce it, they potentially could,
including the weaponization fund.
Well, they could try to enforce the contract. They can't force the Department of Justice to move forward with the weaponization fund. They could potentially say that, I suppose, that we breached by not moving forward. They haven't done that, and I'm not aware that they're planning on doing that. Like I said, Senator, and Senator Durbin talked about this, but I've talked extensively with you and other colleagues about potentially codifying so there's no weaponization fund, which is certainly something that could be done. And I wasn't meaning to insult this body, but just that in response to questions from senators about whether that could be done, we very much are okay with that.
But just to be clear, the President of the United States, who is a plaintiff in this lawsuit, has not agreed in writing to delete the weaponization fund, and there's no guarantee that he or one of the other plaintiffs might raise that issue by way of a lawsuit and a breach of contract lawsuit in the future.
Well, Senator, the plaintiffs have no power over the fund. The fund was administered solely by the by the 5 commissioners and through the Department of Justice. So no, they don't have any power with respect to the fund at all. I suppose they could bring a lawsuit and then we would litigate it. But even if we were litigating it, there's no fund. So the results of such litigation, whatever it would be, wouldn't be a revival of the fund.
And just so you can hear for yourself how some of these Epstein survivors who were there felt about Blanche's meeting with them, here is an Epstein survivor talking about what Blanche did to them. Let's play this clip.
When you say he was condescending, can you give us an example?
Yeah, I mean, he actually said the words "get to the point" to us. We're survivors who've been waiting to meet with him for 9 months, 8 months. We've been asking for meetings, and he very much said, "Can you get to the point already? Like, what are you getting at?" Right? So to treat us with that sort of, there was no integrity. There was no understanding that he's dealing with the largest sex trafficking ring that we've seen in the U.S. ever. Instead, it was like, you have an Epstein problem, right?
There you have it, everybody. Let me know what you think about all of this. No vote tomorrow. No vote coming out of the committee.
So
postponed.
It's been postponed. The vote for Todd Blanch. He does not get a vote to become to take the lead in the DOJ. He stays the number 2 man while that big seat is empty, right? Barbie left town. Yeah, she disappeared. Haven't you noticed how no news? Nobody knows anything about where she's gone to. Pam Bondi. Blondie. Sorry about that. Pam Bondi. Yeah, she just disappeared. She's just gone. Yeah. But I bet you she got some good ass health care. I bet you she's got the best. Yeah, I bet you she got the best, man. And I'm pretty sure nobody in here in this chat has it. They don't have the health care. Maybe a couple. Okay, maybe I shouldn't guess so easily. Anybody a millionaire in the chat? No. But in any case, yeah. Now on to this one. Yo, you want to say something about this shit, Mike? What, Michael? What's up? Yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
You know, when it comes to Todd Blanch, it's a joke that he's even being nominated, right? Had it been any other president, this would not be a thing. It just wouldn't.
I want to nominate my cousin. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Can I do that?
Like,
that's not suspicious.
It's hilarious how they've allowed the blatant corruption when it comes to Trump and this administration, and how he's allowed to bring up some of these nominees who either are unqualified or just blatantly have an agenda in his favor, right? When we look at Todd Blanch and what he's done, even when he wasn't in official capacity, this man was still carving out deals for Ghislaine Maxwell, right? He's the one. When Pam Bondi went before the committee, they're like, hey, who was the one who gave or influenced the deal with Ghislaine Maxwell, and she pointed at Todd Blanch. She pointed directly at him. He's the one who spoke to the prison bureaus, Bureau of Prisons, and was the one who negotiated her stay where she's currently at in a minimum security prison, right? From a maximum security prison with no privileges to a minimum security prison. If people can't understand that and see that for what it is, do you still absolve Trump for his dealings with the Epstein files? If that's not a direct point of contention and alert to say, hey, Trump might be in these files, you might want to get yourself checked. You might want to get your critical thinking skills, go back to school and think, because it clearly shows that he has some sort of guilt or some sort of implicit wrongdoing in these files, be it as that he got Ghislaine Maxwell to a minimum security prison. And if we think that her getting dropped to a minimum security prison wasn't a favor for a reason, that's a joke. And Todd Blanch orchestrated all of that. When it comes to even bringing up the idea of this IRS deal, guess who made it? Todd Blanch. This is the same man who knows the ins and outs. He's from the Southern District of New York, one of the largest federal districts in the country. Go ahead, B.
Well, it appears like time is running out for Ghislaine Maxwell. Like the clock is ticking now. So just like the midterms are coming in 2 months, there's the Trump sooner or later he's going to not be the president, and he's not going to make it to 2028. I don't see how that's possible. But I'm curious. So I'm thinking he's going to try to get her out before he steps down. I mean, I've been saying this the whole time. But he doesn't seem to be doing well. Do you think, for example, and it's probably likely because guess what? Trump is not the only one in the Epstein files, right? So there's a lot of people in his cabinet that are in the Epstein files, right? So they probably all have the potential, if any of them, Vance or Marco Rubio, right? They all have the potential to free her before the next president gets into power, right?
In terms of freeing her, it would have to be in the form of a plea deal.
It would have to be.
In terms of he could pardon her. He could.
Yeah, any president. If Marco Rubio becomes the new president, if Trump steps down or Trump gets sick, JD Vance, right? He could do it if Trump gets sick. Trump doesn't have to do it, right?
No.
Okay.
I mean, yeah. I mean, if Trump has to do it. Trump is the only one who has. It
depends on
power.
because maybe he does. No, but if they remove him and then it goes to JD Vance. But it seems to me like Trump probably wouldn't trust anybody else. That's the thing about Trump. He knows what's in those files. So, and he knows it points back to him directly, right?
Yes.
So to me, it seems like he wouldn't want to trust it. It's his reputation too, bro. His reputation is on the line, right? He's really scared about that, if you ask me, right? So
and the reputation of anyone he's promoted, right?
Anyone. So he wouldn't want to take any chances with JD Vance or Marco Rubio.
It will destroy it will destroy the Republican Party, right?
Yeah.
It will destroy it.
Yeah.
Because that's what he ran on. He ran on transparency when it came to the Epstein files, right? And he criticized every other preceding administration that didn't do that because he's so good. But now look what he's done, right? He hasn't pretty much released, and much of what we know is pretty limited, right?
So he's got two problems with the Epstein files: Ghislaine Maxwell, what to do about her, and what to do about the files themselves. And the clock is ticking. The clock is ticking on
because
both.
Again, let's say something happens to him tomorrow. Ghislaine Maxwell is a factor that they can't overcome without immediately compromising themselves by pardoning her, right? And I'm not too sure. I would have to look at what her charges look like, because obviously it was prosecuted on a federal level, but also if there are any state crimes, she can't be pardoned for those unless it's the governor, right? Of that state. So on a federal level, yes, she can be pardoned by him, but that's career political suicide, right?
But they
Whoever
ain't gonna
does
do
decide
it.
to pardon them.
Yeah, he's not gonna do it before the midterms. It's gonna be after.
I mean, and even if he does, like, the only way I could see it if Trump literally knows that he's on his way out, in terms of like lifespan,
Right.
and decides to do it. But even then, it would still be political suicide for the Republican Party, right? For anyone who was in that administration, they would never be able to run on a local level, on a federal level. They would never be able to get accepted for a position ever again, right? The American people will never vote for them again, just knowing based off how they feel from the Epstein files, right? I think
Yeah.
the Epstein files are one of the only things that both parties, both political parties, both aisles agree on when it comes to their constituents that they want transparency against, right? And they want full accountability, right? So them doing that is, again, political suicide. It's career suicide for them to do it, and it would destroy the Republican Party. They would not have a president, or they wouldn't have, anybody in major position for years. For years, that could be generational years, right? As long as they continue to keep bringing up the Epstein files, right? The minute they continue to bring up and say, "Oh, you were in cahoots to hide the Epstein files," their career is done, right? So.
Let me ask you
Go
this.
ahead,
What do you think the potential is for one Supreme Court justice to step down himself before the next president comes into power?
I don't know, because I do think that, on both sides, they don't want to set the precedence of having a Supreme Court justice removed. I don't think they want that. I don't think both parties want that. So I think they'll stay in place regardless.
But what if one is in the Epstein files?
I think that's a different story. I think then definitely
that's what I'm asking. That's what.
Then they would definitely vote him out, right?
Oh no, they might just step down, because look, if they step down, they get their pension, they can get a head start on getting the fuck out of the country.
True, I would see them stepping down, but I don't feel like the Supreme Court justice mindset is so, how can I say it? It's almost near untouchable, even if they were to force them through, the bells and whistles. Maybe they would, but I haven't seen, like, obviously the Epstein files are an outlier, but Supreme Court justice, they try to ride it out as much as they can until they fucking die, right? And to have,
but if you're in those files, let's say, for example, if Clarence Thomas is in those files, for example, he's not going to wait for the next president to take power.
Yeah, no, he's not.
Yeah, because
he's not, because it's just going to be an open investigation. They'd have to openly investigate you, right?
Yeah.
They'd have to publicly investigate you, and you're going to be charged. They will have to find a reason to charge you with that investigation, even if they don't want to, right? The public is going to want that. So you're better off getting out of Dodge. But even then, once, I think once those files are released, even stepping down, you're not safe. You're not safe.
Yeah,
you're not
true.
safe. That doesn't mean you're safe. That just means that you're going to be investigated, and whatever that investigation entails, you better hope that there's nothing still valid in terms of statute of limitations, because that's the biggest thing.
But let me
statute of limitations.
Yeah. Now there's one more aspect, that I just thought of. Just to wrap it up and then go to the next part. Trump, he seemed to, and Todd Blanch or Pam Bondi, they seem to be very selective about the Epstein files they released, right?
Of course.
So that means the next president, he got some options. Like he could get access to those files, and if there is a Supreme Court justice, if there's a congressperson that's in there, if there's they could potentially twist their arm. Even without,
they've said,
right?
But they can, but they've said that they've had, I mean, this is obviously speculation, but they've said that they've damaged these files to the point where some of these files are unrecoverable on purpose. right? They're not too sure on the handling of the files, but they said from insider information, they've said that a lot of these files, even if the next administration takes a hold of them, some of these files can't be recovered, right?
Okay.
So that's even more interesting. And so, let's, and obviously some of these redactions as well, you just can't even be undone from how the way they've redacted them. Some can, but who knows what information is hidden in those files that can't be recovered or can't be unredacted based off how they chose to handle these files. And I think that's kind of
Look at
what
this,
he's
bro.
working on in the background.
Look at this,
Go ahead.
man. Look at this. Yeah, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but you can never, you never know what gold when you strike gold out here. You know what I'm saying? You just got to roll with it. But this is what it says, bro. This is what came up, and I'm sure it has some legal grounds. Now, check this out. Yes, it is virtually certain that the Epstein files were copied and distributed across multiple hands long before any single presidential administration took office, because the materials related to Jeffrey Epstein span over 2 decades of federal investigation, state crime cases, civil lawsuits, media reporting, and estate records. No single entity ever held exclusive control over a single copy of the files. Copies existed and continue to exist in numerous independent repositories. Law enforcement and federal agencies, the FBI and the DOJ, documents digital evidence, hard drives, and surveillance media collected during the federal investigations dating back to 2006 in Florida, 2019 in New York, were logged, backed up, and stored digitally within the FBI's Centennial Case Management System and Federal Evidence Database. State and local authorities, local police departments in Palm Beach, Florida, and state prosecutors held their own investigative files, grand jury materials, and physical evidence logs compiled during the initial mid-2000s investigations. Civil courts and legal teams, victims and defense attorneys, civil lawsuits, and most notably Giuffre versus Maxwell and Edwards versus Epstein involved massive discovery processes, hundreds of thousands of pages, depositions, flight logs, emails, financial records were copied, shared under protective orders, and archived court unsealings. Epstein's estate, Epstein's personal executors, attorneys, and accountants maintain extensive internal records, digital servers, and communication logs, many of which were later subpoenaed by Congress and state attorney generals. Investigative journalists and media archives, early leaks, public records. We can't go through this, but look, for public court unsealings and internet mirroring. Whenever federal judges such as the U.S. District Attorney Loretta Preska ordered caches of documents to be unsealed, those files were immediately downloaded, mirrored, and archived by transparency groups, researchers, and internet. Bottom line, because the Epstein files are not a single. Okay, let me see something. What about the remaining 3 million files? I'm just curious what it says, and then we get on to it. Let's see here. Got about a half an hour left. The remaining, reference blah, 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 act, signed. The late January 26th, Department of Justice published massive trench containing over 3 million, along with roughly 180,000 to 2,000 videos, Here's the current status regarding those files and what remains. What was released, we know that. Why some materials were redacted and withheld. DOJ stated that while roughly 6 million total pages were initially reviewed as potential candidates under the Transparency Act, now held back or heavily redacted victims and survivors protections. Federal law required strict redaction of names, duplicates. Hundreds of thousands of documents were overlapping files collected from both Southern District of New York, SDNY, and Southern District, Florida, SDN, Florida. Legal privileges and exceptions, materials protected by attorney-client privilege, deliberative process privilege, or federal bans on distributing explicit violent depictions were withheld. Unrelated investigative files, documents captured in broad sweeps, deemed completely unrelated. Status today following massive January. Yeah, well, we will find out. We will find out. I'm just curious about that. Like, I think the first thing that needs to happen is an investigation needs to go into if any of those files were destroyed, and there needs to be prosecutions immediately. If any of them were destroyed, that's got to be pivotal, right? A pivotal act to take up and
destroyed or altered for sure.
Destroyed or altered. And the reason why I say this is because it's likely some foreign governments have files too.
Yeah.
So if you destroy the U.S. government's own files, you're giving a foreign government power over you to some degree, or you're giving them leverage. So I'm curious, this would be very dangerous for them to attempt to do, but in any case, all right. So look, this is what Trump is up to now. Check this out. This is what happened yesterday. Back onto the voting. This is crazy, but it is what it is. It's true.
The Trump administration is now formally asking the Supreme Court to let them tighten rules for mail-in voting. This is about an executive order that was signed by the president earlier this year. It's an order that's been challenged in the courts by nearly half of the states. All of this is unfolding with just 99 days until Election Day. Let's bring in CNN Chief Supreme Court Analyst Joan Biskupic. Joan, always good to see you.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Can you walk through?
Eric, what's good? What's going on, man?
Just watching.
Okay, good to see you up, man. Okay, let's hear some more.
Through what this means, the timetable here, because the time crunch is real.
The time crunch is real, as you say, just 99 days. And we know that President Trump is trying several measures to try to affect what happens in November in the midterms. This particular action today involves his March directive that would involve the U.S. Postal System and the Department of Homeland Security screening state rolls. The directive requires the states to submit lists of eligible voters, and then for those two federal entities to try to screen whether there are some non-citizens who can be poised to vote. That's his whole theme here, is to try to take non-citizens out of the voter pool. As you know, there are very few non-citizens who have been found to have voted at all. And, I'll mention the New Jersey situation in a few seconds, but really this has not been a problem that the country has had in the past. But the president is trying to head off something, and 23 Democratic-led states have said, look, election procedures are the domain of the states. This is not something that the White House should be infringing on. And so far, lower courts have agreed. And what we have is a order from the U.S. Court of Appeals based in Boston over the weekend that would halt this policy going forward and not force state officials to keep using their time to meet this directive. Today, just a few minutes ago, Casey, the Trump administration, the U.S. Solicitor General representing Donald Trump here, has come to the court saying, prevent the effect of that order from the First Circuit. Let these procedures go into effect. Nothing's really happened yet. In fact, that's the government's argument at this point, is that it's premature to interfere because right now the federal government is just putting in several regulations to try to prevent non-citizens from voting. And we saw just, in recent days, New Jersey has acknowledged that some 400 non-citizens did vote, but that is just a real outlier situation. This has not been a problem. So what will probably happen, Casey, is the justices will ask for some sort of response from the Democratic challengers, and then we'll see if they want to intervene at this point and effectively force the states to turn over rolls and potentially have these procedures in place for the November election, Casey.
All right, Joan Biskupic, reporting for us. Joan, thank you very much. Our panel is also joined now by Professor of Constitutional Law at Georgetown University, Michelle Goodwin. And Michelle, I do want to put this to you because, you heard Joan walk through kind of the immediate ramifications of this particular situation, but how unprecedented is it, or is it unprecedented, for an administration to try to make such dramatic changes to the way in which Americans are allowed to or able to vote with such a compressed time frame before they're supposed to do so?
Well, it's great to be on with you and also my good friend Joan. So it's absolutely unprecedented. We've never seen an executive order like this Trump order, which Joan referred to. Notably, in that First Circuit Court of Appeals, which upheld the injunction from a lower court, one of those 3 judges was Trump appointed. That court said that this is null and void just on its face, and it is, because it's extraordinary. We have known and held for, it's been now centuries, that the domain of elections are left to states to control, to monitor. They're responsible for that. This is not something that is just of the last year or 2 of this administration. This is something that has been fundamental to the United States and its rule of law and politics. And so what we see, I think one of the ways of seeing this has been a longer arc of Donald Trump with suspicion about U.S. elections. We saw that suspicion in 2020 with more than 60 court challenges by Donald Trump under the presumption that there was something that was amiss in that election and that he should have prevailed. It's worth noting that he lost every one of those challenges except for one, which was not a matter of whether he won or not, but it was just during COVID to allow for those who were overseeing, those who were handling the elections, to be able to come 6 feet within those that were handling it. So it's dead on arrival, but we're not really sure what might happen with the United States Supreme Court.
Xochitl Hinojosa, how do you think through this? Both, I mean, you were at DOJ, but you've also worked as a Democratic operative. What is going on? Like, what is the president trying to accomplish here? Because they are, it seems, trying to use the Postal Service in how should we put it? Innovative ways?
Yes.
Compared to how it's been used in the past?
Yeah, absolutely innovative ways. It's very clear that he is trying to limit voting in some kind. Here is what I would caution the administration and Republicans. If we are 99 days to the election, this could cause total chaos. There are election officials who are already very, very stressed under stressful circumstances. They get threats all of the time. We may end up having a Democratic president in 2028. And if the Trump administration wants to continue to try to meddle in elections, there might be a Democratic administration that then might try to meddle with elections too. My hope is that that doesn't happen, but we can't start the precedent of whether it's Republican or Democratic presidents, anyone, the federal government, meddling in elections when they do not believe that they're going to win. This is a state. These are left to the states, and it's under the Constitution. And I think that this is setting a very dangerous precedent overall to make our election system more political based on one party or another.
Mike?
Well, I don't disagree on making our election system more political. I mean, we really do need to watch out for that. We have to have, as Americans, trust in the system. Problem with that is, and I'll leave New Jersey to the side, because there were 400 people who voted, 6,000 who were eligible to vote that really weren't eligible to vote. But I'll look at some of the Republican states that actually participated in this program, and they have found individuals that are registered to vote that, according to the DMV, because a lot of states use motor voter as the way that they do registration in the states now, as being non-citizens. So they sent out letters to 3,000 plus Alaskans in the one case that I know about, and they're following up on that. So there is some, again, these are small numbers, I will grant you that, but I don't know that it's absolutely wrong for us to take a look at the system and go, sometimes people make mistakes. Software has glitches. We saw that in New Jersey.
Yeah, but the thing about it is that New Jersey found its errors and reported them. The federal government knows about the errors because New Jersey found the errors and reported it to the federal government. So again, what role does the federal government have in elections? There it is. They don't have much of a role. The one thing that the Constitution makes very clear, the federal government cannot register people to vote. It can't do that. You would have to codify it. If you wanted to do that, it would have to be codified in any case. But how do you codify something to make a law that goes totally against it. Like that's likely to not happen because most states, what do they want to do? They want to preserve their state authority and their state power. So it doesn't make sense. And then on top of it, just like she stated, what happens if there's a Democratic president? So you can't just change things like that, unless you're willing to change it again as soon as a Democrat becomes president. Now you want to codify the law the opposite way. That's not democracy, because in elections, the rules have to, at the very least, be the same. They have to be continuous. You can't change it based on the party who's in power. You know what I'm saying? And that's basically what Trump is trying to do it for. That's also another reason why it should be shot down. And I think that's the basis under which it will be shot down, because, unless you want to open up the door for every election, new rules, depending on who's in power, it just doesn't make sense. You first have to prove that it had an effect on an election. I think that would be the bar there, but let's hear some more.
Let's fix it.
Yeah, states should be fixing them, and that's what they're doing in New Jersey and other places. We haven't seen mass voter fraud or people who are registered to vote actually vote who are non-citizens. So things like that, but it's up to the states to do that, not up to the president of the United States.
And let's be
briefly,
clear
Michelle.
that if we care about American voting, then we would actually go back to the Voting Rights Act, the John Lewis Voting Rights Bill. There's a lot to be said about shoring up American elections, making sure that Americans can vote. Right now, we have Americans that are poised to be in lines for 5, 6, 7 hours waiting to vote. We have states that have passed laws that you cannot even give someone water or a sandwich while they're waiting in line for 5 or 6 or 7 hours. So of the things that we could be talking.
Yeah, there's problems with legal voting. Legal voting is hard to do in the United States of America. And it's obvious what that's about. If you ask me, billionaires don't want citizens voting any goddamn way. They don't want a voice. That's the whole thing. They want their money to equal more votes for them, and how you do that is by limiting votes. That's how you do it in the first place. That's how it works for a billionaire. They only have one vote. Like Elon Musk only has one vote. How does he get it so his vote matters more than someone else? How do you do that? You make it, you lobby congressional members, you lobby senators, and you funnel money to Supreme Court justices, and you actually make it harder for other people to vote. That makes your vote more powerful. Why? Because you're the one spreading the money around, doing the lobbying. See, a middle class American and a poor American has no money to lobby anybody with. The Supreme Court don't want your money. They're going to laugh at your money. Your money's too tiny. A congressman is going to laugh at your money. Here, take my 20 cents on top of that $8 billion AIPAC just gave you, or $8 million. Here's my $8,000,001. The senator's going to say the same thing. You know what I'm saying?
They don't get the Eddie Murphy reference, but yes.
Exactly. Here's my $8,000,050. Here's my 50 cents on top of your 8 million. It's like, what the fuck? People better get a hold of what's going on here, bro.
But also, the DSA movement is showing that is becoming less of a factor. We've seen it with Mamdani. We've seen it with a bunch of other candidates, including Abdul Saeed, where the spending is not going to cut it if the rhetoric and the policy is not behind it.
Oh boy, exactly, bro.
It's shown.
And you're absolutely right about that, bro. As a matter of fact, damn, didn't I have that ready here? Didn't I have that ready? Yes. Matter of fact, here, let me pull that up. We got to have that ready right after this. Yeah, okay.
And that's just it, guys. The candidate lady that's going against Abdul Sayed, she's starting to lose ground, even though he's being completely outspent by AIPAC. Yep. And then you have to wonder why is AIPAC, even sometimes supporting Democrats, I think, once you figure out who Abdul is, it's pretty clear why.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know what you mean by that, because you're talking about his religion, or is it his what he's advocating for? Because he's not advocating for anything Islamic.
Well, depending who's going to be sympathetic to Israel.
Aha, yeah, in that regard. Yeah, AIPAC is just anybody just going to be sympathetic to Palestinians over being sympathetic towards Israel. Yeah, they won't like you being empathetic towards Palestinians. Basically, they're going to try not to give you as much support. Yeah, and then
does that outweigh the anti-Zionist sentiment that America is currently going through? I don't think so. I think America's a lot more anti-Zionist currently than anti-Israel, right? Anti-Israel, anti-Zionist than they are anti-Palestinian, right?
Yeah, and then you have
But here it's the Democratic race for senator. Why is Israel such a factor in terms of that should be like number 18th on the list? Instead, it's become like number 1 or 2 or 3.
True. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, because what they don't want is they don't want any more anti-Israel sentiment, right? They don't want the continuous spread of anti-Israel sentiment, and that's definitely going to be propagated with the DSA movement, like it has with Mamdani, right? Mamdani went on a public platform and said that he would arrest Netanyahu, right? So they don't want to continue to have these smaller uprisings that are anti-Zionist, anti-Israel sentiments. They don't want to continue that, right? If they could spend as much money as they can to stop that sentiment, they would, even on the most basic local level.
Yeah, and it sounds like there might be a showdown next week with Mamdani and Netanyahu.
Next week?
No, I definitely.
Next week? What do you mean?
Yes.
What you talking about? Next week?
Yeah, go ahead, Michael.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
You were saying?
I believe that that Netanyahu was coming into New York City, and for some kind of meeting. And
right, it's the UN, right? Is it the UN?
Yeah, the
meeting?
UN.
Okay,
yes,
okay,
and,
that's what it is. Yeah,
and because I'm not sure if he was going to address everybody, but they have charges, in front of the international court. And they're just trying to, there's going to be other countries there trying to convince him. Okay, well, if you think you're innocent, then go defend yourself.
I don't know. It's going to be so weird because right now, officially, there are not many Western governments that support Israel, like Netanyahu.
At least their actions in Palestine, yes. For sure.
Yeah, there's very few, man.
The U.S. is actually one of the few countries that doesn't recognize the court.
Yeah, exactly. So, this is a big issue. I think the EU has been responding. Of course, it's a sensitive issue, but the EU has definitely not been in favor of Netanyahu as of late. And even more. I mean, they've grown tired of the way that they've been dealing with Palestinians. But I think the thing with Iran just sealed it. Like, come on, you can't be. Like, what are you trying to, basically Netanyahu is not empathetic to anybody else's issues, is he?
No, he's not.
He don't give a goddamn. He doesn't care, man.
Yeah, and while I can't blame him for taking advantage of things, it looks like he might have overplayed his hand.
I think so. Yeah, exactly. Because
and he has an election coming up as well. You know that, right? He has an election coming up in Israel.
And he's Well, we will see. All right, let me play this. Let me play one more clip here.
And you have to remember, only just up until about 18 months ago, the sentiment was like plus 40 for Israel. Now it's like negative 11. There's been a huge swing.
Yeah, you're right, man. It's actually very telling. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy, man, how much has changed. And of course, if you want to stay in and keep power, and not just keep power, but if you want to survive this round of elections, you're probably going to want to take heed to, and stay away from Netanyahu. And here's the thing. Voters are not going to just let you duck your head and get away with not making a comment either. They want to know what your position is. So, yeah. But in any case, here, let's hear. Speaking of your buddy here, Abdul Al-Saeed, let's hear about his race. You saying that AIPAC has outspent him, but it's not working in the election, and he's out of Michigan, right?
Yeah, and remember, it's not just APAC, right? So when we say APAC, APAC is just a certain group that does spend,
Right.
but
But
it is
this,
the establishment
yeah.
Democrats as well, right?
Okay.
They don't want him. They want him to be primary. They do not want him visible, right? And so it also goes. They centralize that money when they choose a candidate. Each party chooses how much money they want to spend to back that candidate.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're seeing the party back the candidate that they want versus the candidate who's popular at the moment, which is Abdul Saeed. But
All right. Yeah, exactly. So they actually whoever they center their money behind usually has a huge advantage in elections, being visual and getting their name out there so the public knows them. But it didn't work in this case. So let's peep it. Let's peep.
Most wholesome, full-hearted Michigan way for the Congresswoman who's been pushing that fight for Medicare for all, Pramila Jayapal. And if I have anything to do about it, the next Senate Majority Leader, Chris Van Hollen.
That audience sound excited, man. Like, wow.
And the intellectual.
Notice how he's endorsing someone for Senate Majority Leader. Who's the Senate Majority Leader now?
It's Chuck
Schumer.
It's Chuck Schumer. Yep, exactly. And that's interesting because, that's another dynamic here because they're endorsing people to run, and that you rarely ever get a chance to really see that work, bro. The ones that are
not even Mamdani did it. Not even Mamdani
yeah,
endorsed someone to run against Chuck Schumer or Jeffries. But here you are with Abdul, who's openly promoting someone to primary Chuck Schumer. But go ahead.
Yeah, that's a new dynamic. That shows you that the money factor is falling apart in the DNC. The in terms of it being the structure, the power structure, like it's not adding up the way it used to add up. You might have never even seen this, and like you said, even in Mamdani's case, you didn't see this, but they're breaking ranks here. They're openly breaking ranks. But let's hear some more. Let's hear.
Elizabeth Warren. Now y'all know why we're here, right? Money out of? Money in your? Medicare for? Let's make sure they hear it everywhere. Money out of? Money in your? Medicare for? There it is. Yo, my name is Abdul Sayed. And y'all know I got a name that is tailor-made for U.S. politics. But y'all, it just shouldn't be this hard. Shouldn't be this hard in the richest, most powerful country in the history of the world to afford a second bag of groceries. Shouldn't be this hard to believe you could ever own a home. Shouldn't be this hard to see a doctor when you get sick. And it shouldn't be this hard to pay your taxes and know that that money is going to be spent on you and your kids instead of dropping bombs on somebody else and their kids. Shouldn't be this hard. Now, I was never supposed to run for office. That was not part of my life's plan. I got an 11-letter first name. Got sounds that come out of parts of people's throats they don't know they have. I wanted to be a doctor. I wanted to be a doctor because I could go 15 hours to my family's native Egypt or 15 minutes from where I grew up, not too far from here. Either north into the city of Pontiac or south into the city of Detroit. And either way, I would cross a 10-year life expectancy gap. And I became a doctor because it shouldn't matter where you grow up, shouldn't matter the color of your skin, shouldn't matter what you or your parents do for work, you deserve a long, healthy life in these United States of America. And on the way there, I came to appreciate that too often our healthcare system isn't just not part of the solution, it's part of the damn problem. We've created a system more interested in monetizing you when you get sick than it is in taking care of you and making sure that you heal. And I realized in my studies that I didn't want to work in the system, I wanted to work on the system. So I went into public health. Got the opportunity to come back to rebuild Detroit's health department after it had been shut down. Led Wayne County's Department of Health, Human and Veteran Services. We thought outside the box about what public health could be. Built programs to guarantee kids glasses when we found out that they wouldn't get a pair even though we knew they needed some. Tens of thousands of pairs of glasses later, kids in Detroit who otherwise might not have been able to see the board are now thriving in the classroom. When the biggest polluter and the most polluted zip code in the entire state wanted to raise their emissions, we worked with the local community. We said enough is enough. Together we stood up, forced them to invest $10 million of their own dollars to reduce emissions when they had wanted to increase them. After Flint, we had every school, daycare, and Head Start tested for lead in the water. In Wayne County, we put anti-overdose medication in vending machines for free in 100 locations. When we realized that our county ranked number 8 for medical debt nationwide and that we could eliminate it for a penny on the dollar, we put aside $7 million to erase up to $700 million of medical debt for 300,000 families. But I'm never going to forget that awful day when this Trump administration froze federal funds. Feels like 10 years ago, it was like about a year ago. And I'm sitting in the Guardian building in Detroit trying to figure out how to make sure WIC checks go out next week. How to make sure that our kids don't lose the ability to see a doctor at a federally qualified health center. Trying to make sure that vaccines go into arms. And I get a notification that after his long career, our current U.S. Senator Gary Peters is not seeking re-election. That there's going to be an open U.S. Senate seat. And I thought to myself, damn, maybe it's time for us to get a U.S. Senator willing to fight. If I were to be elected, I'd be the first Democratic doctor elected to the U.S. Senate since 1969. First ever public health official elected to the U.S. Senate. And the last time I checked, the guy who's running health and human services for this country works out in jeans. Meanwhile, here in Michigan, we're trying to dodge lettuce. Trying to figure out how to breathe the unclean air. I think we might be able to use a public health senator right about now. But y'all might remember this is not my first rodeo. I ran for governor back in 2018. I was 32 years old, never run for office in my life. Had no idea what I was doing. I said, you know what, I'm gonna go big or go home. I went big, then I went home. But we earned 340,000 votes. We got outspent 7-1. But we were 2-1 more efficient than the governor. 3-1 more efficient than a guy who's currently in Congress. And more importantly, I said something at the time that folks weren't quite ready to hear that's only proven more true now. Donald Trump is not himself the disease of our politics. He's the worst symptom of the disease of our politics. The disease is the system that allows big corporations and billionaires and special interests like AIPAC to buy and sell politicians in ways that leave them rigging the system against us. We pay more for all we have to buy, get paid less for all the work we do, and watch as our tax dollars get misappropriated to do dumb things like drop bombs on other people instead of smart things like build schools for our own. So y'all, we're running a campaign to do 3 simple things. Y'all already know what they are. Money out of? Money in your? Medicare for? We got work to do. Now I want to talk a little bit about what that means. You've probably seen the ads. All the ads. $60 million of ads carpet bombing our airwaves. Now, here's the funny thing about it. Everyone's like, how y'all withstanding this? I don't know. Last time I checked, the commercials were the part of the show you didn't want to watch. Go on and buy the worst commercials and then wonder why they're not working. But here's the thing about them. They still cost a whole lot of money. $60 million doesn't fall off a tree. They don't give it to you because they think you're nice. There is a pro quo at the end of the quid. When AIPAC drops $30 million on a race, you know why that is?
They want something in return.
There it is. It's a $30 million down payment on a vote to send $3 billion somewhere else. And where does that go? To a foreign government that's done genocide and apartheid, and now is taking us to a war for the goal of annexing southern Lebanon. And here's the thing about it: when you say anything about it, it's like, must be because he hates somebody. I don't hate anybody. Y'all, I love everybody. I just think I want my tax dollars spent here in Michigan to build schools in Michigan, to provide health care in Michigan, to empower folks in Michigan, to fix our damn roads in Michigan, instead of sending them somewhere else to destroy someone else. I gotta tell you, I grew up not too far from here. I'm so grateful I grew up in a community with a large Jewish community. I'm so grateful for that. I learned so much about the Jewish faith and Jewish culture and Jewish history and Jewish traditions and Jewish contributions to American life. Judaism and the Jewish people are a beautiful faith and a beautiful people, and I love and revere them. But so are Palestinians and Palestinian questions.
You know, actually, he just did something there that that illustrates it's much better. It has more of an effect to speak positively about other people than it does negatively all the time. And when you hear people talk negatively all the time about a group of people, it makes it sound like it's not real. Because no group of people are that way. No group of people are only bad. You know what I mean? And I just realized that, like, when he spoke, when he said it, you know, he was happy that Jewish people are beautiful people. That's a hell of a better statement than always calling Palestinians terrorists.
I mean, it's a part of the way he's choosing to form that speech, right?
Yeah.
It's not bogged down by hate rhetoric, right? So it's not galvanizing in the wrong way, right? It's more inclusive than exclusive, right? It's not dog whistling to a particular base through hate, right? It's joining through a positive message and recognizing the good in every group of individuals, right? It's more inclusive than exclusive, and MAGA's exclusive, right? So it goes directly in opposition to the MAGA speech, right? Where they'll call out trans, gays, Muslims, anyone who doesn't fit in their mold, where this is more inclusive. And when we look at a person like Abdul Saeed, and we look at the more recent DSA wins, these DSA wins are in Senate, right? They're in Senate representative positions. When we look at someone like Mamdani, he is an official for a city within a state, right? They rhyme, but they're very different. And I think the more representation we start seeing in the Senate, the more we'll start seeing on the local level. We'll start seeing the mayors, we'll start seeing governors who are now a part of that DSA movement, where Mamdani's the exclusive. He is the one of one when it comes to being a part of being in position of a more local position, right? As the highest local position, what I would argue in America in terms of being in New York, right? The New York City mayor, where, you know, no shade to Abdul, but Abdul he's in Michigan, right? When we look at AOC, she was in New York, but she's also, these are all Senate candidates, right? They're not the more local individual who now has to govern a city, govern a state, right? And we can hope that through the visibility of the DSA movement, through their through them gaining ground in the Senate and in the House, that they become more visible on the local level, because the local level is where legislation happens, right? We're seeing grocery run stores here in New York because of Mamdani being the mayor, not being a Senate representative, right? Him being a mayor. Yes, they'll advocate for, they'll advocate for the Senate, right? From the Senate seat, they'll advocate policies, But we can look at someone like AOC, and it's no shade to her, but her powers are limited. What she can do is limited. All she
Right.
can do is just go to White House and advocate for more social policies and more social programs. Where
Right.
when we look at Mamdani, he can enact them, right? He can work in tangent with, Governor Hochul, the governor, to promote social policies here on the local level. So it becomes tangible. It becomes impactful. It becomes livable, right?
Yeah.
Because on the Senate level, it is just that you are kind of advocating, on a federal level, what that looks like, versus being able to enact policies, right? Senators, they vote on policies, right? They vote on countrywide and statewide, more countrywide agenda, right? Because it's the Senate and the House, right? If they decide to pass a progressive bill, obviously anyone who's in the DSA movement is going to be in lockstep with progressiveness, but that doesn't do too much for the local laws, right, and the local
Right.
policies. And so that's the only thing. And also remember, this is happening in a state like Michigan because of the disenfranchisement from Detroit, right? The auto industry, right? The prior union, the union
Yeah.
representation that no longer exists,
And,
right?
and they, yeah, yeah, and they're more used to the conversation about health care, child care. If you're going to go to work in the auto sector, yeah, and you're a family, right? That's how you pay your bills in your family. A mom and dad working. You need child care is a real issue.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And
Education is a real
union care
issue.
based.
Yeah. Yeah.
Union care based, right? So even to circle back to what Mom Donnie said, $20,000 a year, up to $20,000 a year for childcare.
Right.
That is a fact. My sister pays that.
It's
She
too
pays
much,
that,
bro. It's
right?
too much.
And when we're talking childcare, we're talking 4 to 5 hours a day. We're not talking a full 8-hour day, right? So now you have to find other ways to supplement the additional time that you are working because your basic daycare, most of them don't cover a full 8-hour day, right? So when and then to circle back to Detroit, right? They're used to unions, right? Strong union base, strong heavy union representation. And so when we look at that, we're looking at what that looks like. It's because it's allowed for this DSA movement to continue, right? Especially
Yeah.
in states like Detroit, like Michigan, right? Because they have cities that seen the benefits of strong social policies in the form of union bargaining, right? In the form of union rights, workers' rights, right? And
Right.
so with the auto industry going global and the disenfranchisement of a lot of people from Michigan, now that rhetoric, they can overlook that Islamophobia. They can overlook what color looks like. And the reason why is because they have experienced an economic boom and economic stability through the auto industry that once existed there, and now they're disenfranchised because of the auto industry going global. But yeah,
Right.
go ahead, babe.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just to circle back, listening to him speak, I'm sorry, but I listen to a lot of candidates speak. I listen to a lot of politicians speak. And how you speak matters. People have different wavelengths. Like when you listen to Trump speak to his constituents, right? It is like they spread a lot of fear of quote unquote Muslims, just generally, period. That's almost like a hallmark of them. And so when I hear this guy speak, he's not generally speaking bad of Jews. No, he's not. He's
highlighting the injustice in Israel, but not Jews, right? He's separating the two.
He's talking about a specific party inside of Israel that has basically been in charge for a long time. And, but he's not speaking about Jews in general. Whereas though, when you hear Americans often or Trump, they're just speaking openly negative about Muslims. They don't even care what country you come from. They don't care what political party you're involved in. They don't care what your actions have actually been. It's just all of you. And I think that's what I mean. Like, I'm just happy to see, like you called it, him be able to speak in an inclusive manner, in a way that lets it be known factually, you are all welcome. I don't hate anybody, and you need to really do that, because especially in these times, because look, we have an anti-woke party. The party is damn near anti-women, is anti-women. They don't want women being able to control, decide between their doctor and themselves whether this child is should be aborted, or because of health reasons, real health reasons or not. They don't care about that. It's very extreme. When they want to talk about people's freedom of speech, it's always one-sided. Freedom of religion is also free under the freedom of expression. These kind of things. It's just to me, it's too much, man. I don't want, when I meet people, I don't care what their religion is. I'm thinking about how they are as a person. You know what I mean? Not their religion, not their race, not their not anything really. It's just their character. That's it. And
character and policies, right? The policies they promote, right?
Yeah, So and so it's good to hear somebody speak that way, man. I actually
right, but on something like this, you got to see what he represents. He's a massive sea change. You have a country that's going, further and further, kind of being pulled to the right. And here, this guy is young. He's Muslim. He's DSA. Mm-hmm. He's a complete hard left turn. So that's going to be, can this continue? Can this keep going on? I mean, it's a big difference.
Right. Yeah. Well, he seems to be having success, man, which is really, really telling. It's really, really telling. I don't know what the polls numbers look like, but we can check that out. All right. But you're right, though, Eric. That's a good point. Let me see here. Let me hear a little more. So
I'll be damned if you take money away from kids in places like Detroit and Pontiac to send them to a government that wants to foreclose on the possibility of self-determination for one people and tell me that this is the best possible use of my money. I'll be damned, because I want my money spent here to do good things here instead of to do genocide and apartheid there. So APAC, where's the camera? APAC, I know you're watching. You go on and burn your damn money. And when the devil go on and burn your bread. You can't buy this, APAC. Can't buy it. Keep running your 30-second ads.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Somebody asked, when did he join DSA? Yeah, I don't think he is a DSA, is he? I don't think he's a member of DSA. Or is he, Mike? Michael, I don't think he is, man.
Abdul Saeed?
Yeah.
Yes, he is. He's a member of the DSA.
He is? Okay. Yeah, he is. Okay, I'm going to let it play some more. I'm going to check that out. I thought he said the other day that he wasn't a member of the DSA, but maybe that's
he's a member of the DSA.
Okay. All right. Let's let it play some more then.
How we feel about y'all in Detroit?
They're probably going to make Mom Donnie his the president.
How we feel about?
They're probably going to do what? Make Mom Donnie. Yeah, be careful. Mom Donnie might be president. Be careful.
Y'all in Michigan. We got potholes that need filling in Michigan. 8 years later, still need to be filled here in Michigan. That was good.
No, it says he's not a member, bro. It says he's not a member. Although they have a lot of similar policies, though. But he's not a member, man. He's a progressive Democrat.
Yeah, you're right.
That's what he said. Yeah.
He is not.
I thought.
I mean, he owes the same ideology.
Yeah. Somebody. I saw someone ask him that on Legacy Media a couple of days ago, and he said no, he wasn't. But his policies, while he's not a DSA member, he shares substantial overlap on policy priorities and maintains strong ties with the Democratic Socialist movement. So he has ties with them, but he's officially a Democrat, Yeah. All right. So a progressive Democrat. That's how he defines himself in any case. But all right, let's hear something. He's for Medicaid for all, just in case people want to know. Medicaid for all, debt relief, corporate price gouging bans, and green energy initiatives. So, all right, let's hear some more.
Yeah, that's like DSA light.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, your guess is as good as mine. I'm still learning about them, but I like what I'm hearing. And I didn't used to be so knowledgeable about DSA. I'm still learning, right? But I do like what I'm hearing, and it's not just about their policies. It's about how they actually practice, actually are going for the things that they say that they want to achieve. I really like that. So I'm really for a change in this standoff between Democrats and Republicans, because Democrats and Republicans don't get enough done, bro. It's just they stand still they neutralize each other, and I think Americans deserve better, man. We deserve more than just standing still. And we are behind every other Western country when it comes to our domestic policies, how our taxes are used. We're behind, man. We're at the last of the pile there, and so that affects our lives.
Just look at Mitch McConnell's record.
Yeah, he ain't done shit for Kentucky. And they love it.
Look at Mitch McConnell. Guy's been there for like almost half a century. Besides still working on healthcare reform, he's hardly accomplished almost anything else.
Yeah. So I think it's natural for people to want to hear and see something new, man. I think that's just natural, I hope that they're able to help the Democratic, just having some new energy. I hope it helps the Democratic Party come out of this kind of stagnant space with Republicans, because it didn't seem like they knew how to break the stagnant energy. It seemed like they're kind of stuck there with Republicans, not really able to give. And you hear it. You always hear middle class poor Republicans complain about the Democrats. You hear middle class poor Democrats complain about the Republicans. Well, what does that mean? What does it mean? Can you get further than, when Obama and Biden are in office, the middle class and poor Republicans hate that. When Trump is in office, he's not even thinking about the middle class. He's thinking about less than even the Democrats, and the middle class and poor Republicans love it. So that's also that's very telling. But how can you be a middle class and poor Republican and love Trump? How can you love any of them? Any of these, they don't even claim to want to do anything for you. They're not asking. They had power. They could have come with a new healthcare plan. They came with nothing. Just cuts. No healthcare plan. And they pretended like they were going to come with one and didn't even come with it. It's like, man, come on, man.
Same people who are in welfare states.
Yes.
The same people who are in welfare states. The same people who rank consistently low on an education level, right?
Yeah.
The same people who rank high in obesity. The only thing Trump has done for them is made GLP-1s more available. And we're not going to even talk about how he has now directly targeting generic drugs, right? And essentially going to make a price increase on generic drugs,
right,
of up to 100%.
Right.
So
yeah, that's his new tariff, right?
Yes, right.
It's crazy, man.
He thinks magically that we grow an infrastructure that allows for these drug making companies to start producing drugs here in the U.S. as if that's a thing. So
1920s.
Expect your drug prices. Exactly. Expect your drug prices to go up ridiculous.
Yeah.
Expect them to go up ridiculous.
All
your cheapest drugs, because he's targeting generic drugs. These are the cheapest drugs on the market, right?
Yeah.
So,
and you know what tariffs
directly
do?
affecting healthcare.
Yeah, and you know what tariffs do? They take money out of the middle class and poor and give it to the rich. That's all it does.
Yeah.
It's
that's what
just so people understand. The Trump is rescinding much of the Medicare Part D benefits that give discounts on drugs. Now, people got to also understand that this was one of the few things that Republicans actually had to hang their hat on that they expanded on the Medicare program, and now they're taking that away. So I don't know what they're going to take credit anymore. It's also like things like the assault weapons ban that was bipartisan at the time, but they kind of got most of the credit because Reagan was the catalyst on why that all happened. So you got to figure that the Republicans don't have that many accomplishments, and here they're starting to undo the few things that they have.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I see somebody in the chat said you can't compare bombs in healthcare. You don't have bombs to secure your countries. Then who cares about your healthcare? No, your bombs are about your health too. What?
Yes.
It's all about your health.
The health of your country, right? The health of your country. 1, 2.
Yeah.
In order to have valid people applying for military service, guess what you would hope they'd have?
You will hope. You will hope they're healthy. I mean, what's the point in defending your country when everybody's sick and they can't afford health care? Who are you defending? Like that's the thing about it, So yeah, they're all tax dollars, and the general health of the public health is just as important as being able to defend the country from a foreign adversary. They're both equally valid, Yeah, but in any case, man, sometimes I wonder about people. Like, is it a person that's never experienced a healthcare problem? Is that what that is?
No, they probably haven't, or their loved ones haven't, right?
Yeah, or maybe their loved ones haven't, or is that what's going on? What about the old people? Like, we got to defend our country from the outside. Fuck the old people. They don't need elder care. Fuck them. If they can't afford it, fuck it. That's how I'm an American. It's like, and plus you got money for both. How come you're not doing both too well? What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? It's the richest country on earth. They like, you can only have bombs or healthcare. Pick one. No. You know what I'm saying? You can't have your steak and your vegetables. No. You got to choose one.
And that's just it, Master B. We have someone in the chat that's saying that Republicans stand for small government, which is ridiculous on its face. I mean, the Republicans have spent trillions of your tax dollars and have almost nothing to show for it. They've spent more money than God. There's no group in the world that has spent more money than Republicans.
I like how you said that, man. They spend more money than God. It's true, man. They spending your kids' money. They spending your kids' money, your grandkids' money, and shit. They don't even want your great grandkids to have any money left and shit, man. They about to tear down the whole damn economy and shit. All right, so let's hear some more from this. I'm really happy that I bothered to listen. This is a real. Let me put this speech in the chat. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put this speech in the chat. If people want to listen to it, I would advise you to listen to it. I'm going to listen to it again. Not the whole thing right now, but that was interesting. That's why I let it play halfway. There's 30 more minutes left to it. So if you want to find out more about what Saeed, hold on, let me see. Abdul Saeed, what he's canvassing for, right? He's running for Senate in Michigan, and he's doing very well.
He's pretty much neck and neck in his primary with the other Democrat lady, but it looks like he's starting to gain a small lead.
Yeah, I think people are Democrats.
Oh no, I know he has a lead for sure.
Yeah,
has the overwhelming lead more recently in the more recent polls.
Okay, yeah, I think it's because Democrats are getting tired of progressive Dems. They want more aggression on this, and they don't want excuses. They want action, and they want people saying we can do it. Let's bring a plan to do it. Let's run people on state level, like you were saying, Michael. Run people on the federal level. Run them for governor, run them for mayor in cities.
Yeah.
Let's just run. Let's start doing this, because if you say it can't happen on one level, then it's got to happen on the other. If you say you can't get Congress to do something federal, then let's make it happen on the state level. You have to do that, because times are hard right now. Times are hard.
Well, it's the only way you're going to get actual policies, right? If you're waiting for the federal government to enact some sort of policy before it even trickles down and gets to you, you probably won't be seen or heard, right? It probably won't make it there, right? Because of the two-party system and the way it's established. Yeah. It won't happen. So hopefully it galvanizes individuals to vote more locally for, a mayor who is either a progressive Dem or a DSA member, right? And hopefully it does trickle down to that aspect, to them being more open to that rhetoric as they start seeing more progressive Dems and DSAs that are visible on the Senate level and on the representative level. So hopefully, right?
Mm-hmm. Let me see something. Can I get this here? Did I do this right? Somebody named Have No Name YT joined. This is so funny. Look at when they joined. July 16th, 2026. Wow, how many accounts you got? What's your ethnicity for real? Who are you? Like, put something
What's
up.
your state? Who's your health provider?
Yeah, what state do you live in and who's your healthcare provider? What's your ethnicity? What country do you come from? Because I always notice that it's like the people that have the most derogatory things to say, they don't ever want to show you anything about them. They just want you to believe them. Let me put the link. Sorry, I don't just believe anybody is anything over the damn internet. Let me see here. Let me put the link. Yeah, that's really not impressive. Your YouTube page is like 2 weeks ago. I doubt you believe in what you're saying. And that's not a good sign that you actually believe anything. Hiding your ass and shit in a troll account.
How many times has his account been banned? How many times?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Look, he's talking about he's born in DC. All right, well, you born in DC? No problem then.
Where in DC? What's your local hospital? We need a qualifier for V to be able to confirm that.
Yeah, I don't believe that shit. Like I said, I don't just believe anything. I'm not the one hiding anything over the internet. So, but look, hop on up. If you from DC, I'm from DC too. Hop on up. Let's have a talk. But don't be embarrassed because your account says you just joined YouTube 2 weeks ago. So that's a fact. All right, I'm not lying. That's a fact. All right. So in any case, look, let's move on. When'd you join YouTube, Eric? When'd you join YouTube, Michael? I joined 2013.
So a wild new infographic.
Like 20 years ago.
Come on, man. Hop on up. The link is for you. Have No Name. Look, and Have No Name. He don't even put his name on shit. It's not like he gonna say, and I put my name on it. No, you don't. You're not even saying that. That's what I mean. The trolls don't stand on shit these days, boy.
He must have been successful in school. He must have wrote his no name on no homework.
Another millionaire.
Really?
Another millionaire with nothing. It's all in digital currency. Disappearing at. But in any case, if you want to hop up, come on and hop on up. No, nobody's triggered. We laughing at you, son. Hop your ass up, okay? Here, again, panel. You can figure out how to use a computer, right? Or a phone, right? Here you go. Panel. Here's the link. Okay? There you have it. You wanted some attention, you got it. But I don't think you're going to hop up because I don't think you're from DC and I don't think you want people to know who you really are. So there it is. All right, let's continue.
Shows exactly how Francesca Hong has taken the lead in the Wisconsin Democratic gubernatorial primary. We had her on the show yesterday. She is a DSA aligned candidate who, according to the pollings, is kind of running away with this thing at this point. Put this image up on the screen. So this is they use the state of Wisconsin here to fill in as a sort of word cloud what voters say they are voting based on. And this is specifically Democratic voters in the Democratic primary. And Emily, the two things that jump out are healthcare and data centers. Just below that is affordability, then economy, then Trump, then I would say rights. And after that, electability is a little bit smaller after that, but, and education. But the big one that really stands out here is data centers. And in a earlier debate, there was a debate last night, but this is from an earlier debate in this race. The candidates for the Democratic nomination were all asked if they would support a 1-year moratorium on data center construction. And Francesca Hong was the only person who raised her hand and said that she would. Let's take a look at that.
Do you support a 1-year or longer moratorium on data center construction in Wisconsin? Right, thank you.
We talked to Francesca some about this yesterday. This has really been a centerpiece of her campaign, Emily, and I bet a number of those candidates would like to go back and have a redo on how they answered that question.
I mean, that's Kathy Hochul just did the 1-year moratorium, and none of these other Wisconsin Democrats. Wisconsin has been actually a pretty hot spot of this debate. The Manitowoc Minute guy was leading the charge against building new data centers in the southeastern part of the state. Like, this has rallied people in Wisconsin. So to be that either bought and paid for or ignorant of where people stand on this issue is truly ridiculous. Like, that, there's just no excuse for that at this point politically. Now, I doubt that they have really great arguments on the merit against the 1-year moratoriums. People can make those arguments, but I doubt that's what they're doing. It seems to me like they're just completely out of touch with their own voters because they're all cynical politicians, or politicians are by nature cynical. No offense to the politicians out there who watch Breaking Points. I'm sure there are many of you, but you're making cynical political calculations in a gubernatorial election. So that, to look at her being the only one saying she would support a 1-year moratorium in a world where Kathy Hochul just did that because she's seen this up close in her own state. Amazing to see that.
I have to give some credit to Kathy Hochul, not only on this, but on other issues. She has read the polls. She sees where the wind is blowing, and she has proven herself to be a very adept politician in terms of moving to where the public is, recognizing the power of Zoran's movement, the energy there, repositioning herself to be less adversarial. And she did that early. I don't know if you remember, she appeared at a rally for him in advance of his election battle against Cuomo in the general election. So she has proven to be relatively nimble and her finger much more on the pulse than a lot of other Democratic politicians who are out there. Let's put F2 up on the screen. You can see what the fallout is here for the rest of Francesca Hong's competitors. This is pretty wild. This is a State Navigate poll for the Wisconsin governor Democratic primary. And Francesca Hong now is at 44%, nearing a majority. David Crowley at 15, Mandela Barnes at 14, and the other competitors, down below 5%. Now the undecided is just at 13%. So in prior polls, Emily, there were, and this is what Francesca actually told us yesterday, in prior polls, the undecided number was really quite large. And I'm sure her competitors, both David Crowley and Mandela Barnes, were hoping that those undecideds were going to hear about Francesca Hong and how radical she was, and they were going to flip to them, and that would help them make up the gap. Well, people are now deciding their votes, and they're overwhelmingly, according to this poll anyway, going for Francesca Hong. And I think it does come back to something you and I briefly discussed yesterday, which is if you are a DSA-aligned candidate, if you have, that worldview, more or less, you have a worldview. Yeah. You're not afraid to take a stand and say, yeah, I support a 1-year moratorium on data centers. That's easy for you all day long. If you're one of these centrist candidates who's trying to sort of pick your spots and placate donors and use the standard talking points and avoid really taking a stand on anything, that is just not cutting it in a Democratic primary this year. Voters know where they stand, and they want to know that their political representation.
All right, and just so people know who Francesca Hong is, let me see here. I got a little short of her up on the page. Let's see here. Let me pull this up for people. 2 seconds. Here it is. In case you haven't seen this before. Yeah, here you go. This is her.
Is running for governor in your state. Her policies include free child care, a minimum wage of $20, publicly owned grocery stores, obviously increasing taxes on the rich, and she wants to ban the construction of data centers. Congressman, your thoughts?
So it's these types of policies that we're working against.
Socialist Democrat.
Yeah, so this is one of her internet ads. They got Fox News talking against her, but it turns out that she's actually leading. She's doing well in the polls.
But look at how it's described, right? As DSA aligned, right? Because these are all DSA talking points, right?
Right.
When we look at it, and guess what that means? That means they're forcing your average Democrat representative to align with those beliefs, align with those policies that a person like a Zoran Mamdani exemplifies. And when we look at, Kathy Hochul, because Kathy Hochul is the governor of New York, by the way, guys, she has fallen in lockstep with Mom Donnie. And the reason why is because she knows she's up for re-election, and Mom Donnie has overwhelming approval.
Votes.
And so
he got votes too. He
got
comes with votes, bro.
No, yeah, of course. That's what happened, right? And so
who else in New York?
Who
Who else in New York has more votes than him in New York City? Nobody else.
No.
Right?
I mean, and it's a movement, right? It's a part of the movement, right? So when we look at it, he's brought out a lot more voters to vote, right? He's much more visible, and almost exclusively, it's almost exclusive that where New York City votes for a governor, that is most likely to be the governor of the state. Just by how we vote, the amount of concentration in the people who are located in New York City, and then the amount of people that vote, period, within New York City in comparison to New York State. So to give people an idea, there's around 8 million people within the 5 boroughs or New York City in general, and then there's around 11 million people in the outer area, in the greater New York is what we would call it, right? So, but when it comes to voting here in the New York City votes more than what greater New York votes in. A lot of times it's due to convenience. A lot of times it's due to proximity to polling sites.
Oh, really?
Where in greater New York,
is that what
distance looks a lot further.
Wow.
Yeah, it looks a lot further.
Wow. That's interesting, man. That's an interesting. Okay, so yeah. Go ahead.
It's almost exclusive that the way New York City votes for whoever New York City backs as a governor, that almost is a 1-to-1 ratio that person will be the next governor.
Right.
And it's the reason why a lot of governors tend to be more visible within city limits in New York City before they choose to take on higher roles for the state.
Right.
And so it's
because they can bring that populace with them to the governor's house. And the governor's race. Okay.
So they tend to bring that to the gubernatorial race, and it allows for them to just be more known in general. So chances are, obviously, she's forced to align herself with someone like Zoran, because Zoran is able to make himself more visible and also align and NYC as a whole, whoever he endorses, as we saw in this past election, this past midterm here in New York City, all the DSA members who are now going to run for Senate seats, right? Because of his endorsement. So the same is going to align with her, and it forces someone. And the reason why they've highlighted someone like Kathy Hochul in particular is because Kathy Hochul was a known establishment Dem, but she has also now been able to conform and progress herself and recognize what her constituents want by aligning herself with policy and legislation that backs that progressiveness, right? So here in New York,
she got something. She's got someone who's strong, whose advocacy is grassroots on the ground. They touch the ground and they knock on doors. So she has something she can promote.
Yes.
Right. It's not just someone saying, I put some posters up and you know my name.
There you go.
Right. No. So there's actually something that she can push because they're strong, but go ahead.
Yeah, she sounded very resolute in her aspirations in terms of she know exactly the changes that needed to be made. She's incredibly well spoken. She's also kind of like Zoran. When people try to paint her into a corner, she just doesn't take the bait. She goes right back, and stays on the path of this is what we need to accomplish, and this is how I'm going to do it.
Well, Hochul has been very flexible. Now let's make this very clear. Hochul is not. She has not been favored in New York City for a while, right? She hasn't been as flexible. She is She was known as an establishment Dem. Period. Right? She was not as progressive as she has been now, and that's why they're highlighting her and congratulating her. This is why they're saying they're bringing her as a prime example of someone who was an establishment Dem or is seen as an establishment Dem, but is also now progressing in her own politics because she's recognizing what the constituents are asking for and what the state needs, right? Because Hochul is, I'm telling you this from being in New York, lockstep establishment Dem, right? A lot of people hold very mixed feelings around her, but with her more backing of Zoran, she has gotten a lot more solidified in her approval ratings because of her
Yeah.
progressiveness, right?
But but
And so,
Zoran's gone out there and knocked on doors and educated people. They have galvanized the population. So that's
people,
different. So that means she, if that doesn't typically happen in cities, if you're not informing the population, if you're not getting the population involved, then at the end of the day, people tend to try to play it safe, even safer, right? But when you have people out there working, getting the community out to vote, educating the community, right? Then it gives others room to not just play it safe anymore. It makes it viable. It makes doing something else more viable. Go ahead.
Yeah, and Zoran actually made a reference to door knocking in an interview where someone asked him why he was turning down the mayoral pay raise that had been approved up to $300,000, and he said he was actually going to be turning that pay raise down, and they couldn't understand, and they asked him why, and he said, "Well, when I was door knocking, I had yet to find one constituent that thought the mayor's pay needed to be raised."
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Well, and to circle back to all of that, it goes to show that even when we look at someone like Abdul Saeed, and when we look at some other progressive Democrats like Francesca herself, right? They're forcing the establishment Dems to capitulate to progressiveness, right? And it's no longer that you're allowed or can get a pass based off of just overspending, right? I think establishment Dems and Republicans are now going forward, and they're going to be forced to recognize the fact that you can't just outspend someone anymore. That's just not how it works, right? People need to be visible, right?
Yeah.
How many people skip ads? How many people listen to ads, right? Where as opposed, before when you had nationalized or just basic television that was accessible, you had no choice but to watch these ads as you were watching your favorite program. That's not the case anymore. It's no longer the case, right? So yesteryear's campaign management is not today's campaign management.
Right.
And they're finding that out the hard way when they start seeing these progressive candidates be more successful even without the major money that's backing them, right? And that's been a huge part of
they on social media, bro. They on social media.
Yeah, that's it, right? And social media costs how much? How much does your Instagram cost?
Yep.
How much does your Instagram account cost?
Exactly.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Hey, boys.
So when we look at that, hey Chip.
Yeah.
When we look at that,
Flaming Chipmunk's on deck.
Chip, what's up? Yeah. Hold on. Let Michael
Hey
finish
man,
real quick.
I wanted to get please finish. I want to get my 2 cents in on this.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead. Finish up.
So when we look at that, right, the yesteryear's campaign and that establishment Dems mindset of utilizing that form of campaign management just through spending, it goes to show that they can no longer do that. That makes the APAC spending less viable. That makes the PAC spending less viable. Yeah, you'll be more visible on a obviously on a basic level, but how much does that matter when visibility is the most important thing, along with being tangible, being touchable, being relatable, right? And that relatability comes through being approachable, right? And you can no longer hide in your state or city while running a campaign and having your establishment Dems or Republicans just spend money on ads and then you just win a campaign magically. It's not how it happens anymore.
Yeah,
but
Cuomo and Eric Adams, they can't do that. They just out of their depth with that.
And they spent a lot of. When I tell you, Cuomo spent a lot of money, a lot. My friend was literally working for DoorDash as a lobbyist, and they made an exception in order for him to be able to go promote Cuomo, right? As a former campaign manager for the Democratic Party, he was really successful, but it was considered a conflict of interest before, and DoorDash allowed him. They superseded his signed contract when he, as he decided to work there. You sign a contract, and a part of that contract is not being politically active. They oversaw that and said, you know what, that's going out the window because Cuomo is gonna benefit us. And so, and through legislation, so we'll just allow it now. You can go work on this campaign.
It's
Yeah,
big money.
essentially it is. Right?
Looking after each other. Yeah. Hey, Chip, go ahead,
It's
Chip.
big money.
Yeah, it's big money, man. Chip, what's
Yeah,
up? What's up?
Cuomo spent a fortune trying to build affordable housing, and it only kind of half worked out.
Exactly.
I mean,
Hold on, let Chip get in there.
appeal
Let
of
Chip get in
affordable
there.
housing.
Let's let Chip get in, man. Come on.
Hey, man,
Come on, guys.
I'm the election person. I'm big on elections. I'm big on the candidates. But if you're watching, the DNC does not know what the hell they're doing. They haven't known that they've lost all credibility. They've had no integrity since they bumped Bernie. And they have been mulling over that stupid autopsy of what happened in the election. Nobody gives a shit. And the DNC, or not the DNC, the DSA has been hitting the ground running.
Yes.
And while the DSA is still a dirty word, if you've noticed, every single candidate, every single one of these progressive candidates has a DSA spokesperson that's going out with them on the stump. And they're going out there and they're talking to people and they're saying, hey, we're with the DSA, but we're with the DSA. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Because Abdul El-Sayed is not a card-carrying member of the DSA. Anyway, I'm getting off track. What I'm saying is,
No, you're on point. You're on point. I understand you.
Obama was one of the last people to run a solid grassroots movement campaign. 100%. And that kind of dropped off. And Hillary didn't need people out knocking doors for her. She's a rich white woman.
Mm-hmm.
She's got the wine moms locked up, done. So what have we got?
She got the wine moms. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
go
she
ahead.
does. The suburban wine moms. Who gives a shit about those bitches?
Yeah, okay, damn.
Now you've got these progressives that are stepping forward, like El-Sayed and the lady we just saw from Minnesota, and Mamdani, of course, who is leading who's leading
Francesca Hung.
Charge.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. That's the one. I mean, there are a lot of people that are out there who are they're breaking down the walls. And I really feel bad that Graham Plattner got busted or accused for whatever he got accused for, because I gave him $5. I'll admit it. I'm not scared.
Yeah, you gave him $5, but it is what it is. You
did,
don't know.
I'm not
You don't know
that I did because the message that he was giving was good. But just watch out. See who's being supported by Act Blue. Find out where people are getting their money. People are getting their money from different places. Don't support them. But I think that the progressives in the country are being bolstered by the DSA. And I think it's going to be really something to watch, not just for this election cycle, but for the 2028 election cycle. And locally, you're going to see a lot more progressive candidates coming out.
I see.
It's the answer to MAGA. Answer to MAGA.
Yeah. And I'm also
absolutely as an answer to MAGA.
As an answer, yeah, exactly. And I didn't used to be.
The thing is, even if they're progressive, there's still that situation with rhymes with Shizrael, and whether they're in support of that or whether they're not. Today, a reporter from Zateo tried to question John Fetterman. He pretty much had a complete meltdown, right? And accused the reporter of being sympathetic to Hamas. Yeah. So it's just getting to a point where the
He's
ones
a lap
that
dog,
are
yo. He's a lap
the
dog.
ones that are
It's
taking
terrible.
the money are exposing themselves pretty hard.
They are.
They can't hide anymore. You really can't. None of these people can hide anymore. I mean, you saw how was that Paxton that they were hound dogging all the way down the hallway, and they tried to pass him. He tried to pass him off to Van Holland. And he's like, "Oh, go over there and talk to that guy because I really don't want to talk to you guys anymore." So
I agree with you 100%.
God forbid someone ask him about his record.
Right. They can't run from it anymore. And I think that enough people are starting to wake up. And I think that people are starting to wake up specifically because of Iran. Because people are scared of boots on the ground.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
I think
Oh, okay.
Gaza, the conflict in Gaza,
I
the war in
agree.
Iran, right? It has made people hyper
Yeah.
aware of what APAC is, right? I don't think a lot of
Yes.
American constituents
Yes.
understood what PAC money was up until now, right? And now they're following the money, right? Now they're following. Now they're
Right.
able to. This was all visible. It was all known. Like PACs existed
Right.
forever, right? And so, with that said, now they're aware of how they influence elections, right? How they create visibility through
You know,
spending, right?
the worst thing that
Algorithms.
happened, I think the worst thing that happened to AIPAC, I'm not saying there weren't issues, but the worst thing is that they met someone like Trump that just gave them unfettered whatever they wanted. Just
Dude.
went full in. And I think that just opened it up for everyone to see. Like people that didn't see or maybe were on the were like halfway there, maybe not all the way there. Now they're there. Now they're like, wait a second.
Yeah.
The other
Well,
people
look,
told me about
Master B,
APAC. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, look what just happened in Kentucky with that primary race where Massey got primaried out of his
Oh
seat.
yeah.
Yes.
Sure did.
And where APAC literally spent, I think, $4 million out of the 20 million that he raised. And you got to realize it's almost like Israel bought Kentucky. Why? Well, because that one seat is so important, and they're starting to realize if they can just control about 10 Republicans and about 10 Democrats on each side, they can almost get their way on these big votes every time.
Right. They can be
Well,
holdouts.
remember
Yeah.
that's more relevant in the Republican races, right? Yes, it's made it's waved within the Democrats, but we're
Yes.
seeing that the Democrats' response is to be more progressive, right? Regardless of whether you're aligned with the DSA or not. I mean, most of them are, right? And so
Yeah.
they're aligned with the
And
rhetoric.
Lindsey Graham was probably their biggest champion.
So when you look at you know who the Republicans are putting forth, we're seeing that even in the Thomas Massey, as popular as Thomas Massey was, he was still able to be outspent, right? And the comparison I'm making is when we look at Mamdani was outspent, but he's still the mayor of New York, right? Because the rhetoric, right, the visibility, the tangibility is now something that the Republicans now have to catch up, because the reason why the DSA movement and more progressive Dems in general exist now is because of the MAGA movement, right?
Yeah.
No longer are you able to just slide by in the Democratic Party. Now you have to back it with rhetoric and policy, right? What policies are you going to provide?
Right,
your
but that's where
constituents?
like shows like this are so important, because now it's doing a comparison with other countries, and people are starting to realize, wait a sec, we keep being told we're number one, that we're at top in all these categories, and then they hear about universal health care, paid for education, 5 to 6 weeks paid vacation. No, there's some big differences and breakdowns here.
And those things are real things. Those aren't just like this year that happened. Those are staples. They've been that way for a long time, and so you can't fool yourself out of it. It's not a one-trick pony. It didn't just happen and somehow slip in. It's like, no, they've been staples for a generation, over a generation. It's grandparents that are actually that are on elder care now that had this system, introduced to them. And so it's not easy for Americans to just, pass off as, oh, well, that doesn't matter. It's like, no, man, you spent 2-3 generations doing something else with your tax dollars uniquely different than someone else has been doing. And
and now we get it on a tangible level here in the U.S. in the form of New York, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we think state-run grocery or city-run grocery stores ends here, depending on how successful it will be, that will reverberate throughout the country. That will be the normal. That will be the norm, right? That will be the norm in your average blue state, and it would hurt the red states, because guess what? They're dependent on federal funding. This New York City state-run grocery or city-run grocery is a combination of the city's money with small state funding. It won't be as successful as as in a red state because they don't pull in that revenue tax wise in their state due to low taxes and low wages.
They don't. But what red states don't have are co-ops. I live in Georgia. There are no co-ops in the area that I live in because I would like to join one. So if you can introduce a program like Mamdani is introducing with this food desert program in New York, and you could scale it to a red state, you could actually not only provide an economy for local growers, you could also provide a way for low-income people to get jobs, or you could have people volunteer like it's a co-op so that they can qualify for their SNAP benefits. So, I mean, I can't see a lose-lose on any of this.
I agree.
No, I agree, but they do have certain examples. If I'm not mistaken, Kansas City had something that was state-run in terms of grocery stores,
and
it
I did
just
some
cost so
research
much
into
money. It cost a lot of money, right? So, and the state funding, right? So here in New York, we have such a tax structure that is, is a burden to the constituents like myself,
right?
But it allows for proper funding, and it doesn't handicap the state as a whole, right? Because we have our own taxes here in the city. So I do think it takes a proper tax structure to properly support it, right? Because even when we look back at this current at Mamdani's plan with the city run groceries, it's city property, right? It's city property.
Right.
They don't have to pay taxes, right? And it creates more of a safer environment without the financial burden that a place like Kansas City had to face. That New York City won't have to face those financial burdens because of how heavy our tax structure is,
But when they first started, they weren't using the same private operator system that Mamdani is using. And I think that that's going to be the difference. I think that the way that he's working with the private operators as opposed to the way they did it in Kansas City. That's it. That's my sentence. That's what's going to make the difference.
I just think that when it comes to tax structure, it's just going to be a whole lot more expensive, a whole lot more burdensome, and just the attainable success is going to be lessened just because the red states are donor states. It's just very hard to do it without proper tax funding, right? Otherwise, you start cutting into other necessities within your state budget, right? Now you're taking away from education, right? Now you're taking away from infrastructure, right? So you don't want to take away from existing tax burdens just because you want now it's going to harm the economy more than it would help. So I do think it'll be a challenge. I'm not going to say it's not successful or won't be successful. I just think it's going to be a greater challenge because of the lack of taxes to properly fund it. Otherwise, once you start taking too much taxes, you start taking away from other necessities like education and infrastructure that the state's going to need, right? So I do think it's a little bit more complicated. Do I think it won't be successful? No, I think it'll take a lot more comprehensive planning, and I don't think red states are willing to take that. They don't have the candidacy of people who are going to take on the burden of figuring out how to make it successful. Not that it won't be, it's going to be a lot harder than like a place like New York City just because they run on low taxes, right?
That's a good argument. I'll take that. I'll take that argument. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's going to take billions.
I'm going to catch up with you on that argument later. I'm going to bring some numbers.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right, Chip. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's interesting.
That's where that federal funding and those grants are so important, and Trump's cut back on a lot of that.
Yep.
Bert, I want to ask Bert in the chat. Bert, what state do you live in, and who is your healthcare provider? Bert doesn't think. I don't know what the hell Bert's talking about. He's talking about it won't be successful. Whatever you're talking about, it won't be successful. That's what Bert says. But Bert, can you let us know what state you live in and who your healthcare provider is? Just so we know how people are doing in your state. Okay, what is success to you? Bert says that the economy seems to him that the USA is doing great.
Yeah, they act like there's no problems, and therefore we don't need any solutions.
That's funny.
Yeah,
I like
that's
how he summed that
exactly
shit
what
up.
they do.
He
If
doesn't
they
hear
can't
people
identify
complaining.
a problem themselves.
Yeah, Bert doesn't know anybody that's complaining in the U.S. Okay, Bert, we got you, man. I'm starting to wonder if Bert is even American. But in any case, let's hear some more about this.
Bert, what are you going to do about millions of Americans with no health care? Go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. What office are you running for, Bert? Yeah, who's
How
your
are you
representative?
going to tackle affordability when it comes to groceries?
People-
Explain yourself. Give us a comprehensive plan, please. Let me know. Shit.
This is crazy, man. You know, and what I don't understand is like, even if you think America's doing great, do you think it can do greater? Can it do greater, even greater than it's doing? How so? If it can be better, how would it be? And I think that's generally what it comes down to, because, you know, to be honest, it sounds like a lot of people they don't want it to be better. It's more about partisanship. It's not about real results. It's more about they support a party, and if that party's not doing it, it can't be done better than that party. And that's why I like DSA, because it's stepping a little outside of that excuse mode, that just Democrat Republican thing. And I think they're having a hard time coining the DSA movement, right? Like, number one, here's the thing. No matter what people think, right, they're actually, like, candidates like this are getting free commercial time. Like, when do you see, like, this is Fox News.
Socialist Democrat.
Fox News is actually promoting this candidate. Like, and it just makes you wonder, like, they're so worried about it that they're actually talking about it.
Socialist Democrat Francesca Hong is running for governor in your state.
Nervous.
Her policies include free child care, a minimum wage of $20, publicly owned grocery stores, obviously increasing taxes on the rich, and she wants to ban the construction of data centers. Congressman, your thoughts?
So it's these types of policies that we're working against.
So they're working against all those policies. And I think that's really more realistic. It's like, they don't want these policies. So they're for data centers. What are data centers doing? People are being poisoned. Across the United States, people are complaining about being poisoned. Their water, their drinking water, their damn air, you know. And how can you be American and not really be aware of this? I don't understand it. And there's a lot of countries that are talking about they're going to do data centers different than the United States of America. The U.S. rolled the data centers out at the risk of harming its population, reducing some of the what do they call it? They had regulations on how you do things, you know, so that you don't poison the food, you don't poison the drinking water, you don't poison the land, you don't poison the animal life, you know what I mean, or human life, you know. But the U.S. just went right along with that. So my thoughts are, Bert, where do you stand on data centers, man? That's a new topic. But in any case, this person, these individuals, they may not succeed, but they're winning. How's that possible? You see, so they're succeeding in the first goal, you know. Republicans succeeding? No, they're on the decline. Republicans are in a recession. They're actually in a recession. I'm using that word because he mentioned recession and shit. Germany's in a recession. Well, Republicans are in a recession. You know, they're losing seats. Have you noticed? They're not doing that well. Have you noticed? What do you call it? Middle Democrats are losing seats. Have you noticed that part? Something's changing in the U.S. And me, myself, I used to be more standard Democrat. Most people that watch my program know that because I've said it before. Last year, I've said it, you know, millions of times, you know. But then again, you got to have options to change a direction. Without options, why would I be, you know, for a social democrat if they weren't winning? If it wasn't a possibility to have any viable candidates to vote for, why would I be one if it's not viable, right? But now it's viable. It's not last year. It's not 2024. It's 2026, you know? And so even myself, I've moved in the direction of where it's possible. And so these candidates, they've clearly shown that it's possible to win. So there's no more of a question about that. If they can win, they're winning with less money. They're literally proving that you don't need the money to win. You just need to be willing to get out there and vote. And so since I'm more like a people power person, I do believe in grassroots. I would never turn away from people that are going out there doing the work, because ultimately Americans need to be educated. And if you're going to be educated and things are going to change in the United States, it's coming from people knocking on doors. It's coming from people that are willing to do the work regardless of the money. That's where the change is going to come. It doesn't matter if you're talking about Democrats. Doesn't talk about if you matter if you're talking about Republicans. People want an alternative, and I think so. That's kind of moved me. The success of the Democratic Socialist Party, it's moved me. I wasn't even understanding their name. Like, I didn't understand their name. I was like, why are they calling themselves Democratic Socialists? Like, they're talking about universal health care, but why did I still didn't understand it. They're talking about a lot of things. I never understood the connection. And to some degree, that's what held me off, right? But the fact that I also live in a country that has all the things that they're talking about, Denmark, I know that functionally these things actually can work and really do work. And they work where? Across every other Western country. Every other Western country, they've already been working. So for me, it wasn't a big jump. I just needed to see if it was a viable possibility, if people were ready to move in that direction. And I think they've proven that part. So I got to give them a lot of respect. I don't pride myself on being like a person that's going to stand in one place and just stand there stubbornly. No, they showed me something. They educated me to something, and that's what you got to be willing to do if you want to create change. You have to be able to move people from point A to point B to point C. Somebody said, "Where I live in Denmark, man. I'm born and raised in Washington, D.C. Family on both sides goes back to the colonial period. But in my 30s, I moved outside of the U.S. I live in Denmark, Copenhagen, Denmark. So 60, but it's not just about where I live. It's about the fact that I've been following things as an adult. Some of the systems is more about where I'm from. See, I come from a rough ass country, the United States of America. I come from a town and a country that has always had issues with extreme levels of poverty and extreme levels of homelessness. Right. And, when I got a chance to move outside of the U.S., not just to Denmark, but see other countries in the West, I realized, and the more I learned about it, I realized that no, things are different in other countries because they do things different. They're still capitalist. Denmark is in many ways more capitalistic than the U.S. But Denmark and other Western countries, like all other Western countries, they spend 60% of the taxes that people pay go back to things they can actually see. Education, childcare, housing, things like this, right? Healthcare. That's what it's going to, right? And in the U.S., at best, 45% of the taxes you pay, right? Because I've done the research, goes to things like that directly impact your life. So they invest more. They pay taxes, but it's not just that they pay taxes. Is that more of a higher percentage of the taxes they pay go to things that people need. In the United States, that's 45%. So just right off the bat, you see that when an American pays taxes, less than 50% of it is even invested in Americans. That's a problem. That should be a problem for the average American. And the average American should want to know that, right? It's not about, it's not just one faceted. It's more nuanced. There's a lot of things that could be changed, but if you don't have anything to compare yourself to, you won't have any examples. You won't have an avenue. You will be stuck in the same place. So how many people feel like the United States has been stuck in the same place for way too many years? And I know it is true because I listen to Americans complain all the time. Americans are not happy. They hated Kamala Harris. They hated Biden. Now Americans hate fucking Trump. Yeah. See,
are you-
50% hating the other side is not a good sign that you're doing well. 50% of hating the other side is definitely not a sign that you're doing well. And when you ask them, they always tell you the economy, the other side fucked the economy up. The other side did this. I had it better when I was under that means you ain't doing well. And how long has that conversation gone on? So, I just think DSA, they're providing some possibilities that hasn't happened and can happen. It happens in other countries, hasn't happened in the U.S. And so, people may want to celebrate some variety, But in any case, I'm going to let you guys sum it up here. I think it's about time, right? It's 4? It's 5 hours now. We got to be out.
Yeah, we're at 5 hours, babe.
Yeah. So that's long enough. I wanted to stop at 3, but you guys keep it happening.
I'll say the last thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
The only thing to circle back to obviously state, city run grocery stores. Kansas City was the example that me and Chip were speaking about.
Yeah.
A lot of times it's harder in red states just due to the infrastructure, right? Due to being accessible on the larger level, right? Here in New York, we have a transit system that's very usable, right? You can pretty much go anywhere in the 5 boroughs to be able to, and it's affordable. So that's not the case in a lot of these red states as well. So it just, along with funding and a bunch of other things. So it's good to see it play out here in a major metro area. I would love to see it be played out in other, major metros, even if that is in a, in a red state, which I doubt it would be. They would take that stance. Who knows? I think with the progressive movement, anything's possible.
Right.
But I do think that, it's more viable in other cities like a DC, certain cities within Chicago, I think would be able to reap leaps and bounds when it comes to affordability, because affordability it comes in multiple different forms. But if you can save on some of the basic things, that can alleviate some of the other affordability issues that have more nuance to them, right? That it's going to take a whole lot longer and more federal intervention than some of these other solutions that won't, right? That won't take so much intervention on a federal level to make it happen. And so hopefully, New York is the catalyst for that. Hopefully that can continue, to reverberate throughout the states, and show how viable it is and what your candidates can do for you in particular, right? What your candidates can do for you, your constituents on a mayor level, on a governor level, when it comes to providing a better lifestyle based off of the taxes you pay. Yeah, go ahead, E. You could close it off.
Yeah, I think some of these red states are just going to have to learn to get out of the way and realize there's folks that are there to help them. Going to some of these red states, it's like going back in time. I mean, some of these cities, they just haven't improved themselves since like the 80s. You can just look at like the Burger Kings, the local places to eat and live, the hotels. They haven't been not only, remodeled since then, they haven't built anything since then. So what that tells me is that there was programs, there was help back then, but for some reason there was a breakdown. But you got to realize there's an elderly generation now. They're in their 70s, their 80s, their 90s. They have Medicare, they have Social Security, they have retirements. They're set. They're not interested in fixing anything. And that's where other Americans need to just come to terms with that and say, you know what, then I need to be more selfish and I need to take some more of this back and start working on this, because your life isn't, that long either. So you got to fix this now when you're in your 20s and your 30s, because you don't want to wait, because another 40 years are going to go by and you're still going to be living in the same conditions.
Damn, bro. I got the best panel on YouTube, man. You guys are so insightful. So enlightening, so informed. And I really hope people that listen walk away with this, because, even though you guys are up here, you could be anywhere, but you guys choose to be here because you recognize people come to listen, and together we all, that we can change people that way, informing folks,
Yes.
And so I hope people take advantage of your words, Eric, and also yours, Michael. You know, you guys are really more, in many ways, more knowledgeable than me. No question. I mean, I'm amazed. I know I'm not stupid, and I know I like to do the hard work. I like to research myself. I'm a grown up. I take responsibility for myself, but it is good to be able to sit back and listen to someone else know what the fuck they're talking about, bro. It is invigorating.
All you have to do is travel, and it's easy to compare.
Yeah, and no doubt. You could see I removed K Reyes because that was just a troll.
Right, and we got Cliff, and we got somebody that's critical of socialism here, and that's why I just wonder, could you maybe play that clip again of what socialism did for Tennessee?
Yeah, where the hell is that at? Hold on. I'm gonna play it right now, man. I'm gonna play it right now. Let me see here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, really. Damn, and that was a beautiful clip too. Let me see here. It's Tennessee. That was a beautiful clip, bro. Actually, I'm glad
he points out how government programs were very important in getting some major projects done that were still owned by the American people, even though it was funded and done by government workers.
Right. Well, now where is it? Do you see this one up here? Where is it at? Hold on. Where is it at? Did I do it?
I think it's on the Discord yesterday.
It was on the Discord yesterday, but I played it, right? Oh. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's a gentleman confronting Scott Jennings.
Let me see here. Yeah, you're right. Let me see here. Boom. I will get that. I actually did it. Oh, you know what? It's on YouTube. I just need to say Scott Jennings. Right. Okay. Let me pull that up. That's on CNN. No, let me see. Scott.
Yes, sir.
Jennings. Yeah, and then we could close out on that. That was a really dope clip. Is it this one? It's so. Wow, is it this one? Hold on.
We don't see it yet, but I can resend it.
Yeah, resend it for me, bro. Resend it for me. I will pull it right up. Yeah. Actually, that was a wonderful clip because I just have to say it. A lot of Americans are not informed about the history of their own country. Like they're not. The United States is 350 million people. It's a big country. Some people live in areas and they never went to know nothing about the history of another state. Know nothing about. I mean, that's just people in general. But that's where education and schools, public schools, is supposed to fill in the gaps. You know, we're supposed to know more about our actual history before we make political decisions, you know, and I think that's what drives a lot of the black and white decisions and the closed ears in the United States, like just not being informed, about the country that we live in. And when I listen to Trump supporters, I listen to them say things, the founding fathers, and you would think a person that talks about the founding fathers would actually know something about them, but they don't. When you go and research the founding fathers, they ain't saying shit that Trump and them are saying, man. You know, that's what's so crazy, you know. And again, Americans just need to take stock in their own country. Look, the United States has had plenty of socialist projects. Plenty. And believe me, they were successes. People loved them, you know. And today we've gotten so blinded by that. And were these projects Republican projects? Listen, Nixon made an executive order, and he created the biggest price freeze in the nation's history, a nationwide price freeze, a nationwide housing freeze on the prices of housing. Like seriously, you know, but yet you talk to a lot of Americans and they think that's a Democrat thing or something. No,
Reagan gave out the largest amnesty for immigrants, but
Reagan gave up the largest amnesty for immigrants. I mean, these are things that you can't just play games with. You can't be so blind that you only know something. You only want to recite what you want out of one party when you want it to prove a political point. Stop doing that. That's why you're getting robbed. Now, here's a basic fact. Who in the Western nations die earliest? Americans. Out of all Western nations, Americans die youngest. You don't live. Everybody else lives 1 or 2 more years or 3 or 5 more years than Americans do. Why? Why? What, after paying taxes, not just how much taxes do you pay, but after you pay your taxes and after you pay your expenses, who in the West takes home more money after they pay for all their expenses? Who keeps more of their own money to themselves? Do you think it's American citizens or do you think it's Europeans? It's Europeans. You see? So again, this kind of data is not a secret, but it's not on Fox News and it's not on CNN. And is this it, Eric? Let me see here. Yeah, it's the one. Are you dumb? Right. All right. So let me pull it up. Here it is. Thanks for that, Eric. I did see it. I just didn't know
Scott
which
Jennings
one it
was stunned by this liberal.
All right, here it is. Let's see here. Boom. I'll bring it up for you guys and then we call it a day. I appreciate everybody for coming out. Please do more research. And don't do it here. Don't do so much debating before you do your research. Just do your research. It works out much better that way.
Yeah, it's queued up, V.
Yeah, it's queued up. Okay.
Yeah.
Do I have it here? I think I have it right here. It should be coming up right now.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Here we go. I got it. Yep, it's coming. Boom. I don't really debate.
Scott
people.
Jennings was stunned by this liberal's claim about socialism and gave him a reality check.
There is no question that the anti-fascism is also rising, and the fascists were on our shore back then. And what we're committed to now is fighting what? Socialists? I mean, the idea of having healthcare that everyone
Communist,
can...
socialist, very antithetical to the American system.
Are they the same or are they different? Because I think socialism, TVA, where I'm from, East Tennessee, was built by socialism. The TVA was built by it. Oak Ridge was built by it. Factories were built by it. Alcoa
Built by
it.
socialism?
America, absolutely. Government workers, 90% of the people that built those
Having
dams,
a government is not the
built
same
those
as having
things.
socialism.
Well, so if it's not the government doing the work and the government building things for the people and then keeping ownership of it, if that's not what socialism is, then what is it?
So you're saying any level of or any amount
I'm
of
not. I think
government
your
is
people
socialism.
are. I think your guys are actually.
We're not the
you're
ones
that
running on
label
it.
all this stuff.
You
communism.
have a whole faction of your party called Democratic Socialists of America who are running on things well beyond basic government services. They're running on absolute and total radical anarchy that is antithetical to the American.
Let me just ask.
Scott Jennings was stunned by this liberal's claim about socialism and gave him a reality check.
There is no question that the anti-fascism is also rising, and the fascists were on our shore back then. And what we're committed to now is fighting what? Socialists? I mean, the idea of having healthcare that everyone
Communist,
can...
socialist, very
are they the same
antithetical
thing
to
or
the
are they
American
different? Are they the
system.
same or are they different? Because I think socialism, TVA, where I'm from, East Tennessee, was built by socialism. The TVA was built by it. Oak Ridge was built by it. Factories were built by it. Alcoa was
Built by
it.
socialism?
America, absolutely. Government workers, 90% of the people that built those
Having a
dams,
government is
that
not the
built
same
those
as having
things.
socialism.
Well, so if it's not the government doing the work and the government building things for the people and then keeping ownership of it, if that's not what socialism is, then what is it?
So you're saying any level of or any amount of government is socialism.
I think your guys are actually.
We're not the ones
that
running
label all this stuff.
You have a whole faction of your party called Democratic Socialists of America who are running on things well beyond basic government services. They're running on absolute and total radical anarchy that is antithetical to the American.
Let me just ask.
Scott.
Yeah, so, people are going to use terms to try to blind folks from having, from actually being informed about what they're talking about, And so this is a list of socialist projects out of the United States, okay? You have safety net programs, Social Security. When was it created? 1935. That's a socialist project. Now, keep in mind, every Western country is a capitalistic country. Every NATO country is a capitalistic country, but they all have universal health care. Those are socialistic projects funded through taxes, period. Nothing else. Funded through the taxes, right? Social Security, funded through taxes. Okay, it's not funded through the private sector. It's funded through taxes. That's a socialist project that came about in 1935. 1965, Medicaid and Medicare, okay? Even though a lot of people couldn't even get it, it still is, it still was, and still is. It's funded through taxes, okay? And it should be regulated better. They shouldn't allow private corporations to rob people through overpricing. Right now in the in the U.S. Medicaid and Medicare system, 30% of the fees you pay are administrative fees. When you look at Europe, that's 10 at the most 10% administrative fees for healthcare. And some cases, like in Denmark, it's 5%. So that's one of the main reasons why it's more affordable and able to run through the tax system, because you're not allowed. The private corporations are there, but they're not allowed to rip you off. You see, not the public. You can rip off somebody else, an individual, but not the whole public. That's wrong. You shouldn't be able to rob a taxpayer-funded program. But in the United States, the congressmen and the senators and the presidents have decided that it's okay. That's different from every other Western country. Public works and infrastructure projects. The Tennessee Valley Authority, TVA, 1933. What it is, a federally owned corporation created during the New Deal to provide navigation, flood control, electricity generation, and economic development to the hard-hit Tennessee Valley region. Yeah, there wouldn't be anything there. Somebody had to do it. Okay? People lived there. They paid taxes there. Who should do it? Why?
Yeah, Alcoa Aluminum to this day is one of the nation's largest aluminum producers.
Yeah. And so we create, it's the taxpayers are funding all the big projects that are spawning everything else in the first place, So just in case Americans aren't aware of how this works in reality in their own country, okay, why it fits. Pure example of public ownership of energy and resources. The government owns the dams, generates the power, and distributes it directly to the citizens, undercutting private utility monopolies. Hey, but you don't like that. You want it to be privatized, so there's no responsibility in it. It's just, a private person decides whatever they want, and be damned with everybody else's situation. You either pay or you can't, or you don't. You either, but that's not what government is for. So Work Progress Administration, WPA, Civilian Conservative Corps, CCC, 1930s. Again, the United States has had socialist projects the entire goddamn time. This is not new. The problem is how we talk about it. We talk about it in a dishonest, manipulative way that is really meant to keep the citizens who pay the taxes totally blind. Okay, interstate highway systems, 1956. What is it? 48,000 plus mile national network of freeways, fully funded, constructed, and maintained by the state and federal tax dollars. There it is. Essential Services Institution, Universal K-12 public education. Okay, United States Postal Service. Okay, public libraries, municipal utilities. Okay, land and wealth preservation. Okay, that's National Park Service. You don't want your national parks anymore? To hell with Yellowstone. Just give it to Elon Musk. Okay, there's a lot of other things. So here you have some major ones right here. These are not new. Okay. But what is new is how people are exploiting them. Not people, not immigrants, how private industry has decided it doesn't want these things. It wants in to be able to exploit it. But why don't you just let them make $1 billion off of your fucking hamburger? Why do they need to make $1 billion off of something that's essential for every person? Electricity, housing, shelter, childcare, so you can actually go to work. If you're going to pay the taxes, how much taxes do you pay? You pay over a third of anything you earn. You pay to taxes. Don't you think? Do you even have an idea of what that's worth in other countries? Well, in other Western countries, it's worth way more. You get way more for that third. And you just have to start being honest about it. I mean, yeah, in any case, I appreciate you guys for coming out as usual, yo. We're going to be out right about now. Click the like button if you haven't clicked the. Look, somebody said government is a scam. Okay, what country do you live in? What country do you live in?
Yeah, thanks, Master B.
Yeah, no doubt, guys. Let me see what. That's such an easy dumbass. Government's a scam. Well, you know what? You the fool that falls for it, right? You fall for it. So what country, what government do you belong to? What country you live in? Like what the fuck? Why you paying taxes, you dumbass? Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, stop paying taxes. You got two choices, stupid fuck. Stop paying taxes or start demanding more for your fucking taxes. What are you talking about? We're talking about the U.S. Okay. And on top of it, do you want to have a comparative data conversation about Canada and the U.S.? Do you want to have one so people can learn something, or do you just want to generalize? You know, that's really what it's about. Stop generalizing and get to the nuances, because that's where the detail lies. That's where your lifeline is, you know. Just because, and you know something, Canada's system is more similar than the U.S. system than it is to any system in the EU. Did you know that? You might want to change that. You might want to work on it. You might want to do it a little more like European countries and stop being so similar in Canada to the United States of America. You know, or your fate, you know, your fate is going to end up being the same. But in any case, now, I appreciate everybody for coming out. Until then, if you haven't registered to vote, please vote. Here we go. You go if you're an American citizen, because we do have midterms coming up. I'm an American citizen, so that's why I talk about this a lot. This particular thing. Let me see here. Let me get it up here. Vote.gov. Just go to vote.gov. Choose your country. I mean, your state, right? And then you will get the exact information. Let's say Tennessee, by the way. Let's say you live in Tennessee. Click on it. You can register. You can check your registration, or you can register. You can change your registration, change your address, whatever you want connected to your vote. You could do it right here. Click on that button, and now you go to the Tennessee State Office for voting. You know, it's that simple. So if you're having issues with that, go to vote.gov, and that will fix the rest. All right. So in any case, I'm out, y'all. I appreciate everybody for coming out. Let's hear this one more time, and then we will call it a day.
Scott Jennings was stunned by this liberal's claim about socialism and gave him a reality check.
There is no question that the anti-fascism is also rising, and the fascists were on our shore back then. And what we're committed to now is fighting what? Socialists? I mean, the idea of having healthcare that everyone
Communist, socialist,
Are they
American
the same or are they different? Because I think socialism, TVA, where I'm from, East Tennessee, was built by socialism. The TVA was built by it. Oak Ridge was built by it. Factories were built by it. Alcoa
built by socialism?
America, absolutely. Government workers. 90% of the people that built those
having a government is not the same as having socialism.
Well, so if it's not the government doing the work and the government building things for the people and then keeping ownership of it, if that's not what socialism is, then what is it?
So you're saying any level of or any amount of government is socialism.
I think your guys are actually.
We're not the ones
that label all this stuff.
You have a whole faction of your party called Democratic Socialists of America who are running on things well beyond basic government services. They're running on absolute and total radical anarchy that is antithetical to the American.
Let me just ask. Scott Jennings was stunned by this liberal's claim about socialism and gave him a reality check.
There is no question that
children dying. What about the children crying? No.
What about the kids? Peace, y'all.
Tell them
about the children.
What about the children crying?
Yeah. Digging, scratching, working, struggling, hoping. Some is hustling, every man hustling, stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war, we got the weapon. People want bombs, so they gonna get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth, you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
All we need is one love. Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? No.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying?
I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tag say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change this.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying?
One. what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. Orientation in this place we call Earth. Love from conception, from your mom, your birth. Pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what your life, the brand new thing. So gentle the soul we're capturing. In this distance, the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. 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 If you let it, let it, let it, what? If you let it, don't let it, let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it, let it. Don't let it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We embark on this journey to your soul. We wanna have a good time. We embark on this journey to your soul. We wanna have a good time. We do something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I, on a mission to salvation. Our spirit be our transportation. We think you're due a little love and that is true. For real, we bring something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. What? We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel. From our harshest past and better than our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked, while we fight over problems we can fix. Industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. What? Stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, they don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, they don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, they don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie, they don't lie, that you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight. If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation. Cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt. Cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home. Everybody here, yeah. They don't know, kid. They don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie. To all the ghettos around the world. And yes, you know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. When am I walking? Sometimes I think about, does love still exist? Yeah, I have my doubts. On the street, I check out how brothers been living. Yo, let's just say, kid, it ain't no Thanksgiving. We got people shooting dope, ain't never heard of hope. We got others with the gat and the brothers with the fucking scope. As I enter the projects, enter rec rooms, some brothers might see the doom. I see my man Paulo, fat pockets of papes. He knows the neighborhood biddies with all the dopest shapes. There goes Rollo with the blowout fro. He's got a gap, hey yo, brothers gots to go. No show is live with narrate, fuck Memorex. My man Rollo's got a gat at Apollo's chest. One slug blasted out, down boy died. Now show me some love, kid, it sounds like a fucking yes, you lie. Know the struggle goes on, people trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long, pain without a limit, so wrong. Sometimes I think how the world come to this, a place where every man and woman needs a therapist. Mass confusion, people living in delusion, justify all the bullshit through the Constitution. Meanwhile, the masses struggle to survive. I think we're too busy to hear our people's cries. Single mothers struggle to raise families, genocide committed through famine and disease. I wonder if these things will ever cease to exist. I know it could if we cease and desist, giving all the power to the industrialists, giving giving all our power to the damn commercialists that see us just as being sheep in this world, that want us to do what we're told like boys and girls. Oh God, I wanna live another day so I can help provide equality and this day. The struggle goes on, people trying to survive, hold on, though we know it's been so long, pain without a limit, so wrong. Everybody round the globe, open up your earlobe, your third eye, and then decipher the code. Through knowledge, understanding, then bring love into the concept instead of bling bling. Truth instead of biased educational methods. Twisting, contorting God's message of love for every human being. Listen, motherfucker, don't you hear the screams? It's time to do much more than talk, debate, and spread hate. We need to think and at the same time investigate. Understand what our actions may create. Before continuing the cycle we procreate. We can clone humans, but at the same time we can't feed humans. The future of man is actually looming. It's really depressing, it's true, man. Yes, you know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long, pain without a limit, so wrong. Yes, you know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long, pain without a limit, so wrong. But I just back away real cool, no fussing. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds, open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do, so sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you. Despite the system trying to clamp down on the people will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. Listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, homeboy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Bennett, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Enter the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player with the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer.